Chapter 1: The School Beauty Secretly Gave Birth to Twins. Shanghai University. Male Dormitory 254. Li Yang was discussing with his 3 roommates where to go for dinner that night when his phone suddenly rang. After answering, a female voice came from the other end of the line, causing the other 3 in 254 to crane their necks and prick up their ears. Hello? Is this Li Yang? Yes, it's me. Who is this? This is Angie, Zhang Peixi's best friend. You remember Zhang Peixi, don't you? For Li Yang, the first name was just a familiar sound. But the second name was unforgettable. It was Zhang Peixi who had helped him shed his reputation as a pure young man. But after that night, they hadn't seen each other for nearly a year. Now, hearing that name, Li Yang was momentarily lost. Hey, you haven't forgotten, have you? No, I haven't forgotten. That's good. Zhang Peixi is pregnant with your child and is about to give birth at the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Hurry up and come over. And she finished speaking quickly. As soon as Li Yang finished listening, she hung up the phone without reacting. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Nothing, I'll go out for a while and we'll talk when I get back. After saying this, Li Yang dashed out of the dormitory, ran out of the living area gate, hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. As if the heavens were giving him face. The traffic was smooth. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived outside the hospital. At the reception desk, Li Yang asked anxiously. Zhang Peixi. I'm looking for Zhang Peixi. Just a moment, let me check, she's on the 3rd floor in the inpatient area. Thank you. Li Yang pulled up his legs and ran up the stairs again. He had only reached the 3rd floor when he bumped into a girl with exquisite makeup. Are you Li Yang? Yes, I am. I'm Anchi. You hurry up and follow me. With that, under Anchi's guidance, Li Yang arrived outside the operating room on the 5th floor. Walking into the buffer zone, a doctor brought a copy of the informed consent form for Li Yang to sign. The family went outside to wait. Yes. Outside the operating room, Anchi paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Li Yang also stood in front of the door, his emotions mixed. His thoughts turned over and over, as if he had returned to that day. At the club gathering, Li Yang drew lots and sat next to the school beauty Zhang Peixi. In the lively atmosphere, everyone drank a lot. He and Zhang Peixi did too. After that, Li Yang's memory became hazy, with only scattered fragments. But Zhang Peixi's voice, oing, 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 seemed to still be ringing in his ears, especially clearly. Hey, Peixi is having a really hard time, so you have to treat her well, got it? Anchi suddenly spoke. Li Yang's thoughts were also dragged back by her. Without waiting to say something, a voice suddenly rang in Li Yang's mind. Ding! The birth of the host's child has been detected, and the daddy system has been successfully activated. The distribution of the novice gift pack has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 parenting funds. Congratulations, host, on receiving the parenting handbook 1. Sure enough, he heard the baby sitting system activate. Li Yang subconsciously looked up at the operating room. It was as if they had a blood connection in that moment. And she felt relieved when she saw this, as if she was afraid that Li Yang was a scumbag and would ignore Zhang Peixi in the operating room. My child is of course your child. Peixi only had sex with you. I will be responsible for Peixi and the child. Li Yang added. He was a traditional-minded person. He had wanted to take responsibility for Zhang Peixi from the start. Unfortunately, Zhang Peixi was a year older than him. No matter how hard he tried to find out about her, he never heard from her again that year. Now Zhang Peixi had given birth to their child in October. How could Li Yang just let it go? The days seemed like years. It was only an hour. But outside the door, Li Yang and Anchi felt like it was taking forever. Finally, the operating room door opened. A group of nurses pushed a bed in. The girl on the bed had her eyes closed and her face was pale. Next to her were 2 nurses. They were each holding a baby. For a moment, Li Yang's eyes widened. Twins? Congratulations, you've got a set of twins. Let's go back to the ward to complete the handover of the babies. Back on the 3rd floor, Li Yang helped the nurse move Zhang Peixi back to the bed. Then he was called over by the doctor. Family member? Yes, I am. Here, take a look. The children's fingers are intact, their toes are intact, their mouths and oral cavities are intact. No problems? No problems. Li Yan looked carefully and intently. After confirming that there were no problems, the doctor handed the two children over to him. With the doctor and a group of nurses leaving, and she hurriedly went over to the two babies. Li Yang, after taking a quick look at the children, went over to Zhang Peishi. Zhang Peishi was the universally acknowledged most beautiful girl at Shanghai University. Gentle, kind, and beautiful were all words used to describe her. But now she had just given birth to twins in the operating room? If she told anyone, no one would believe her. Li Yang looked at Zhang Peishi with tender, deep eyes. The curious child and she on the side took all this in. I don't know if the anesthetic has worn off a little. Zhang Peishi's long eyelashes twitched a little before she quietly opened her eyes. When she saw Li Yang standing in front of her, she panicked. Why are you here? Peishi, I asked her to come. You don't have any other relatives, I really had no choice. And she said apologetically. It was only at this moment that Li Yang realized that Zhang Peishi was actually an orphan. Zhang Peishi was gentle. She didn't mean to blame Anqi. Instead, she looked straight at Li Yang. Well, Li Yang, if you're busy, you can go first. Peishi. Anqi suddenly became anxious. In her opinion, Li Yang, the biological father of the child, could not leave under any circumstances. Li Yang felt the same way. Nodding, he spoke. I'm not leaving. If I go, who will take care of the three of you? Li Yang adapted quickly. He had already initially adapted to his new roles as husband and father, but he wondered what Zhang Peishi was thinking. Seeing that Li Yang refused to leave, Zhang Peishi didn't say anything more. She was mainly tired and didn't want to say another word. After all, giving birth to a child was no different from a trip to the gates of hell, and it took a lot of energy. At the same time, when she saw Li Yang so determined to stay, the heart of this school beauty also warmed slightly. However, she still had some concerns. Because Li Yang had not yet graduated from university. Suddenly, they had two children. She wondered how long he could persevere. But Zhang Peishi also took things in her stride. Being kind-hearted as she was, if Li Yang regretted it later, she would not force him. That was why, throughout the 10 months of pregnancy, Li Yang had never known. The atmosphere in the ward was very strange. The three of them hardly spoke. It was even more so the nurse who had come to check on the condition of the mother who spoke more. Family. Family. Why didn't you know how to handle the catheter for the patient? Hearing this, Anqi was at a loss. Obviously, she wouldn't. Instead, Li Yang, who had crouched down lightly, skillfully disposed of the urine bag. On the hospital bed. Zhang Peishi was moved after catching a glimpse of this scene in the corner of her eye. After the emotion came shyness. Where does this catheter lead? There. Chapter 2, Best Friends, you two belong together. Hey! Peishi, your face is turning red. Angel suddenly exclaimed. To be honest, if she wasn't too weak, Zhang Peishi really wanted to roll her eyes. Is this what a flushed face looks like? I'm clearly blushing, aren't I? As the effect of the anesthesia wore off, Zhang Peishi felt a piercing pain. After all, there were 7 layers of sutures in a cesarean section, and if each layer hurt, it would be a stack of pain. Zhang Peishi clenched her eyebrows, her face pale, her lips dry, enduring the pain alone. Sometimes the pain was so severe that tears would fall uncontrollably. In this state, she really was heartbreaking to see. Li Yang felt the same way. After all, the person in front of him was the girl with whom she had had a relationship, and now she had given birth to a child for him. It was only reasonable to feel concern for her and to cherish her. Seeing that Zhang Peishi was in severe pain, Li Yang also became anxious. When the nurse passed by the door of the ward, he grabbed her. Nurse, my wife is in severe pain, what should I do? Perhaps she sensed the anxiety in Li Yang's words, and the nurse kindly gave some guidance. Family member, look at that button. It's connected to the pain relief pump. If the patient is in severe pain, they can press it to relieve the pain. However, they can only press it once every hour, and they must not press it more than once. Thank you. Without saying a word, Li Yang went to the bedside and pressed the button. Is it better? Silly, it can't be that fast, you have to wait a while. Zhang Peishi smiled gently. In any case, she was very moved at that moment, because Li Yang's anxiety was genuine. You have to understand that pregnant women's emotions are very sensitive. Sometimes a word, a gesture, or even a sincere look can touch her. Afterwards, Anqi and Li Yang stayed by Zhang Peixi's side. The two babies were also very obedient, staying in the stroller basket and sleeping quietly. However, Angel was slightly dissatisfied when she saw that Li Yang kept checking his phone from time to time. Li Yang, if you have something to do, just go ahead. The unspoken meaning was, keep checking the time, do you not want to stay here anymore? Li Yang, who understood what she meant, felt both amused and helpless. At the same time, he could not help but think, Zhang Peixi's best friend is really hot. You've got it all wrong, what could possibly be wrong with me? The three of them are the most important right now. The reason I'm looking at the clock is to see how long until the next pain pump. Peishi has been in pain the whole time, and I'm quite anxious, so I'm just hoping the time will pass quickly. Upon hearing this, Anqi opened her mouth as if to say something, but it sounded like she was mumbling an apology. Although Zhang Peishi had her eyes closed, she was not asleep due to the pain from her wound, and she heard the two of them clearly. For a moment, she was also a little moved. But even though her wound was hurting, she couldn't help but think, Li Yang called me Peishi, so sweet. In a big hospital, the nurses are the busiest. The nurses at the nurses' station were busy going back and forth, taking good care of every new mother. A nurse came in and, seeing that Zhang Peishi was doing well, directly pushed the stroller with the two babies over to her. Patient, wake up, it's time to breastfeed. Zhang Peishi slowly opened her eyes. Although she knew it was time to breastfeed, Li Yang was still by her side. But before she could say anything, the nurse had already thoughtfully helped to unbutton the loose hospital gown, revealing the pale skin underneath. Zhang Peishi was embarrassed and wanted to close her eyes. Li Yang subconsciously turned his head away, but he could still see it in the corner of his eye. On the contrary, and she felt that everything was reasonable, and she laughed to herself. The two of them already had children, and look what happened, they're still embarrassed. Hey! The nurse, who was fiddling with the baby's food, suddenly let out a soft exclamation, and then quickly held the baby boy out and gently placed him next to Zhang Peishi. However, after a few attempts, she ran into trouble. It was as if the baby's mouth could not hold it in. Family member, go to the maternity and baby shops on either side of the hospital and buy something, breast shield. The head of your loved one's breast is a bit short, the baby can't hold it in, you need to use breast shield. Oh yes, and buy some chewing gum to help the patient belch. Okay, I'll go right now. After saying this, the nurse left, because she was too busy. Angel, thank you, Peishi, I'll go out and buy it, I'll be right back. Okay. Li Yang went out to buy things after giving a warning. Although he walked quickly, he was still completely clueless about the breast shield. Fortunately, he could look it up online. It turned out to be a protective cover for the breast, used to help newborns transition to weak sucking power. While Li Yang was rushing to the maternity and baby store, and she and Zhang Peishi in the ward looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Peishi was wondering why her head was short, and whether the baby was hungry. And she was pondering what a breast shield was. But none of that mattered, as long as it worked. Peishi, what do you think of Li Yang? And she suddenly asked. Zhang Peishi, who had been meaning to pull on her head to see if it would grow longer, suddenly became flustered when she heard her best friend ask her that. She stuttered when she spoke. No, I don't know. You don't know? I think he's not bad. He knows how to take care of his wife and kids, that's enough. He's a good man. Yes, that's enough. Zhang Peishi nodded in agreement. Isn't that great? Li Yang is your man and the biological father of your children, so you two should get together. And she, acting as a matchmaker, started to set them up. Zhang Peishi, on the other hand, was deep in thought. She wondered if she was being unfair to Li Yang. She was an orphan, and because she had always been alone, even after she accidentally got pregnant with Li Yang's child, she didn't want to abort it. She wanted to keep it, because after all, with a child, she would have a family. For so long, she had always supported herself, and had not contacted Li Yang, for fear that he would misunderstand and think that she was using the child to hold him hostage. Now Li Yang still knows, and he has come over. Although he personally said that he wants to stay and take care of himself and the baby, she always feels a little sorry for him. Fortunately, Zhang Peishi only thinks it in her heart. If she says it out loud, Anqi will scold her as a stupid person and Li Yang will feel so much pain. How can this girl be so stupid? CC, what do you think? I'll talk to you later. Seeing this, Anchi didn't say anything more, but still felt that this was a feasible plan. So she secretly prepared to help the two of them when she got the chance. Chapter 3, First Feeding, Reward. In the maternity store, Li Yang eagerly approached a salesperson. Hello, I'd like to buy breast shield. Okay, sir, these are all the options, and the prices are a bit different. Which one would you like? I want the best one. Then I recommend this Seiki one, it's well connected and has a good texture. Great. I'll take it, and 4 of them. When Li Yang said he wanted to buy 4, the salesperson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but she didn't say anything. After all, she was selling the product and making money. Li Yang wanted to buy 4 for 2 reasons. First, to make it easier to wash and replace, and second, so that the 2 babies wouldn't cross-contaminate each other's bottles, and each could use their own bottle, which was healthier and more hygienic. After buying a few types of chewing gum, Li Yang ran back to the ward. But before he could even enter the room, he heard crying. He was so worried that he slammed the door open, nearly knocking Angel, who was standing at the door, out of the way. Hey, are you trying to kill me? No, I'm sorry. I thought the babies were crying. They belong to someone else, your 2 are sleeping soundly. Angel grimaced and rubbed her butt and waist, obviously hurt from the collision. It so happened that the nurse was also there, and after seeing Li Yang buy the breast shield, she shouted at him to go sterilize it. When he returned, the nurse shouted at him again to help undo the buttons on Zhang Peixi's shirt. Family member, undo the buttons, I can't get my hands free. Ah. Oh. Li Yang walked towards Zhang Peixi with the sterilized breast shield in his hands. And she, on the other hand, had no intention of helping. On the one hand, she wanted to matchmake the 2 of them, and on the other, her butt was naturally hurting. Li Yang moved slowly, and Zhang Peixi was also struggling, while also resentful. Why are the nipples so short? You do it. Okay. After a battle within, Zhang Peixi simply closed her eyes and didn't care anymore. Just watch, there was nothing she could do. In this way, Li Yang successfully undid the buttons on the top of the shirt of the woman in front of him, and the next thing that came into view was a patch of white and a touch of pink. Where is the pink? It goes without saying. Li Yang had read the instructions, so he also knew how to use the breast shield. And, although it was a little awkward, he managed to put it on successfully. Meanwhile, the nurse came over with the baby boy in her arms. The moment the baby's mouth touched the breast shield, he opened his mouth wide and took it in with one gulp. Then he sucked hard, and his mother's brow furrowed even more tightly. Family member, the patient definitely doesn't have enough breast milk, so you should go and prepare formula milk and feed the second child. The nurse spoke, and Li Yang nodded in agreement. With the help of Anchi, he successfully took out the prepared mother and child supplies such as formula milk bottles from under the bed. Holding the bottle, Li Yang was about to get hot water to sterilize it. During this time, a thought occurred to him, and he opened the parenting handbook rewarded by the system. To learn how to prepare formula milk. In an instant, a flood of information about the many precautions when preparing formula poured into Li Yang's mind, in great detail. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in front of his eyes, with the note proficiency. Meaning that he would receive a corresponding reward after reaching a certain level of proficiency in preparing formula? Back in the ward, Anchi was watching a video on her phone, preparing to prepare formula for their second child, but Li Yang had no intention of handing her the bottle. Li Yang, let me do it. I've watched the instructional video many times. It's okay, I'll do it. Then, to Angel's surprise, Li Yang began to do it. 40 to 50 degrees of water, 30 milliliters. Milk powder, 1 level scoop. After screwing on the lid, shake well to mix the milk powder and water thoroughly. Finally, the mixture was allowed to come to the boil and the temperature was checked. Li Yang then took a few drops of milk from the inside of his wrist and poured it into the bottle. The progress bar in front of him, which only he could see, also increased by 25%. Clearly, he had done everything correctly. No. Li Yang, how did you do that? Could it be that you have children back home? Anchi was shocked. She had to follow the short video to be sure she was doing everything correctly, for fear of messing up any step. But now, Li Yang had precisely prepared the formula milk without a single mistake, which made her think a lot of things. After all, not long ago, she was still thinking about how to get Li Yang and Zhang Peixi together. Go, don't talk nonsense. I learned it on the way to buy milk shield. Li Yang brushed it off and at the same time stopped Anchi from talking nonsense. Great, you're great. Anchi gave him a thumbs up, But what surprised her even more was what came next: feeding the baby. Li Yang, with nerves of steel, picked up the baby girl in the stroller basket. The little one didn't cry, and it looked like she was actually quite comfortable in her father's arms. The breastfeeding and burping that followed were done in one go, and it was embarrassing for Angie to watch. Zhang Peishi had consulted a lot of knowledge and videos during her entire pregnancy, and she prided herself on having learned a lot, but when it came to putting it into practice, she was daunted. In contrast, Li Yang did a very good job. Could it be that he really likes children? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Angie pinched her thigh sharply. What nonsense, how could she not like her own son and daughter? A moment later, both babies had sucked on their mother's breast and had a little formula milk. The full and happy siblings continued to sleep obediently. Li Yang returned to Zhang Peishi's side after disinfecting the breast shield and bottle and kept watch over her. Li Yang, sit down for a while and rest. Are you tired? Zhang Peishi asked in a low voice, feeling very grateful. Cici, only your husband gets tired, but your best friend doesn't? Why don't you ask me? Angie pretended to be angry and crossed her arms, but in the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of the couple actually smiling. Humph. Okay, don't be mad, have some gum. Oh yeah. You need to chew gum to relieve gas, I'll get you some. Angie, who was still angry a second ago, brought the gum and was ready to feed it to her. The next second, she opened the shell of the gum and let out a puff. Ha ha. Zhang Peishi was amused, but when she laughed, she would hold her wound, really wanting to laugh but not daring to. Angel also noticed that this chewing gum could be taken out by pulling and closing the shell. Without noticing, she had actually lifted the lid that was connected to the shell, which was really not ladylike. Cough cough, stop laughing, eat. Angel sat down embarrassedly, wishing she could crawl into the cracks of the ground. However, after this incident, the atmosphere improved a lot. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Li Yang's mind. Ding. Initial feeding completed. Reward ability, performance enhancement. Ability description: after use, the ability of items can be enhanced. Example: it can be enhanced. Li Yang was stunned by this perfunctory example, and the next second he reacted sharply. This ability is really strong. After all, if he didn't guess wrong, this ability, put simply, is turning trash into treasure? Can it be used for anything? If so, then if I touch the sun. Chapter 4, Zhang Peishi's whimsical thoughts. Peishi, do we have a name for our baby yet? In his spare time, Li Yang asked. He had heard someone say that you need to apply for a birth certificate before leaving the hospital. We picked one. Listen to it, and if it doesn't sound right, we can change it. Debao's brother is called Li Junyi, and Erbao's sister is called Li Junya. Does that sound good? Junyi and Junya, they sound really good. Li Yang couldn't stop nodding his head. Especially when he heard Anchi say that Zhang Peishi had originally planned to let the baby's surname be Li, his heart was even more moved. Peishi, thank you. Li Yang sincerely thanked her, and Zhang Peishi smiled faintly. Although her face was not looking well, she was still good looking, and even without makeup, she definitely deserved the title of most beautiful schoolflower. Ding! Babies have names, so happy. The baby's name is the host's surname, and the baby will be rewarded with 1 physical fitness enhancement. The reward has been issued, please check. Li Yang was very happy to hear the system prompt. When he picked up his daughter not long ago to feed her formula milk, the mysterious bond between them made his heart tremble. At that moment, he vowed that even if it meant more hardship for himself, he would do whatever it took to keep his baby safe. So when he heard that the system's reward was to strengthen his son and daughter's physical fitness, he couldn't be happier. Thank me? For what? Say a few more things. Zhang Peishi asked slightly playfully. I don't know if the pain relief pump worked, or if Li Yang was by her side, but she looked a lot better, and after all, she was able to joke around. Thank you for everything, don't worry, I will always be by the 3 of you, forever. Li Yang told the truth, and Zhang Peishi's heart felt sweet when she heard it. And she, on the other hand, drew back the corners of her mouth, her expression strange. She had suddenly been fed a mouthful of dog food? Hey! You guys aren't being treated like this, is this how you throw dog food? Where's the defense? Zhang Peishi argued. In this way, with Li Yang around, and she at least didn't have to worry about anything, because he could handle everything very thoughtfully and well. He even switched them to a single room. When he went out to buy milk shields, Li Yang bought some fruit and delivered it to the nurse's station as a reward. Now that they are changing wards, the nurses who have time to help have also been very helpful, otherwise Li Yang and Anchi would definitely have to make multiple trips to move things. The single room is fully equipped. There is a TV, refrigerator, and microwave, and there are even 2 beds, so that the accompanying person can have plenty of rest. Even the hallway has become much quieter, no longer so noisy. After that, there was nothing else to do, so the nurse did her routine checks, changed the dressings, and Li Yang fed the babies. Angie saw that she was no longer needed, so she had a thought and said goodbye. Shishi, I'll go home tonight, and I'll come back early in the morning. Is that okay? No problem. Go home and get some rest. You've worked hard today. Li Yang answered for Zhang Peishi, and he was truly grateful. If she hadn't called, he was afraid he would never know the truth. Zhang Peishi didn't say anything, just staring at her best friend Anchi. To be honest, she was a little overwhelmed. After all, she and Li Yang had only spent one night together, and they didn't know each other well. As she watched Anchi leave, Zhang Peishi thought to herself, it's no big deal. Even if Li Yang changes his mind and wants to go, she won't say no. In the single room, Li Yang was busy going about his business. Zhang Peishi was anxious to help, but she couldn't do anything. He had to deal with the urinary catheter, and he had to help change the new chewing gum. Li Yang didn't complain, and he even told Zhang Peishi to spit the used chewing gum directly into his hand to throw away. Li Yang, you've worked hard. Li Yang, are you tired? Li Yang. Zhang Peishi chattered away like a lark. Poor her, she was the type of person who didn't want to trouble others, and now Li Yang was taking care of her. She felt very uncomfortable, both touched and awkward. In this way, the night became completely dark. Li Junyi and Li Junyi slept soundly, very obedient and sensible, like angels who had come to repay their debt, not crying or making a fuss, and saving their father Li Yan a lot of trouble. As the time neared midnight, the nurse came less frequently, and the entire floor was very quiet, with only the sound of the shallow crying and screaming of other babies. The night was quiet, and Li Yang sat next to Zhang Peishi and chatted with her. The two of them went from laughing and chatting to imagining the future. In their conversation, Li Yang was always reassuring Zhang Peishi and putting her at ease. Zhang Peishi kept nodding her head, with a sweet smile. It was bittersweet, I think it's because she's always been facing everything on her own. Li Yang. Zhang Peishi suddenly spoke up. Ha? Help me unbutton my blouse. Okay, are you going to breastfeed? It's not time yet, is it? Li Yang was suspicious, but he still undid Zhang Peishi's top button. Even in the dark, with only a little dim light in the ward, it was not difficult to see the white skin like that of a piece of white jade. In the dark, the 2 pink spots were also clearly visible. If you're not breastfeeding, for you. As soon as these words came out, Li Yang couldn't calm down, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what it meant. Zhang Peishi's breathing was even and measured, and she explained after a moment's thought. I still feel that I have wronged you. You haven't even graduated from university yet, and you're already tied down by me and the kids. I can't bear to see it. I still stand by what I said. When the time comes, you can leave, and I won't stop you. I'm very grateful to have you here today, and I want to thank you, but I can only stay in bed now. If you want, you can touch me as a way of compensation. After saying this, Zhang Peishi's face flushed red. To be honest, she is a traditional girl. Even when buying underwear and socks during the week, she mainly chooses cotton products and does not choose stockings or lace. Now that she has acted in this way, God knows how much inner struggle she has had. There is no way, she really wants to thank Li Yang, but after thinking about it, there seems to be no other way. You. Sigh. Li Yang sighed, then closed the open hospital gown and fastened the buttons. He wasn't playing hard to get, but rather felt there was no need. Li Yang, what are you? Fool, am I that kind of person? If I do what you say, I'm not human. Li Yang had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Zhang Peishi was very beautiful and seductive, otherwise she wouldn't have been called the most beautiful school flower. But she doesn't owe you anything, does she? On the contrary, it is I who really needs to make amends. Peishi, I don't care if you believe me or not, I just want to take care of the 3 of you for the rest of my life, without any regrets. So, don't do those crazy ideas anymore, got it? Li Yang spoke in a firm tone that allowed no rebuttal. Zhang Peishi was deeply moved after hearing this, but then she felt her cheeks burn, and a light pink color spread over her fair neck. Obviously, she understood what Li Yang meant by whimsical ideas. Of course, if you insist on making amends, it's not impossible. When we go home, after you've recovered, you can make amends to me, Li Yang said jokingly. She expected Zheng Peishi to give a little snort and scold her with a curse word. Unexpectedly, she nodded as if she understood. No matter how you look at this stunningly beautiful school flower, she gives off a feeling of cuteness. Is this the most beautiful school flower at Demon Capital University? For a moment, Li Yang was even more determined to take good care of her and keep an eye on her, so as not to lose her. Chapter 5. The school flower is so cute, I can't help but want to kiss her. Peishi, let's give the babies a nickname. Li Yang suddenly said. He didn't want Zheng Peishi to continue to be embarrassed, so he had to find some topic to talk about. Luckily, their baby didn't yet have a name. Although they had already chosen a name for the baby, it would be more natural and more intimate to call the baby by its nickname in everyday life. Good. Zheng Peishi winked, which was considered a nod, and then she looked thoughtful. What should we call him? The son, Li Junyi, will be called Yi. The daughter, Li Junya, will be called Yaya. Li Yang, what do you think? Li Yang didn't expect to have it decided so quickly, and he didn't even have time to take his eyes off Zheng Peishi's pretty face. They suddenly locked eyes, and the man and woman were both a little shy. Cough, cough, the son is called Yi, and the daughter is called Yaya. That's pretty, but why are they called that? Li Yang, who had regained his composure, smiled and asked tenderly and seriously. Zheng Peishi also became much more animated, cleared her throat and explained to him. When I was pregnant, I always watched videos of other people's babies, and the babies in them were very cute, shouting ee. At that time, I was looking forward to it, looking forward to the birth of our baby. So at that time, I decided that if possible, I wanted to call my son Yi and my daughter Yaya. Am I being childish? After explaining, Zheng Peishi's face turned red. After all, no matter how you look at it, the nicknames she had given her son and daughter were both very simple and rude. Our baby. Li Yang repeated, and then shook his head very seriously. No, it's not childish, it's very good. I feel that my son and daughter will like their nicknames too. Because their nicknames contain a lot of mommy love. Well, thank you, Li Yang. Zheng Peishi muttered her thanks, feeling clearly the accommodation and tolerance of the handsome young man in front of her. It really felt good, warm and caring. Not only that, but Li Yang is also becoming more and more skilled at taking care of the baby. At the same time, Yi and Yaya are also very cooperative. They only cry a little when they are hungry, and then they quietly wait for their father to come and feed them. Although he needs to take care of two babies at the same time, Li Yang's progress is also visible to the naked eye. Zheng Peishi takes it all in and is also grateful in her heart. After all, only true love can make someone do their best. I must say, in getting to know Li Yang, Zheng Peishi's opinion of him and her feelings towards him are constantly changing. Ding dong. Li Yang, your phone is ringing. Oh, okay. After placing the sterilized milk bottle, Li Yang picked up the phone without avoiding it, and answered the call directly in front of Zheng Peishi. The caller was his roommate Lu Jiawang, who was obviously worried about why Li Yang was not returning to the dormitory so late. But on the phone, these words of concern turned into, Son, where have you been? It's so late, why aren't you back in the dorm? Be careful, your back won't be able to take it. Li Yang felt guilty too. After all, he had planned to go to the dorm party tonight, but he had a sudden emergency and couldn't make it. It was indeed an emergency, a big one. I'll explain when I get back. No way. You can't let the three of us down like that. Yes, yes. Lu Jiawang finished speaking, and the other two followed suit. Li Yang was also at a loss for words, but he was afraid of waking up Yi and Yaya, who had just fallen asleep, so he had to give in. 1 box of huazi each, that's pretty good, right? Brother Yang, you really know how to handle things. Okay, I'll hang up first. Cough, cough. When Li Yang hung up the phone, Zheng Peishi suddenly coughed softly. Although her voice was not loud, and she covered her mouth with her hand to muffle the sound, it was still picked up by the three Lu Jiawang, who had sharp ears. Wang immediately let out an exclamation of shit. And tried to pursue the matter, but the call was disconnected. For a moment, the three people left behind in room 254 were filled with disbelief. They wanted to pursue Li Yang, but they were afraid of disturbing his good thing. On the other side, Zheng Peishi also looked up apologetically. Li Yang, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back, I'm an idiot, I actually choked on your saliva. The girl apologized repeatedly, and Li Yang couldn't help but laugh after reading it. It wasn't that he found his mother's embarrassing appearance funny, but that he was laughing at her carefulness. Okay, when you face me, don't be so embarrassed. Isn't it good to be open and unrestrained? Zheng Peishi softly MM'd, while also involuntarily wondering if she hadn't just opened her chest to let Li Yang see what she had, which wasn't being unrestrained. Luckily, she was only thinking it to herself, because if Li Yang had heard her, he would have been absolutely flabbergasted. After all, what he called being unrestrained wasn't baring her breasts. Family member, remember to change the patient's clean diaper. Tomorrow morning I will remove the patient's catheter, so the family member should prepare a medical bedpan. I need to clean the patient's private parts. Okay, I got it. Li Yang nodded in response, and the nurse closed the door before turning and leaving. Then he saw Zhang Peishi's face turn red again, and it was quite a deep red. Peishi, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. Why is your face so red? It's hot, I guess. Zhang Peishi didn't say anything about changing the diaper pad, but Li Yang took note and immediately took out a clean diaper pad from the drawer. But when it was time to replace it, he had a problem. As the name suggests, a diaper pad is a pad that is placed under the body to block it. No wonder Zhang Peishi's face turned red. After all, changing the diaper pad requires lifting the quilt. And it so happened that Zhang Peishi could not wear pants for 24 hours, which meant that there was a vacuum under the quilt. So I changed it for you? Well. Zhang Peishi's voice was very soft, and she lifted one pale, lotus-like arm to cover her eyes, just like the story of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. There was no choice, Angie went back, and only Li Yang was there, so this kind of thing could only be left to him. But even so, how could she not feel ashamed when she had to let Li Yang see her without any clothes on? Even though Li Yang was telling himself not to think about it and not to look. The moment he lifted the quilt, an uncontrollable thought popped into his head: shaved off, and all. Finally, the change was complete. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi both had a few strands of hair on their foreheads. Only one was in pain, and the other was in a hurry. Until the change was complete, Zhang Peishi never let go of her arm, which kept blocking her eyes and half her face. There was no way around it, she was too embarrassed. Li Yang even saw that the girl's teeth were clenched tightly against her thin lips, leaving faint tooth marks. It was very cute. So cute that it was hard to resist giving her a kiss. Li Yang did just that. The crisp sound of a pop resounded throughout the entire hospital room. Chapter 6, Be My Wife. Zhang Peishi's eyes widened when she was kissed. As she took her hand away, she heard Li Yang's apologetic voice in her ear. I'm sorry, it was just so cute, I couldn't help myself. Zhang Peishi didn't say anything, just gave a soft and closed her eyes to get ready for sleep. Although she appeared to be calm on the surface, her heart was uncontrollably sweet. She was puzzled as to why she felt this way, but being kissed by Li Yang was a very good feeling, wasn't it? Well, it should be. Zhang Peishi felt that her first night at the hospital had gone very smoothly, and it wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. However, she also knew that it was entirely because Li Yang was there. If he wasn't there, she would have been flustered. She had slept very lightly last night, and she opened her eyes at the slightest noise. On the one hand, she was afraid of losing her bag. On the other hand, she couldn't help but want to see Li Yang and see what he was doing. When she saw his handsome profile, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but feel a moment of excitement. Especially when she saw that Li Yang helped her dispose of the urinary catheter without any disgust and wiped her forehead and neck, she was even more touched. Although the two of them had only met a handful of times since they had sex, Zhang Peishi was still a little moved that night. She even thought about it, maybe she should defy her best friend Angie and give it a go with Li Yang? Time flew and the next day arrived. 24 hours had passed since Zhang Peishi gave birth, and she had successfully passed wind. She could now follow the doctor's advice and eat some millet porridge. She had to remember that the whole day yesterday, she had only drunk a little millet soup before Angie left, which was the liquid floating on the millet porridge. Even so, Zhang Peishi didn't have much of an appetite, and if Li Yang hadn't forced her, she probably would have just pretended to eat. When Angie came, she bought millet porridge, but it was very hot. Li Yang took it directly and poured it into the rice container. After a while, it cooled down and was ready to drink. When he saw him bring a straw and stick it into the millet porridge to make it easier for Zhang Peishi to drink, Angie gave him a thumbs up. Li Yang, you're great, you've thought of everything, you're worthy of taking care of your wife, you're attentive. Angie. Zhang Peishi pouted, but Angie was unfazed, laughing and running to see the baby. Yeah. I haven't seen you all night, have you missed your auntie? In response, the two little ones in the crib didn't say a word, their wide open eyes staring innocently in one direction, as if to say, Auntie, who are you? Liang, I don't want to eat, I've no appetite. No way, you must eat. But. Eat? Wow. After a few simple lines of dialogue, Zheng Peishi gave in, her thin lips parted slightly, and she held the straw in her mouth. In this way, under Liang's coercion, a cup of millet porridge was successfully swallowed. Looking at the rice bowl with not many rice grains left, Liang couldn't help but laugh. Still saying you don't have an appetite, you've finished a bowl of millet porridge. I was forced by you. Zheng Peishi wrinkled her little nose in defense, but her tummy didn't give her face, as it rumbled a little. Okay, I also seem to feel hungry. Even so, I can't keep drinking. Let's take a break and eat again later. Seeing that Zheng Peishi was so obedient to Liang, and she became curious. Peishi, did something happen last night? Did Liang feed you some mind-altering soup? Why have you become so obedient? No. Yes, she did. Without waiting for Zheng Peishi to explain anything, and she started teasing her again. TSK, I told you, you two are perfect for each other. For the sake of the baby, and for my sake, hurry up and get together. Wait, for the sake of the baby is understandable, but why also for your sake? Zheng Peishi was puzzled, but she didn't seem to notice that, with Anchi's teasing again and again, she was almost accepting the idea of getting together with Liang. Cough cough. It's nothing, I'm just talking nonsense. Angel lightly coughed and waved her hand, without saying explicitly that Zheng Peishi and Liang really looked like a married couple, and were also very good at feeding the dog, abusing the dog. Before long, the nurse pushed the door open with the medical trolley and asked to remove the urinary catheter. Zheng Peishi blushed when she mentioned the urinary catheter. She had counted last night and knew that Liang had handled it 10 times without complaint. She couldn't help but feel a little moved. This big boy was really very gentle. After the urinary catheter is removed, it needs to be disinfected. Have you bought the bedpan? What? It needs to be disinfected? Zheng Peishi suddenly woke up. She clearly remembered what the nurse had said last night, disinfect it. Anchi, you help me. No way. The nurse rejected it flatly, and for a very good reason. Girls don't have enough strength, and it's easy to pull on the incision. The male family member comes to help. Okay. And just like that, Liang came, Anchi left, Zheng Peishi closed her eyes, and even when she got up and lifted her bottom, it didn't seem to matter that it hurt when she pulled on the wound. During this time, she watched as a whole bottle of disinfectant was poured over the mysterious area. Liang didn't have a single stray thought. After all, wouldn't it be shameless to daydream at such a critical moment? But Anchi wouldn't think like that. As soon as the nurse left, Anchi immediately started moaning. Ouch, Liang, you've seen all of our shishi, haven't you? But you have to take responsibility. Anchi, don't be ridiculous. Liang is just trying to help. Just because he's helping doesn't mean he can look at a girl's body. But, I'm not a girl anymore. Anchi's eyes widen at this, and she says, what a shock. If that's not a girl, what is it? A young woman? No, Shishi, why are you always defending Liang? Fine, he's your man, and I'm just a friend, right? No way. What's that? He's the father of the babies. I mean me. Not Liang. And Chi's eyes widened. She had only left for one night, and her best friend had already been seduced by Liang. Liang was also at a loss for words as he watched the two girls argue. However, he had also given serious consideration to what Anchi had said, or rather, he had been considering it since the beginning. After a brief moment of thought, Liang walked up to Zheng Peishi and asked sincerely. Peishi, be my wife, I will take good care of the three of you for the rest of your lives. Sigh toothache, the sweet and sour dog food is giving me toothache. But Peishi agreed to him. Agreed to him. Agreed to him. Liang, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Ming Ming, there's only one angel, but she's managed to create a romantic atmosphere. Those who know that they're in a hospital room, while those who don't think they're expressing their love on a playground. Chapter 7, Nurse, please be gentle. My son and daughter are afraid of pain. In the hospital room, Angel was creating a romantic atmosphere while giving Zheng Peishi a wide berth. In her opinion, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her best friend to miss out on. A girl bringing up 2 children on her own, that would be an unimaginable life, but with Li Yang by her side, it would be different. If Zhang Peishi agrees to Li Yang, they would have an enviable and happy family. Just thinking about it, and she wants to get high with this couple. But Zhang Peishi didn't say a word. As kind as she was, she considered a lot. Would it be a burden on Li Yang? Would it be too unfair? Peishi, you're thinking it's not fair to me, aren't you? Li Yang had long since seen through the girl's innermost thoughts. As kind as she was definitely not thinking about herself, but about someone else, that is, thinking for herself. Sure enough, Zhang Peishi nodded. Li Yang saw it in his eyes and felt it in his heart. A girl like this is worth guarding and caring for with your whole life. Of course, if outsiders knew Li Yang was thinking this, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. After all, Zhang Peishi is known as the most beautiful schoolgirl, so don't get carried away with false modesty. But that's not the case here. The two of them have a child together, 2 babies. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi are a perfect match. Seeing Li Yang's furrowed brow, she thought he was sad and couldn't bear to see Zhang Peishi sad, so she nodded for the first time, unwilling to hurt the boy in front of her. Li Yang, I promise. As soon as these words came out, both Li Yang and Enchi's eyes lit up, but Zhang Peishi still had something to say. I promise to be with you, but in the future, if you can just leave. After saying this, Zhang Peishi muttered to herself, while you are with your king, I will be your concubine for a while. In other words, as long as Li Yang is by her side, Zhang Peishi will do her best to love him. Although it is a bit presumptuous to say love right now, Li Yang's actions have still left something in her heart that she cannot erase or forget. Okay Li Yang, our Shishi has agreed, and I still have the same thing to say, you have to treat her well. I will. Li Yang nodded vigorously, and what he had been thinking after having sex with Zhang Peishi finally became a reality. He was very happy that he had found her. He was very happy that they had him their son and her their daughter. The family should take the baby to the 3rd floor for vaccination. The nurse at the door shouted at Li Yang inside. Because Zhang Peishi had agreed to his request, Li Yang's heart was stirred, and he was too preoccupied with his joy to do anything else but kiss Zhang Peishi on the forehead. I'll take the babies to get vaccinated, wait here for me to come back. Zhang Peishi nodded heavily, her heart sweetly satisfied. With Li Yang pushing the stroller out of the ward, only Zhang Peishi and Enchi were left. Enchi looked strange, her best friend has already found a boyfriend? Zhang Peishi had mixed emotions, happy and sad at the same time. She was happy that Li Yang was there, but sad for no reason. Angel, Li Yang is really a good guy. I can see it. He's sincere. Otherwise, how could he take such good care of you? At the moment, Angel can only wish Li Yang well and feel happy for her best friend. You've already found someone, no, you've already got a boyfriend. What should I say? It's all so complicated between you two. First the baby, then the relationship? That's really rare. I didn't expect it either. After saying this, Zhang Peishi tilted her head thoughtfully, and the corners of her mouth, which were sometimes raised, showed that she was very happy. On the other side, Li Yang pushed his babies to the vaccination room. There was already a long queue in front of him, but Li Yang's arrival definitely attracted attention. Everyone else was pushing a baby in a stroller, but he was pushing 2 babies. Bro, twins? Boy or girl? The person in front of him asked. Both boys and girls. Li Yang answered with a smile. Dragon and Phoenix twins. Oh yes, Dragon and Phoenix twins. Li Yang laughed again, forgetting that there was even the term Dragon and Phoenix twins. Sure enough, when they heard that they were Dragon and Phoenix twins, the surrounding fathers all let out an exclamation of surprise. After all, twins are rare, and among them, Dragon and Phoenix twins are even more rare. While waiting in line, a system prompt sounded in Li Yang's head. Because he and Zhang Peishi had established a relationship, the system generously gave a corresponding reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the heart of a beauty. Reward, a good box set for 100 years. What is this reward? A thought occurred to him, and he checked the reward, which turned out to be a box, the kind that can be opened. A light call of opened it. Congratulations, host, you have won a set of Yuan, House 1. Please confirm whether you would like to receive the reward. If you do, you can move in immediately after receiving it. If not, the reward will enter the growth period. Growth period? What does that mean? After the host completes the corresponding tasks in the future, the value of the reward will grow. The growth process of the house is as follows: house luxury villa, etc. I see. But Li Yang still chose to receive it. The reason is simple: he is just starting college in the Magic City and living in a dormitory. Now that he has a wife and child, it is definitely more convenient to be by their side. If he doesn't accept this house, he will have to rent a place, which will take time and cost money and effort. Now it's a lot easier, simple, and convenient. Congratulations, you have successfully received the keys. At the same time, Li Yang felt his pocket sink, and when he reached in to feel, he found that he had indeed been given a few extra keys and access cards. Li Yang was in a great mood. Owning his own house would be a wonderful start to giving his wife and child an excellent life. However, his good mood was about to be interrupted. As the line moved forward, Li Yang was getting closer and closer to the vaccination room, and then he heard the crying of someone else's baby. The babies who came for vaccination were all born the day before, so young and delicate that they couldn't help crying when they suddenly got 2 shots in their sleep. Although it wasn't Yi and Yaya's turn yet, Li Yang couldn't help feeling distressed. But despite his distress, Yi and Yaya were still taken out by the 2 nurses. Wow, twins, that's great. Excuse me, nurse, please be gentle, my son and daughter are afraid of pain. Li Yang stammered, and the 2 nurses also smiled and nodded when they saw his appearance. But no matter how gentle the movements are, it is still an injection, so how could the children not cry? The sister who had the injection first opened her eyes directly under the stimulus of pain, and then burst into tears, her plump little face instantly turning red. At this moment, Li Yang felt as much pain as he could feel, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, what was surprising was that the brother who was vaccinated next, that is, Yi, did not cry. Not only did he not cry, he even smiled at the nurse. Chapter 8 System, Shocked. The host actually gave the school beauty her. Yi and Yaya's reactions were completely different, and the nurse couldn't help but smile after seeing it. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, as if she wanted to tear off the roof. The boy, on the other hand, opened his eyes curiously. Although he couldn't see clearly yet, it didn't stop him from observing this strange world. On the contrary, the arm that had received the 2 shots of vaccine seemed to have become less important. Even so, Li Yang was heartbroken. After all, they were his children, and the shots felt like they were being stuck in his chest. Finally, after the vaccinations were over and he had settled his son and daughter, Li Yang turned around and left, never wanting to stay there again. Fortunately, Yaya only stopped crying after a while, otherwise, if someone didn't know any better, they might think that the 2 siblings were stolen dolls when they were pushed back. When Li Yang returned to the ward with Yi and Yaya, at first glance, he couldn't see Zhang Peishi at all. Upon closer inspection, he saw that she had actually gotten up and was walking. Peishi! Li Yang exclaimed, stopping the stroller and walking quickly over. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Zhang Peishi gave a faint smile. Although her wounds were a bit painful because she was standing on the ground, Li Yang's gaze seemed to have an analgesic effect. Don't worry, I'm fine. The doctor told me to walk on the ground, saying that it would help my intestines move. You see, I'm fine. Zhang Peishi put on a show of being relaxed, but the occasional furrowed brow showed that she wasn't really relaxed. Come, I'll walk with you, slowly. Okay. On the side, Anchi was speechless. This rainbow-flavored dog food really just wouldn't end. Where should we go? Let's just walk around the room. I want to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'll walk you there. It's quite convenient that the balconies in both multi-bed and single rooms have toilets. Accompanied by Li Yang, Zhang Peishi took more than 10 minutes to cover the short distance. However, as soon as she had entered, she called out to Li Yang. Li Yang. Yes, I'm here. What's wrong? Can you come in? Zhang Peishi stood upright in front of the toilet with the help of her loose hospital gown. The reason she called out to Li Yang was because she didn't think she could go to the toilet alone with her own strength. At the very least, she couldn't take off her pants by herself. Although she could have called out to Anchi, she was just a little girl and didn't have much strength in her body. If she fainted later, the 2 of them would have to fall to the ground together. Li Yang nodded in response, but hesitated when he pushed the door open. Is this appropriate? But he didn't think much of it, and simply walked in. At the same time, he was a little happy in his heart. This was a good sign that Zhang Peishi really treated him like a lover. As Li Yang walked into the balcony, and she hurriedly tiptoed over to see what was going on. But alas, the bathroom glass has been treated and is opaque. Angie was disappointed and thought she would be able to see something romantic happening between her best friend and Li Yang. What do you want me to do? Help me with my pants first. They're around my ankles. Zhang Peishi said in a small voice, and she couldn't help but lower her head slightly. Although the two had established a relationship, she still felt shy. Li Yang was the same, but he could see the other person's embarrassment, so he spoke softly to comfort her while helping her take off her pants. As the hospital gown pants slid down to her ankles, a pair of straight, slender, white and smooth legs appeared before his eyes. Although Li Yang turned his head away, he could still see clearly in the corner of his eye. Not to mention that he would need to help Zhang Peishi sit down later. Zhang Peishi is tall and a proper beauty, with her full head of hair falling over her shoulders, adding a touch of delicate beauty to her whole person. Afterwards, Li Yang began to act as a pillar, and Zhang Peishi helped him slowly sit on the toilet. It was clearly a simple action, but it took the two of them several minutes. Should I go out first? Li Yang asked after they were finished. No need, I don't know if there is any yet. If there isn't, I'll have to go out. Okay. Zhang Peishi muttered softly, her hands intertwined in front of her, looking cute and touching. In the end, just as she had expected, it didn't work out, but the next problem was definitely not just pulling up her pants, but also changing the paper. Despite her shyness, Zhang Peishi gritted her teeth and brought a stack of paper napkins and folded them into the shape of a large sanitary napkin, then spoke. Li Yang, I'm going to trouble you again. It's no trouble. Do you need help with your pants? No, this is for you. Li Yang was stunned when he saw the large sanitary napkin Zhang Peishi handed him. I can't change it myself. I have a wound. Oh. Li Yang suddenly realized that she wanted him to help her change the sanitary napkin. He wanted to ask if it was comfortable, but then thought that there was no other way, so he tiptoed up to her. You see, not to mention changing for a girl, he has never even bought one before. But then he thought, the two of them even have a child together, so there's nothing impossible. Is that so? That's right. Li Yang groped by feel, and fortunately got it right. It's just that Zhang Peishi was trembling there, and he was nervous here, so if he wasn't careful, he would touch the private parts. Zhang Peishi didn't feel anything because of the pain from her wound, but Li Yang actually apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to touch you there. Where? Well. Zhang Peishi puffed up her cheeks, clearly not feeling anything. You're so good, you just said it out loud. It's embarrassing just thinking about it. Humph. I really want to bite you. Forget it, just stand still and let me help. Okay, you help yourself. After these words, Li Yang's forehead darkened, and he really didn't want to drive. Fortunately, Zhang Peishi was incredibly simple and couldn't understand, otherwise he really should have bitten him. In this way, Zhang Peishi wrapped her arms around Li Yang's neck, clenched her fists, blushed, and with all her strength, she finally managed to stand up. When she saw the worry on Li Yang's face, a gentle expression also appeared on the face of this beautiful schoolflower. Later, she couldn't hold back anymore and gently kissed his cheek. This kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Although it was light, it was incredibly clear. As Li Yang turned his head, Zhang Peishi angrily said, "What are you looking at?" At you. Saying this, Li Yang tilted his head forward and directly took a bite of Zhang Peishi's lips. You can kiss back. Li Yang laughed. Zhang Peishi rolled her eyes at this, snorted lightly, and suddenly became charming. It had to be said that the relationship between the two of them was progressing very quickly. Shock. The host has completed the achievement of changing the sanitary napkin. Reward Pill 1. Consumption by the host's lover can accelerate the recovery of physical fitness. This is really a good thing. But what the hell is the name of this achievement? Who would believe that it wasn't meant to be a spoof? Chapter 9. Zhang Peishi cried out for her husband in pain from her physiological breast engorgement. Back in bed, Li Yang took out the system reward pill. It really was a pill, very large, twice the size of the anal gin he had taken as a child. If he swallowed it in one go, it would be impossible. Zhang Peishi couldn't help but marvel at the pill. It's so big. Cough cough, the nurse gave me this medicine, just one pill, let me break it into smaller pieces and feed it to you. MMHM. Even though it was broken into 4 pieces and she took one small piece at a time, Zhang Peishi still choked. There was nothing she could do about it, her throat was too narrow. Li Yang deeply understood this. That night, cough cough. I'm so tired, Li Yang, I want to sleep for a while. Sleep, I'm here. MMHM. After going to the bathroom, Zhang Peishi was almost exhausted. Even though she had taken the system-rewarded pills, it still took time to recover. Fine sweat trickled down her white forehead, and she was panting softly, breathing like a lily. She looked delicate and beautiful. She didn't even bother to say a few words to Anqi and Li Yang when she returned to the bed, and Zhang Peishi fell asleep with her head tilted. Alas, it is said that giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell. Before pregnancy, she exercised every day by running, and her physical fitness was excellent. Now, she is so weak that she looks nothing like her old self. Angie said with a saddened look. Li Yang agreed with this statement, but he still couldn't help but think, if even the school beauty doesn't look like herself, then what about the other girls? Wouldn't they want to dig a hole and bury themselves? Li Yang, you have to treat Shishi well. I will. Li Yang laughed silently. And she had said this hundreds of times, if not 100 times. Was she really that worried about his character? But this was a good thing. After all, it showed that she really cared about Peishi. You don't need many good girlfriends, just one is enough. For Zhang Peishi, this was a blessing. The second day at the hospital also went well. Both Zhang Peishi and Yi Enyaya slept a lot and woke up little. Li Yang was also very capable. He became more and more skilled at changing diapers and preparing formula for feeding, although it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say he had mastered the skills, but it was definitely no problem for him to do it with ease. In the blink of an eye, it was dark, and she had just left. She had gone home last night to try to matchmake Li Yang with Zhang Peishi. She went home tonight because she really had something to do at home and had no choice but to go back. Before leaving, she told Peishi that she would bring an extra quilt when she came tomorrow and would not leave at night. Although she said she didn't need it, she definitely would do what she said because of her nature, and Zhang Peishi did not refuse again. In the hospital bed, Zhang Peishi and Li Yang talked and laughed, and their relationship had become much closer. Li Yang even joked with Zhang Peishi, asking her to call him husband. Although she never did, Zhang Peishi didn't object. On the contrary, when this subject was mentioned, she would blush, get angry, and wrinkle her nose. This was a big improvement. After all, Li Yang had seen her body, touched her, and she had given him 2 children. For Zhang Peishi, who is traditionally minded, this is tantamount to accepting this man. Although she is still reluctant to call him husband, when Li Yang is not around, in front of the nurses, she will still call him my husband. Even Angel, after hearing this, will stare with wide eyes, feeling that the two are progressing by the billions of points. Zhang Peishi is weak in health, so most of the time, she listens while Li Yang talks. Whether it was about family matters or things that happened at school, she would listen quietly and patiently. Sometimes, she would become so engrossed in the conversation that she would become a little ethereal, and it was incredibly beautiful. However, just then, Zhang Peishi suddenly furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Li Yang was anxious. It's nothing, I just feel like my chest is swollen and a little painful. Zhang Peishi shook her head, reached out and felt her chest, and then continued. Li Yang, look, is it swollen and bigger here? Looking where Zhang Peishi was pointing, Li Yang noticed that it was indeed swollen and bigger, and something was wrong. Plus, Zhang Peishi was in a lot of pain, so he simply pressed the call button. Zhang Peishi, what's wrong? The nurse answered immediately. Hello, our breasts are swollen, please come and have a look. Li Yang said anxiously. Okay, I'll be right there. In a short while, the nurse on duty arrived. When she unbuttoned the shirt and saw the swollen breast, she also frowned. It was physiological breast engorgement. What should be done? Is there a breast pump? No, there isn't. Zhang Peishi answered with pain. She knew what a breast pump was, but didn't think she would need one in the hospital, so she didn't buy one, thinking she would buy one when she got home. Unexpectedly, the nurse actually needs it now. Why didn't you prepare a breast pump? Family member, hurry and go to the maternity store and buy one. Okay, I'll go right now. Also, buy some potatoes and bring them back, you need them to reduce the swelling, the nurse added. Okay, I'll remember. Li Yang didn't dare to linger for a moment, and ran back in just a few minutes. Fortunately, he had observed the displays in nearby stores during his previous trips out, and knew where there were fruit and vegetable stores, otherwise buying potatoes would have stumped him. When Li Yang returned, he heard Zhang Peishi crying bitterly behind the curtain as soon as he opened the door. He ran up to the bed and realized that the nurse was helping to relieve the milk. The nurse's breasts were normally as white as jade, but at the moment they were pink from the massage, and it was obvious that the nurse was using a lot of strength. You have to understand that no matter how much Zhang Peixi's cesarean section won't hurt, she would only let out a soft But now the pain was so great that she was crying out, regardless of her appearance, which made Li Yang feel heartbroken. Oh! It hurts so much, oh! Zhang Peixi clenched her lips tightly, her voice choking with sobs. With every blink of her eyes, strings of tears rolled down her face. If it were normal, she would be embarrassed to be seen opening her heart to Li Yang, but she couldn't care about being embarrassed at the moment. The pain from the external massage and the pain from the swelling inside were working together, and under the double pain, she really felt like death was better than life. It was swollen too badly, and it had to be unblocked. Zhang Peixi, bear with it a little longer. Zhang Peixi muttered, not daring to speak out loud, because she would lose heart, and if she lost heart, she wouldn't know how to persevere. Li Yang, oh! Husband! Oh! Zhang Peixi cried out helplessly, calling Li Yang husband over and over again, and Li Yang's heart broke into pieces. Finally, after half an hour, the nurse finished the massage, and all three were exhausted from the massage. But they didn't expect it to be over. After attaching the breast pump, the nurse called Li Yang over and began to explain, speaking sternly. You must pump both sides tonight. Look, the secondary breast is swollen, which is very dangerous. If it causes a fever, it will be even more dangerous. Li Yang listened carefully, afraid of missing a word. But he never imagined that the problem was with the breast pump he bought. Hey! Why is this breast pump so useless? The nurse looked speechless. Although this breast pump makes a loud noise, the suction power is not strong at all. It can't even suck out breast milk, let alone farts. Chapter 10, Since the baby won't suck, the family will. Li Yang, what the hell? After fiddling with it for a long time, each side was sucked for 10 minutes, but the result was only 6 drops? One of the drops didn't even fall into the bottle, but onto the floor. Family member, this breast pump is not easy to use, or rather, it's useless. Alas, I visited 3 stores and this is the only one available. Li Yang also looks helpless. Just as he was about to check online or go to a maternity store further away, the nurse spoke up. There's nothing we can do. Since we can't rely on the breast pump, we can only count on you and the children. Luckily, you have twins. When the babies wake up, you and your wife should let them take turns breastfeeding and try to keep it up. If anything happens, just call me, don't mind the trouble, I'll be here all night. Okay, I'll remember that. After the nurse left, Li Yang hurriedly came to Zhang Peixi's side, wanting to help her button up her shirt. It was cold at night, and he was afraid that she would be embarrassed. However, Zhang Peixi shook her head and held Li Yang's hand. No need to button it up. And Yaya will wake up in a little while. Hurry up and let them eat. It hurts so much, ouch. It was clear that Zhang Peixi was in pain, and although the nurse's breast massage was painful, she could also clearly feel the swelling being relieved. But the nurse had only been gone for a few minutes, and the swelling was back. Fortunately, and Yaya were very understanding, and the 2 siblings woke up one after the other. Don't be afraid, I'll go hold them. The nurse said that they are more effective than the breast pump. Zhang Peixi looks like a delicate goddess, and anyone who sees her can't help but feel a pang of tenderness. Just as Li Yang was about to go and hold his son and daughter and call them over to breastfeed, Zhang Peixi suddenly held him back. Honey, thank you, it's so good to have you. This time, Zhang Peixi sincerely called out those words, and she truly felt the importance of Li Yang. Although they haven't spent much time together, Zhang Peixi has seen Li Yang's dedication. It was said that it would take time to fully accept each other. But taking advantage of the physical discomfort of breast milk production, Zhang Peixi directly and fully accepted Li Yang. Whether it's calling him husband or anything else, it's all a matter of course. At this moment in Zhang Peixi's mind, Li Yang is her lover, the father of her children, and her man. No matter who comes, this cannot be changed. In fact, from the very beginning, Zhang Peixi had been thinking that she would have to thank Li Yang properly when the time came. Now she was simply giving herself completely to him. This was a good thing, a happy thing. At least Li Yang thought so. Although Zhang Peixi's sudden revelation was cause for joy and surprise, Li Yang's thoughts were now entirely on her breasts. As long as it could help Zhang Peixi relieve her pain and solve the problem of physiological milk production, he would do anything. I love you too, but for now, let Yaya breastfeed. It's important to relieve the swelling. Okay. Zhang Peixi is completely at the mercy of Li Yang, and for a moment, she feels very relaxed. You have to understand that ever since she got pregnant, she has done everything on her own, even coming to the hospital alone with her maternity bag. No wonder Angie keeps telling Li Yang to treat her well, such a girl is really heartbreaking. Li Yang first took Yaya in his arms. This is not to say that he is a girly man who favors his daughter over his son, but rather that he has considered the situation comprehensively. You have to know that his younger sister Yaya's cries are very shrill and she cries more easily, at least compared to her older brother Yi. Even when Yi wakes up, he rarely cries, but just quietly waits for his father to feed him. Yaya is different. When she wakes up, she cries, no matter what. She cries twice first, and then she says. Does this also apply to the saying, babies who cry get milk? When Li Yang brought Yaya home, Zheng Peishi had already installed the breast shield. The shield's head is still short, so she has to use it. When Yaya's mouth touches the breast shield, the little one opens her mouth directly and sucks in, very quickly and eagerly, as if she is starving. But things didn't go as planned. Yaya is impatient. After a few unsuccessful attempts to suckle, the little one became unhappy. Although she didn't cry her head off, she definitely refused to suckle on the shield again. And in doing so, she was unable to relieve the swelling in her mother's breast. Li Yang was at a loss. Fortunately, Yaya didn't continue to cry, so after putting it back in, he could only change another baby. You must try harder and try to get some of your mother's breast milk. Pa. Answered his old father, but he answered with a fart? Rascal, cheeky. Li Yang laughed in silence, then picked up and, with the nipple in his mouth, the little one really sucked hard. But it also tortured Zheng Peishi. After the physiological milk production, and after the nurse's half-hour massage, and after the inferior breast pump's 20-minute random sucking, Zheng Peishi's breasts were indeed tortured. The reason why Li Yang was not allowed to help with the buttons just now was because it hurt so much just to touch them. Now is sucking, and in an instant, Zheng Peishi understands one thing. No wonder people like to say, with all their might, it turns out that breastfeeding is so hard. Is easier to use than Yaya. After the little one has sucked for a while, he makes a gulp sound, which means he has breastfed and knows that he has breast milk, but it is difficult to relieve the urgent need. It was hard to imagine that Zheng Peishi's already not small breasts had actually grown a size that night. Although they were swollen, that was the truth, they had indeed grown. After a few bites, refused to eat anymore, and the same was true of Yaya. Could it be that both babies were useless? Silly, if it hurts, just bite me. If you bite and hurt me, it will hurt me too, you idiot. Li Yang was heartbroken and immediately offered his arm. Zheng Peishi shook her head and smiled weakly. There was a sense of sadness in her smile. The nurse on duty tonight was also very responsible. She couldn't rest easy about Zheng Peishi, so after dealing with other patients, she hurried back. Family member, how is it? Has the baby produced breast milk yet? He ate it, but not much. What should the nurse do? My wife is still very swollen. Li Yang couldn't care less, and he shouted out, my wife. Don't worry, let me take a look. After examining the baby, the nurse looked even more serious. No, you still need to pump. The breast pump isn't working, and the baby isn't sucking properly, so the only option is for the family to come. The family to come? Li Yang was shocked. What did she mean? Yes, you need to pump. You are stronger than the breast pump, so since the baby isn't sucking, you need to do it. The nurse repeated herself, meaning that Li Yang hadn't heard her wrong. But he was a man, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pump, would it? Chapter 11, What's Yang doing? Li Yang, I'm helping the school beauty. Big help. This is not appropriate, Li Yang said awkwardly. Instead, the nurse looked completely unperturbed and repeated herself in a serious tone. I'm not joking, in a moment, oh no. Immediately, otherwise the patient may have a fever at night, and that would be trouble. I'll come back in a moment to take your temperature. Li Yang watched the nurse leave, and no matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem to be joking. Although the room was now just filled with Li Yang, Zheng Peishi, and the two babies, who were too young to understand what was going on, Li Yang still couldn't make up his mind. There was no way around it. The baby won't eat if dad doesn't come scenario had only been on TikTok before. Now he had to put it into practice for real, and that was a real dilemma for Li Yang. But the nurse's words still echoed in his ears, Peishi might get a fever, and fevers were very troublesome. Thinking about this, Li Yang gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. She startled the baby in the crib. Ahem. Peishi, what do you think? I'm in Phuket. Zhang Peishi muttered, then shrunk her head. If she had a quilt, she would probably cover her head with it. She had never encountered anything like this before, not even on TikTok or in the local mother and baby group. It's understandable, how could she share such a thing with outsiders? The stalemate continued, but the swelling persisted. Although she was very embarrassed and couldn't bring herself to do it, the pain surged directly to her brain, and this made Zhang Peishi unable to care about so many things. If her physical strength allowed, she even wanted to drag Liang over and let him suck. Zhang Peishi, who was in excruciating pain, could not care about being shy. Her eyes were red as she clenched her fists and finally whispered, "Help me, Liang." Listen to the nurse. I'm in so much pain. Oh. Don't cry. I'll help. I'll help right now. Zhang Peishi's tearful face pierced Liang's heart and made him realize that this was not the time to be sentimental. So he walked over. But when he thought about the fact that this was supposed to belong to his son and daughter, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Since confirming their relationship, Zhang Peishi has recognized Liang. Although she was a little embarrassed just now, the intense pain pierced through that barrier, not to mention the fact that she could now feel her breasts getting heavy enough to suppress her breathing. Since then, Zhang Peishi didn't care about anything, and she didn't want to think about anything else. She just wanted to stop suffering and stop swelling, otherwise she really wanted to cry. Oh no. Seeing Zhang Peishi in so much pain, Liang no longer walked over to her with pretensions. During this time, Liang had more than once pondered how a baby breastfeeds, but in the end, she discovered that a baby's ability to breastfeed comes naturally with them and will fade with time. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. Not to mention being able to help Zhang Peishi, Liang was flustered for more than half an hour, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that it seemed like he hadn't helped at all. Instead, Zhang Peishi's knitted brows eased a little, and her pale face flushed a little, as if she had some relief. My dear, you've worked hard. The sound of her husband's name from the beautiful schoolgirl was incredibly powerful, and it seemed to have inspired Liang's fighting spirit. He was also happy that he had really been able to help Zhang Peishi. How do you feel? Much better. Zhang Peishi had a pouty mouth and furrowed brows because she was in pain, and tears were in her beautiful eyes and a blush was floating on her cheeks. Phew, that's good. I'll take a break and continue later. Honey, you've worked hard. Zhang Peishi called out honey without any psychological pressure. To be honest, her heart was already full of gratitude for Liang. You have to know that when your breasts are engorged, you really want to faint, but the pain prevents you from doing so. It really is as difficult as it sounds. Hearing the beautiful schoolgirl in front of him call him husband sweetly, Liang's heart really melted, and he went along with the flow and changed his words directly. Daughter-in-law, don't be polite. Sure enough, the word daughter-in-law made Zhang Peishi feel shy. After all, she never expected that she and Liang could get to this point. But now, doesn't it feel pretty good? Anyway, it makes me feel warm and at ease. Thinking about this, Zhang Peishi called out a few more times. Honey. 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 Hey, hey, hey. Liang answered in unison. At this moment, the two were like a couple in love. A loving address could make the two happy. After a short break, Liang was about to start the second round when the nurse arrived unexpectedly. This time, she was not alone, but was accompanied by another older woman, who was the head nurse on duty that night. Head nurse, this patient is suffering from severe physiological milk production. Please help. The baby is not cooperating, and the family has already helped to alleviate the situation. The family has helped to alleviate the situation? Yes. Okay. The conversation between the two was completely carried out in front of Liang, and he also noticed that when the head nurse heard the words "the family sucked," she obviously flinched. Although she didn't say much, it was as if she had said everything. Even Liang, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed. Fortunately, he also knew the gravity of the situation and understood that Zhang Peishi couldn't wait, and that he only wanted to make his daughter-in-law feel a little more comfortable. The nurse and head nurse inspected the two sides of the bed separately. Watching the nurse squeeze and the head nurse pinch, breast milk flowed out with each movement. Liang really wanted to ask them how they did it. You see, he had been busy for more than an hour and still hadn't achieved the same result as the two nurses in front of him. He had thought that his efforts would be in vain and that he would need to make adjustments, but he never imagined that the nurses would actually recognize his efforts. Not bad. It's eased up a lot. The family can continue. The head nurse also agreed, adding, The family will have to work harder tonight, and they will still need your help, otherwise there is still a possibility of causing a fever. Li Yang licked his swollen lips at this news, nodded, and said, "What's there to say? Let's do it." It wasn't until the nurse had left that Li Yang felt comfortable coming back again. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that today was not destined to be an easy day. But before he could get ready, his phone rang. It was his roommate Lu Jiawang again. After the three roommates had finished playing games, they realized that it was getting late, but their roommate Yang had not yet returned. They were a little worried, so they called again to ask what had happened. "Brother Yang, what's going on? Have you been tricked into going to northern Burma? Beware of having your kidneys drained." Li Yang scolded with a smile. But when his roommate Lu Jiawang asked what he was doing, he also didn't know how to explain for a while. Accompanying his wife in the hospital? Who would believe that? But the truth is far more explosive than that. Because his so-called wife is still the school beauty queen. Chapter 12, I can't explain it, but I can make money anyway? We were relieved that the phone was still connected. We hadn't seen Yang for 2 days and wondered where he had gone. Lu Jiawang was telling the truth. They were all a little worried that Li Yang hadn't returned to the dormitory for a few days. After all, there had been a lot of hot searches for scams in Myanmar during this period. Li Yang felt warm in his heart when he sensed the concern of his friends, but despite being touched, he still didn't know how to explain what had happened. "It's a bit complicated, we need to meet and talk." "Ha?" Lu Jiawang was not giving up, and then he added, with a sudden realization, "Brother Yang, you didn't by any chance get someone pregnant, did you?" Li Yang looked at his phone to make sure it was a voice call, not a video call. How did he guess? Cough, it's more or less right, but no, forget it, I'll hang up and talk about it when I get back. Without waiting for Lu Jiawang, whose face was full of shock, to ask anything, Li Yang hung up the phone unilaterally. After all, he didn't want Lu Jiawang to keep guessing, and the guy was kind of right. "Li Yang, is there something wrong? You can let Anchi keep me company tomorrow, you just go about your business." "No, I won't feel at ease if I'm not by your side." "But don't you have class?" Someone answered for me, and after that, Li Yang smiled, and he could only rely on the three of them. "Okay, don't think about it too much. Close your eyes for a while and I'll continue." "Mm-hmm." Zheng Peishi nodded and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes looked like a fan of reeds. The whole person was quiet and beautiful after calming down. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't sleep because Li Yang's suction was sometimes very strong and it hurt. The night was particularly difficult. Li Yang's mouth was dry and his tongue was numb from sucking. Fortunately, Zheng Peishi fell asleep, which meant that her milk supply was not as high as before. During this period, the night nurse came several times to check her temperature. Zheng Peishi, who was tortured by physiological milk production, slept soundly, and Li Yang had to do things like hold the thermometer. In this way, the beautiful schoolgirl's clean armpits were seen and caressed by Li Yang. With no privacy at all. But after all, they are boyfriend and girlfriend, so what's the big deal? Zheng Peishi's temperature remained stable throughout the night and she did not develop a fever. Li Yang also received the nurse's permission to take a break, otherwise he really would have to wear an oxygen tank. As soon as he settled Yi and Ya, who had just finished their night feed, a system prompt sounded in Li Yang's head. Perfect. Congratulations to the host Hushi for completing the milk-sucking task. Upon hearing this prompt, Li Yang's forehead suddenly turned black. Although it was congratulatory, the tone was just not right. And it was even the completion of a task. Did that mean that sucking Peishi's breast milk was a task requirement? And last time it was shocked, this time it was absolutely amazing. Could it be that the system was born from the UC shock department? Speechless as he was, Li Yang still went to the rewards column to see what rewards there would be. Ding dong mission reward, 800W investment funds. The next second, a text message came to the phone. While the screen was off, Li Yang finished reading the text message. 8 million yuan has been deposited into Longhua Bank. Ding dong investment funds can be used for daily consumption, but when investment funds are used to make a profit, a double reward will be obtained. The system is very considerate and explains things clearly. But the prompt tone did not end. Due to the host's breastfeeding exceeding the task, a bonus attack is rewarded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Vision Eye. Snobbish Eye? Vision Eye. When used, the host can see the value trend of the item. Afterwards, under the guidance of the system, Li Yang set his sights on an apple on the bedside table. In an instant, words appeared before his eyes. Item name, red apple. Item value, 5. 1 minute later, item value, 0. 0? Li Yang's heart stirred and he picked up the apple. He ate it in 3 bites and cleaned up the mess, leaving only the core. Then he used the visualizer to check again, and sure enough, the item value had changed, becoming 0. After figuring out how to use the system reward this time, Li Yang fell into deep thought. If he had this ability, why couldn't he make money to support his family? And the first thing Li Yang thought of was Bitcoin. It was very popular in his class to buy and sell Bitcoin to make a profit these days, and many of his classmates were doing it. Although it is a simple game of buying low and selling high, it is still possible to make a profit. Now that he has mastered the ability to predict the value of an item, doesn't that mean he can dominate the market? Without further ado, Li Yang opened the app on his phone that was used to trade bitcoins, and looking at the red and green K-line chart on the screen of his phone was like seeing wealth. Item name, Bitcoin BTC. Item value, 266,820.00. Value after 1 minute, 265,399.00. Value after 10 minutes, 270,000.00. Sure enough, it worked. And because the market fluctuates, Li Yang saw more information this time. In other words, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself, just follow the system prompts and buy, that's enough. The price will drop after 1 minute and rise after 10 minutes. Sell then, and you can make a profit. After opening the mobile computer and doing some calculations, he found that 8 million yuan could buy 30.14 bitcoins, which could be sold 10 minutes later for 270,000 yuan, making a profit of 130,000 yuan. With the double reward, that would be 260,000 yuan. Such a way of making a profit could really be called the ceiling of the fleecing industry. After looking at his chubby son and daughter in the crib and then at Zheng Peishi, who was sleeping like a princess, Li Yang directly invested 8 million. Just as he had hoped, everything went smoothly. The transaction was completed in about 10 minutes. Because the market price fluctuated and it took time to sell, as well as a price gradient, Li Yang ultimately made a profit of 253,322. Just this one operation made more than 200,000 yuan, which is simply not an exaggeration. Just as Li Yang was preparing to make another wave of transactions with his vision, a message came from WeChat. When he opened it, there were 4 messages from people adding him as a friend, with the note, Gold Customer Service of XXX Exchange. After agreeing to the request, the 4 people added Li Yang to a group chat, full of praise and respect in their words. Although they claimed to be there to help with withdrawals and deposits, as well as to solve other problems, Li Yang didn't quite believe them. He was more convinced that these people had been sent by the exchange to monitor him. He thought that his almost perfect operation had attracted their attention. This reminded Li Yang that although it was enjoyable to reap the benefits, one should also be careful and moderate, otherwise it would not be worthwhile to give back the principal and interest. Therefore, Li Yang gave up the idea of another wave of operations, and instead bought and sold at random without relying on visual profit. Originally, he planned to confuse the market maker exchange. Unexpectedly, today's luck is so good that I can make a profit just by buying and selling randomly? As he watched more and more small amounts of money, Li Yang fell into deep thought. This is great, it's even more impossible to explain. P.S. Some people can't see. Chapter 13, Lift the quilt and stick potato chips on it. No more fleecing, and no more divorce. Without waiting for the secretary's compliments, Li Yang got up and lifted the quilt off Zheng Peishi. For a moment, the beautiful school flower's proud assets were on full display, while the school flower was sleeping with her eyes closed. The occasional grunting sound made people feel like she was a little kitten. Li Yang wasn't being a pervert, he was checking her health. He had to admit that sucking worked very well, and even though he was not a professional, he could tell at that moment that the swelling had reduced a lot. In fact, it could be seen from the fact that Zheng Peishi could sleep peacefully and steadily that if it had been swollen and painful all the time, she would definitely not have been able to sleep. Without greedily looking at it anymore, Li Yang helped Zheng Peishi cover up and then looked at Yi and Yaya in the crib before turning and going out onto the balcony. Zheng Peishi woke up when Li Yang lifted the quilt, but she didn't open her eyes, instead she was curious about what Li Yang was going to do. When she saw that Li Yang just checked her and didn't do anything else, the emotions in the heart of this school beauty became a little complicated. Even if Li Yang pinched and touched her a little while ago, her heart would have felt better, and the reason she thought this was because she felt like she was bothering him too much. It was Li Yang who had been taking care of her day and night. If she could, she really wanted to thank him and make it up to him. In a moment, Li Yang came out of the balcony. Zhang Peishi, who had closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, suddenly felt the quilt being lifted again. She couldn't help but feel happy, no, shocked. However, what followed was cold. It was so cold that she couldn't help but open her eyes. Li Yang? I'm here, don't move. The nurse said that potato slices stuck to the bear can reduce the swelling. Wow. Zhang Peishi obediently did not move, but her little hand under the quilt tightly clutched the bedsheet. Because it was cold, and because Li Yang's hand was roaming over her chest, she was embarrassed. Finally, the thin potato slices were all applied, and for a while, she felt much better. Feeling that the pair on her chest finally no longer pressed against her, Zhang Peishi suddenly felt much more relaxed. In a good mood, she couldn't help but open her little hand towards Li Yang. What's wrong? Li Yang asked softly. And the beautiful school flower also spoke sweetly. Hug. She said, pouting her lips, looking beautiful and cute. Okay, hug. Li Yang laughed silently, but still leaned forward and gave her a gentle hug. Only in his heart did he laugh, because it turned out that the beautiful school flower was not aloof, but on the contrary, very cute, very rare, and very attractive, and he couldn't help but want to protect her. Time flew and it was the next day. When Zhang Peishi woke up dazed, she saw Li Yang tinkering with the breast pump that had received poor reviews from the two of them. Li Yang, what are you doing? Zhang Peishi asked, her voice sweet. She might not have noticed, but after spending a few days together, she seemed to have become unable to live without Li Yang. It was so warm and reassuring to wake up in the morning and see Li Yang by her side. I've been tinkering with the breast pump, and it seems to be working. If you feel any more swelling later, let's give it a try. Okay. To be honest, every time he sees this breast pump, Li Yang wants to scream that it's rubbish. The reason he said to Zhang Peishi that it seems to work is because he forgot about one thing. Previously, the system rewarded him with an ability, performance enhancement, which is the ability that can transform the 6-second man into Night 7. Similarly, this ability can naturally enhance this rubbish breast pump, right? Thinking about it this way, Li Yang tried it and found that it really works. The value of the completed milk pump has increased several times. When he said that the milk pump should be able to be used, Li Yang looked apologetic. He really wanted to say that he had really forgotten about this ability, and it wasn't just to satisfy his own ego. When Zhang Peishi heard that the milk pump should be able to be used, she also had a moment of doubt in her heart. Did he do it on purpose? Fortunately, the two of them had a tacit understanding, and neither of them wanted to break the ice. Otherwise, Li Yang would have to make up an excuse again. In the morning, she came over with breakfast. While Li Yang went out onto the balcony to help Zhang Peishi cool the hot porridge, and she started gossiping. In her opinion, something definitely happened between the two of them after not seeing each other for a whole night. No matter what happened, as a single woman since birth, she would definitely dig deeper and gossip about it. As it turned out, she was right. A lot did happen. Physiological breast engorgement can be said, and so can a nurse's massage to stimulate milk production. But the family member Li Yang sucking the milk, he would never say it. Otherwise, Anchi would definitely tease her all day long. In the morning, the nurse came to inform them that Li Yang should take the two babies to the bathroom. The hospital's planning for the mother and babies was very thoughtful, and it was enough to just listen to the nurse's arrangements. Li Yang said hello to the two girls and then pushed the stroller out. The two best friends in the ward chatted with each other, laughing and joking. During this time, Zhang Peishi felt her breast swell again, so she took out the breast pump and used it as Li Yang had taught her. Sure enough, she soon had some breast milk extracted, not much, but it was better than nothing. Anchi was sitting nearby, feeling very novel, but when she saw Zhang Peishi, who was baring her breasts, she suddenly let out a oops. Ew. What's wrong? You scared me. Zhang Peishi pouted in dissatisfaction. She had just been trying to decide whether the breast pump or Li Yang was doing a better job, but her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by her best friend. Peishi, when Li Yang was here, how did you use the breast pump? Did you use it right in front of him? Weren't you embarrassed? Weren't you embarrassed? If all of this is embarrassing, I might as well just buy a block of tofu and crash my car into it. There are just so many embarrassing things to do. Zhang Peishi rolled her eyes, muttered under her breath, and then let Anchi tease her some more without flinching. It seemed that after confirming her relationship with Li Yang, she had become quite thick-skinned. On the other side, Li Yang walked briskly, pushing the baby carriage towards the baby shower room. When they arrived, there were quite a few parents waiting in line to bathe their babies, but there were really not many quiet babies, most of them crying at the top of their lungs. After all, they were newborns, not long out of their mothers' bellies, and it was understandable that they would be scared and cry. What was not understandable, however, was that newborns would eat their fingers. At the moment, Yaya was eating his fingers, and it seemed like he was putting in quite some effort, thinking to himself, squeak, squeak. This movement attracted the attention of other parents, and when they saw Liang pushing two babies, and neither of them was crying, they all looked envious. There was nothing she could do about it, her own child was still too young, and whether he cried or not depended on his mood. If she couldn't calm him down, nothing she said would work. In contrast, Liang, who was pushing two children, looked relaxed. This made the other parents, who were also fathers, admire her. Chapter 14, Baby's First Certificate, a Reward of a Maybach. But is this really the case? As the baby's cries in the baby shower became more and more frequent, Yaya's attention, which had been on her fingers the whole time, was also drawn to them. Although her eyesight was not very good, the little one still tried hard to look in the direction of the crying, as if she were listening to gossip. Finally, Yaya changed, becoming restless and unruly. She suddenly let out a loud wail, and the sound of her crying almost made the man in front of her flinch. Yaya, what's wrong? Don't cry, Daddy's here, Daddy's here. Li Yang was desperate. In the next second, he stroked her and comforted her, but his daughter still showed no sign of stopping her crying. She even managed to cry the babies in the baby shower to tears. More than 10 babies let out loud cries at the same time, which was definitely a feast for the eardrums. Even the nurses and doctors responsible for bathing the babies, who were well versed in this situation, couldn't help but squint their eyes. For a while, the cries of babies in the baby shower room were rising and falling. In contrast, the culprit, Yaya, had quieted down at this moment. Not only was there no more crying, but there wasn't even a tear in the corner of her eye. Seeing this, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his teeth. Is his daughter really this naughty and mischievous? Fortunately, the other fathers in the baby shower were too busy coaxing their own children to pay any attention to him, or they would definitely have received a few white eyes. Finally, it was Yi and Yaya's turn to bathe. The nurse and doctor couldn't help but exclaim when they saw that there were actually twins, and they were even boys and girls. After all, nowadays the birth rate has dropped significantly, and not only are twins rare, but even boys and girls are rare. So the nurse and doctor were even more attentive and careful when helping with the bath, and they even received Yi's deep gaze and Yaya's sneezes. When drying her sister, the little one suddenly sneezed. If the doctor hadn't been far away, she would have been sprayed in the face with milk-smelling snot. After washing, the nurse handed the two babies back to Li Yang, who hurried back to the ward with his son and daughter in his arms. He was afraid that his daughter would cry again if she got naughty, and that the new baby in the back would be affected. When they returned to the ward, Zhang Peishi and Enchi were chatting happily. Zhang Peishi looked visibly much better, and apart from needing help when getting up, she could now hold onto her trousers and walk slowly on her own. Li Yang came back and told them what had happened in the baby shower room, and both Zhang Peishi and Enchi couldn't stop laughing. Yaya was so naughty? And he even sprayed the doctor in the face? When they grow up, what will they do if the older brother can't handle the younger sister? In the afternoon, the doctor came. Holding a small notebook and some paper, she told Zhang Peishi a lot of things. These included, but were not limited to, postpartum rehabilitation and pelvic floor rehabilitation. Zhang Peishi and Anchi listened attentively, and even Li Yang tried to take notes. Of course, if Yi and Yaya weren't so young, they would have been listening attentively too. Doctor, no matter what the pelvic floor rehabilitation is there any harm? Angel asked, and she had never even had a boyfriend, so it was rare for her to ask such a well-informed question. The doctor was also very approachable and explained enthusiastically. However, when she saw that Zhang Peishi and Angel were listening with puzzled expressions on their faces, she added directly. 90% of patients will have their daily lives affected, for example, during sex, it will hurt a lot, and thus reduce sexual interest. Zhang Peishi? Enchi. Li Yang. Doctor, is it appropriate for you to be so direct? You should know that the 3 young people in the room are all single, and the other 2 have only had vague sexual experiences once. Now, if you suddenly tell them that not paying attention to pelvic floor rehabilitation may affect their sex lives, how can they have a deep understanding? Instead, it made the cheeks of the 2 women flush, red to their necks, and their earlobes became crystal clear. After that, the doctor spoke again, explaining the dangers. Constipation and urine leakage, is this serious for you beautiful girls? And the most important point is, the doctor's eyes lit up under his glasses, and he continued, is a loose vagina not terrible? Okay, don't be lazy, your family members should help and remember too, this is a matter between you and your spouse. Li Yang opened his mouth when he heard this, but it seemed that he couldn't say anything. After all, Zhang Peishi was still busy blushing, and whatever he muttered seemed pale and weak. But to be honest, he really did help Zhang Peishi remember. The patient is recovering well. After today, if there is no fever tomorrow morning, you can go to the nurse's station tomorrow morning to check out. After that, the doctor gave some other instructions, such as coming back for a follow-up examination in 42 days, and then he left. Zhang Peishi didn't expect to be discharged tomorrow. Looking back, it seems that only the first day was difficult, and the following days were tolerable. On second thought, this is entirely because Li Yang is there. In this way, when Zhang Peishi, the beautiful schoolgirl, looks at Li Yang again, her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness and dependence. At a certain moment, Anchi suddenly saw it. As her best friend, she was both happy and a little worried. What if Li Yang cheated? This thought only existed for a few minutes before it was killed by Anchi. The reason was simple, Zhang Peishi is the most beautiful schoolgirl, who wouldn't miss her. And Anchi, who was holding the postpartum rehabilitation manual, was also full of confidence. As long as she helped her best friend with postpartum rehabilitation and pelvic floor repair, she would be able to firmly hold Li Yang in her hands. She believed that Li Yang would definitely refuse the schoolgirl in that state. In the afternoon, Anchi was responsible for tidying up the ward, while Li Yang went to apply for the baby's birth certificates. It went very smoothly, and twins are the most attractive wherever they go. No choice, everyone envies having twins, having 2 children. Ding dong, achievement completed, baby's first certificates. Reward, Mercedes Maybach S680 50%. 50%? Li Yang, who was holding the birth certificates of Yi and Yaya, could not help but be taken aback. The reward was only 50%? Just as he was puzzled, the system spoke again. Trigger quest, please purchase a 7-seater car to transport the baby. After completing the task, you will receive the other 50% of the reward. So that's it. This reward is very generous, but if you want to get it all, you have to complete other tasks. But that's fine. After all, when he heard that the system was going to reward him with a Maybach, the first thing that came to Li Yang's mind was, why not reward me with a multi-seater? A sedan may be small and exquisite, but it's not comfortable for babies and their mothers to sit in, so what's the point of having one? Chapter 15, Buying a Car and Meeting a Classmate. Hey! You're going out? Where to? In the hospital room, when she heard that Li Yang was going out, and she immediately became anxious, fearing that he would never return. To be honest, Zhang Peishi was even more nervous than her. I'm going to be discharged tomorrow, so I'm going to go shopping and get ready. Li Yang explained that he was indeed going out to buy something, but what he was going to buy was a car. Get ready for what? Okay, Li Yang, you go ahead. Be careful. Seeing that Anchi was about to ask, Zhang Peishi quickly interrupted, knowing that if she pressed further, it would be too much for Li Yang to bear. I'll be back soon. Okay. Before leaving, Li Yang thoughtfully fed Yi and Yaya their milk formula and tidied up the clothes of the 2 little ones before leaving. But in Anchi's eyes, what he did looked a lot like a TV drama where someone goes away and explains their will before they die. If she wasn't the only one left in the hospital room with Zhang Peishi, Anchi would definitely have followed him to find out what was going on. But seeing Zhang Peishi calmly massaging her breasts, Anchi, as her best friend, felt a wave of anger. Was she being too nervous? Or was Zhang Peishi just being naive? Cici, aren't you afraid that Li Yang will never come back? Angie couldn't hold back anymore and asked again. Zhang Peishi didn't look up after hearing this, but a faint voice slowly came out. Kiki, stop. You know what I think. If I could, I wouldn't want to burden Li Yang, so. I'm sorry, I was just being paranoid. Oh, poor me. I'm a woman, if I were a man, I would chase you for 3 blocks. Anchi sat depressed on the side, watching the fair skin and beautiful Zhang Peishi massage and milk her breasts. She really was a very good girl. I hope she is always happy and joyful. Anchi thought to herself, wishing her. Li Yang, on the other hand, got out of the hospital and hailed a cab directly to Whitehuan Street. This street was in a relatively remote location, but it was home to many 4S stores. After a brief look around, Li Yang walked into the GAC Trumpchi store. First, it was a domestic car, and second, the 7-seater parked outside looked more pleasing to the eye. Inside the store, a few old employees saw Li Yang's arrival through the glass and, regardless of why he was there, they warmly greeted him. The reason was simple: it was the off-season for car sales, and they hadn't been lucky for half a month and hadn't been able to sell a single car. As a result, these employees would only be paid the minimum wage, which was a guaranteed amount, but what was the use of a few cents? Therefore, when they saw Li Yang arrive, a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's heart. Although there are many wolves and not enough meat, even if there is not enough to go around, if we discuss it, everyone can get a small share to get by. But then again, they don't know if Li Yang will buy a car. They don't even know yet, and they are already fantasizing about dividends. Soon, the salespeople gathered. Li Yang had just opened the door when enthusiastic welcomes sounded in his ears. "Sir, welcome, I'm happy to serve you." One-on-one service is already very good, but now it's actually multiple to one, and even Li Yang couldn't react immediately, so he could only wave his hand and smile. "Hello. Hey. Class monitor. It's you." A young man standing next to the woman in the Haysi uniform in a row of sales suddenly shouted. Li Yang looked over at the sound and saw a familiar face. "Yu Hao? It's you." Li Yang smiled, surprised to run into a classmate. "Yes, Yang, I'm working here." Xiao Yuhao, a classmate of Li Yang's, although they didn't interact much, they were after all classmates, and they were both boys, so they sometimes played video games together in the dormitory. Xiao Yuhao was very happy. This was perhaps the true feeling of meeting an acquaintance when you are away from home. However, the faces of Xiao Yuhao's colleagues around him all revealed a trace of bitterness. It wasn't that they looked down on people, but the example of a college student who had not yet graduated picking up a car by themselves was really rare. Could they meet like this? It was estimated to be difficult. "Class monitor, are you here to look at the car?" Xiao Yuhao knew exactly what his colleagues were thinking, and he himself was also holding out for a lucky chance, just in case his monitor really came to pick up the car. "Yes, to take a look at the car, and if it's suitable, we'll take it away in a few days." Li Yang didn't hide it, and said it straight out. As soon as he said this, the little hands of the few people whose faces were full of gloom suddenly came to life. Their eyes lit up, and when they looked at Li Yang again, it was as if they were hungry wolves that had seen food. Is hunger really like this? "Sir, please sit down and rest for a while." "Zhang, pour some water." "Wang, peel the fruit, it has to be fresh." "Xiaoli, don't just stand there, hurry up and come over and serve the gentleman with Yu Hao." For a while, many salespeople were busy, with a clear division of labor, as if they were just doing what they were used to. "Have you done this many times?" Li Yang was also treated like a god, and was led directly by Xiao Yuhao and Xiaoli to the VIP room. "Brother Yang, sit down, what car are you looking at? I'll introduce it to you." Xiao Yuhao and Li Yang sat facing each other, while the pretty Xiaoli stood deferentially by the side, supplementing Xiao Yuhao's introduction. "I want a 7-seater with as much space as possible." As Li Yang stated his requirements, Xiao Yuhao quickly identified a model for him and promptly pointed to it on the tablet. "Brother Yang, the GS8 is very good, it meets your requirements," and Xiao Yuhao suddenly lowered his voice halfway through his sentence, "and the discount is very generous." Yes. The discount is very. Next to him, Xiaoli was about to agree, but suddenly stopped. "Because the more discounts there are, the lower their commission will be." "They can't do that, they haven't changed their stockings in 3 days, they can't afford to do so anymore." But then she thought, it's better to have a sales order than none at all, so she endured it to avoid standing in the southeast corner and suffering the cold wind. Soon, the table in front of Li Yang was full of snacks, fresh sleepover and 3 or 5 kinds of tea water. Such treatment really made people laugh and cry. Even Li Yang couldn't help but think, so this is a godlike experience. Just for this, Li Yang couldn't bear to leave empty-handed. So, amidst the rush of introductions from the sales, Li Yang gained a more detailed understanding of this GS8. It really is good, and domestic cars have indeed made great progress. "Sir, do you have any more questions?" the salesman asked with dry mouths. They really worked hard today. Li Yang shook his head upon hearing this. It was enough. So he didn't keep people waiting and directly took out his bank card. "Very good, swipe your card." "Yes, Dad." "Ah, no. Sir." Someone got too involved in the drama and was overjoyed. Chapter 16, When you have enough to eat and wear, you think about lust. The ancients were honest in not deceiving me. After paying and signing the contract, Li Yang was led by several salespeople to look at the car. Xiao Yuhao was also nearby, always occasionally winking at Li Yang, not flirting, but trying to remind Li Yang to ask for more freebies. After all, he works here, so he can't be too obvious, so he can only hint at what freebies Li Yang can ask for. What a good friend. Li Yang, who can see the hints, can't help but smile, not imperceptibly, and look for an opportunity to speak up. Although these freebies are all small money, and some of them may not even be used, the process of asking for freebies is still quite enjoyable. It can be said that people are cheap. One person doesn't give it, and the other person insists on it. In the end, it depends on who can persevere to the end. After a test drive, the car is very good, but it still needs some more breaking in. However, it is no longer a problem to drive on the road normally. It is worth mentioning that he only drove the car out for a lap and already received tons of praise. If it weren't inappropriate, Li Yang wanted to make it clear to the salespeople that they really didn't have to praise him so hard. It was quite embarrassing. Back at the 4S store, Li Yang got out of the car and saw Yuhao winking at him again. So, on the way back inside, he asked for it too. By the way, is there any freebie? Child seats, yes, I need 2 child seats, can I get them for free? I saw them when I was inside. Li Yang asked for the thing he was most likely to need. After all, without child seats, he wouldn't dare take the babies out. Hearing Li Yang ask for child seats, Xiao Yuhao couldn't help but frown, wondering what he wanted that for. There were obviously more expensive and more cost-effective ones. One salesperson immediately shook his head when he heard this. No, sir, child seats, we don't have the right to. Go away. Another salesperson didn't let him finish speaking and pushed him to one side. Then he looked back at Li Yang and said enthusiastically. No problem, sir. Child seats, right? They have no right to give them away. I'm the manager, I have the authority. Li Yang smiled, it was sincere enough. What about the maintenance coupons? Yes. A Chinese person doesn't rip off a Chinese person, these are a must. The driving recorder? It's a must, sir, I'll give you a set of backup radars as well. Zhang, go and ask Master Li to come over and help install and configure it. He is indeed the manager, with much greater authority. He was so enthusiastic and sincere that Li Yang felt a little embarrassed to ask for more gifts. But even so, he got all the gifts he was supposed to get, and what he gained even more should be a good mood. After completing all the transactions, Li Yang drove away. Behind him in the 4 store, several salespeople were very happy that the order had finally been placed. On the other hand, Li Yang, who was driving, did not return to the hospital right away, but drove to Yaiyuan, where there was a house with a system reward. Tomorrow, Zhang Peishi and her 2 daughters will be discharged from the hospital. After thinking about it, Li Yang still feels that he should bring them home. Although Zhang Peishi told him that she has rented a place to live, where can she feel as comfortable as at home? The environment of the community is very good, with a park, a lake in the district, and black ducks in the lake. The house is 160 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, so there will be room for the second child in the future. Thinking about this, Li Yang smiled shyly, a little embarrassed that he had even imagined such a thing before Zhang Peishi had even left the hospital. There was no way around it, to be honest, who could resist the charm of the stunning school beauty? Anyway, Li Yang said that he could not, and he was definitely hungry and horny. The housing allocated by the system was fully equipped, and the hygiene had been carefully cleaned. From the water and electricity bills to the gas bill, everything was full. After taking a look around the master bedroom, the room where Zhang Peishi stayed during her confinement, Li Yang locked the door and prepared to leave. At this moment, the system voice in his head sounded again. Ding dong, mission completed, congratulations to the host for obtaining Mercedes Maybach S680 50%. The reward has been issued, the car is parked in the underground parking lot, please check it out when you have time. When I have time? I'm free now. Li Yang took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot, felt for the heavy key in his pocket, and pressed it. A sound followed. After taking a long look, Li Yang turned around and got into the elevator, ready to go back to the hospital first. No matter how good a luxury car is, it is still just a material possession. It's been a while since he's been out, and to be honest, he really misses the 2 little ones, Yi and Yaya. Half an hour later, Li Yang drove to the maternal and child health hospital. Because it is a maternity hospital in the city, there are a lot of patients here every day, and Li Yang had to look for a while before finding a suitable parking space. What is suitable? Naturally, it is a location that will allow Zhang Peishi to walk a few steps less when she is discharged tomorrow. In the ward, Anchi was anxious like ants on a hot pan. When she saw Li Yang come back, she was relieved. You have to know that if Zheng Peishi hadn't stopped her, she would have called him over in no time. What's wrong? Li Yang asked suspiciously. Seeing her face full of anxiety, Li Yang's heart also rose to his throat. But both Zheng Peishi and Yi were lying quietly at this moment. Ah, is everything okay? It's fine, Li Yang, Anchi is sulking with me. Zheng Peishi broke the ice. Oh? What happened? Aren't we being discharged from the hospital tomorrow? Anchi wants us to stay at her place, but I refuse. After all, I'm renting a room, and we have a place to stay. Anchi looked at Zheng Peishi gratefully upon hearing this, but what the latter said was indeed a major problem. The two women had been discussing this for half a day, but neither could convince the other. Li Yang, the room she rents is in very poor condition. It's inconvenient with just one room and one living room. I said let's go to my place, but she refused. You have to convince her. What do you mean it's inconvenient? Cough cough. I mean, the bed in my place is huge, it can fit Zheng Peishi. Suddenly, Zheng Peishi became anxious and turned to defend herself shyly. It was only after she had spoken that she realized that what she meant by inconvenient was that she and Li Yang would need to sleep in the same bed. You. Alas, what can I say about you, Li Yang? You tell me, go to my place or go to Shishi's place. In the end, it came down to Li Yang again. Li Yang didn't hesitate and bluntly rejected both of them. We won't go to Anchi's place. Upon hearing this, Zheng Peishi's face lit up with joy, and she thought to herself, my good man. But the next second, Li Yang's words left her confused. We won't go to the place Peishi rented either. Yi and Yaya need a good living environment. How about this, listen to me, go to my place, I have 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms there, there's plenty of space. Li Yang was telling the truth, but both Zheng Peishi and Anchi looked doubtful. Your place? Rented? You're a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, do you have money? Chapter 17 Money? You can earn it. Li Yang, she rents a house, and I also have a house here. It would be a waste if you rent again. You and Shishi now have to support 2 babies. It's time to spend money wisely. Out of goodwill, and she comforted, and it was not difficult to see that her and Zheng Peishi's relationship was really very good, and she really hoped that the two of them could get along better. If you've rented it, you can return it. Just do as I say and stay at my place. Anchi was very firm in her attitude, and Li Yang was also happy that Zheng Peishi had such a good friend. But how could he explain it? Anchi, we know you're doing this for the best of both of us, but I really do have a house, I didn't rent it, I bought it. After thinking for a moment, Li Yang spoke frankly. He was not interested in deliberately saying that his house was rented, only to shock Zheng Peishi and Anchi later when the truth came out. It was just that his words were not very credible, at least Anchi did not believe them. Come on, Li Yang, what kind of place is the Magic City? Every inch of land is worth a fortune. Where did a college student like you get the money to buy a house? Anchi asked, following up. Zheng Peishi didn't say a word, but she also looked at Li Yang expectantly, wanting to hear what he would say. For some reason, she subconsciously believed what Li Yang said, so she didn't refute or question him like Anchi did, but just looked at him quietly. Of course I can earn money. Li Yang smiled and continued, I've been doing Bitcoin, and if I'm lucky, I can earn a lot. Bitcoin? Anchi suddenly widened her eyes, obviously she knew what it was. No, how dare you touch Bitcoin? That stuff is all about fleecing people. How much money have you invested? No, how can you make money? Facing Anchi's confusion and disbelief, Li Yang simply silently opened his phone, clicked into the digital currency exchange, and opened the transaction history. Anchi, who came from a well-off family, had also been introduced to Bitcoin by a classmate, so she knew what each piece of information on the phone screen represented. When she saw that the profit had reached more than 300,000, she was dumbfounded. It took her a while to come to her senses, and she gave Li Yang a big, white thumbs up. Awesome! Li Yang, you're awesome. You actually made money playing with Bitcoins, which is like taking meat from the dealer's mouth. I'm impressed. How did you do it? It's simple. You just buy, sell, and make a profit. Li Yang confessed honestly that this was indeed what he did last night. He was so lucky that he couldn't lose money. But to others, this sounded like bragging. At this point, Anchi also believed that Li Yang had bought a house in the Magic City. Lying in her hospital bed, Zhang Peishi saw Li Yang's light-hearted manner and was also taken by surprise. Her mouth opened and closed, unable to speak, but she couldn't help but treat Li Yang like a genius. Of course, the reason why the corner of her mouth slightly rose and a smile hung on her face was because she thought that Yi and Yaya would inherit Li Yang's excellent genes. She was so happy. "Oh yes, Li Yang, where did you buy the house? Let me see if it's far from my house." "Graceful garden," Li Yang replied. "Where? Where did you say?" "Graceful garden, what's wrong?" Li Yang was puzzled, looked down, and didn't step on Anqi's tail, so why was she so excited? Zhang Peishi whispered an explanation after hearing this. "Li Yang, Angel's home is an elegant garden, and she was asking us to go and live there. So that's what happened. Isn't that a coincidence?" Li Yang was at a loss for words, and could only defend himself. "When we bought the house, I thought elegant garden was a nice place, so we bought it. Now it seems like a coincidence." "Well, it's quite a coincidence, but it's also good. It's going to be so much more convenient for me to visit you in the future." Angel was ecstatic. Suddenly living in the same community as her best friend was a really great feeling. That night, the siblings Yi and Yaya were very obedient and sensible. After eating and drinking, they leaned their heads and fell asleep. At first, Anqi was afraid to speak loudly, for fear of waking the two little ones. Later, she realized that she could speak loudly only when it was not necessary. However, the harsh conditions in the hospital ward still made Anqi admire Li Yang. The fact that he was able to take care of Zhang Peishi so well showed that Li Yang was dedicated to his work. While Li Yang was out fetching water, Anqi would go up to Zhang Peishi and praise him, causing the latter's face to blush. Although Zhang Peishi knew in her heart that Li Yang was a good man, it felt different when it came from the mouth of her best friend. In fact, when Anqi praised Li Yang, Zhang Peishi felt happy and pleased, as if someone were praising her lover. Time flew and it was the next day. Li Yang went to the nurse's station early to check out, while Anqi helped pack things in the ward. Although she was just an outsider, she was still happy that her best friend was being discharged from the hospital. When Li Yang returned from checking out, Zhang Peishi and Anqi had already packed everything up and were sitting on the sofa waiting, chatting, and laughing. After double-checking that nothing had been forgotten, Li Yang helped Zhang Peishi into the wheelchair. "Li Yang, no need, I can already walk on my own." Zhang Peishi didn't want to cause trouble and was also used to being self-reliant, so she refused to use the wheelchair. However, Li Yang was adamant, and in the end, Zhang Peishi had no choice but to sit in the wheelchair with her phone in her hands, obediently following the arrangements. Hats, gloves and masks were all arranged, and in an instant, the beautiful school flower was wrapped up like a dumpling. Even so, Zhang Peishi held up her old phone with a broken screen and tried to take a photo to remember the moment. By accident, Li Yang appeared in the photo. "Very handsome," Zhang Peishi muttered happily, and promptly edited a post for her moments and published it. "Good boy, be a good boy, mommy and daddy are taking you home." After posting, Zhang Peishi put her phone away, not thinking about the stir her post would cause. With the help of a nurse, Anqi and the nurse each took Yi and Yaya, while Li Yang pushed Zhang Peishi out of the way. It wasn't until they got into a brand new car that Anqi understood what Li Yang meant when he said, "Everything is arranged." Without relying on the help of outsiders, she was able to take care of the three Zhang Peishi women herself with utmost care. The image of a good man was immediately established in Anqi's mind, and her original worries and concerns were completely gone at this time. At this moment, Anqi was completely at ease about entrusting her best friend Zhang Peishi to Li Yang. She was even wondering when she would meet such a good man herself. Obviously, this girl is also thinking about romance. Chapter 18. Li Yang's mother, is the woman of the other party an adult? The forum page of the Shanghai University has crashed. There is only one reason: Zhang Peishi, known as the most beautiful school flower, has actually already had a boyfriend. Not only that, but she has also given birth to a baby? Although it is just a photo and a paragraph of text, there is really too much information contained within. The attitude of the people towards this most beautiful school flower is mostly can only be admired from afar. Now that she has suddenly fallen into someone else's hands, it is hard for everyone to accept it for a while. But there is one thing to be happy about: the guy Li Yang is quite handsome, isn't he? The forums, which usually just contain information about people looking for people or selling things, are completely abuzz today, with both current and former students discussing the event. Amazing! Who is this guy? How did he do it? The most beautiful campus beauty queen just up and married? And she's already secretly had a baby. Oh, dear God, strike me dead. It is not hard to tell from the words good baby that the school beauty queen is very happy, and baby, be good also shows the school beauty queen's overflowing maternal glory. Never mind, enough nonsense, school beauty queen. I wish you both happiness. The male protagonist is amazing. I heard that a rich second generation once chased after the school beauty queen, but this male protagonist actually went straight for the gold? I wonder how the rich second generation felt. New replies and comments were being posted on the forum every second, and the 3 roommates of Li Yang were also shocked. Holy shit! Look at the forum. The most beautiful school flower Zhang Peishi has a boyfriend. Lu Jiawang flailed and fell off the top bunk, shouting. The other 2, Li Wei and Jia Yuchen, also quickly closed the LOL app and opened the school forum to see who the lucky guy was. When the 3 of them saw Li Yang's familiar face appear in the friend circle updates of Zhang Peishi, the most beautiful school flower, their jaws dropped. Lu Jiawang, no, it can't be. Yang must have photoshopped the picture, right? How else could Yang appear in the friend circle updates of the school flower? Li Wei, bullshit. Yang hasn't returned to the dormitory for a few days, and I have every reason to believe that he's too happy to go back to the village. Zhao Yuchen, nonsense. If I had a girlfriend, I'd die for her. Lu Jiawang and Li Wei, you're really ruthless. Li Wei, no, it's Yang who's really ruthless. What's going on? Quietly, they've even had a child? Ha, it's no surprise that Yang could get the school beauty queen with that face of his. Today I'll treat, Yang will pay, let's celebrate with a nice meal. No problem. It's worth celebrating. You're right, but that's not a reason for you 2 to hang up, is it? Lu Jiawang was speechless. Just now, the 2 of them had closed their games and opened the forum at the same time in such a coordinated manner. Does that mean they can just abandon their teammates? In any case, the news that Li Yang and Zhang Peishi were together and had a child was like a bomb that blew up the school forum. However, the 2 protagonists of the incident had only just returned to their home in Yaoyuan, which was also the home of their family of 4. It was ridiculous to say that the house that the system had rewarded them with was actually right across the street from Angie's house. Li Yang had been surprised that the door of the house opposite theirs was pink, but now he had met the owner of the house. My goodness. Shishi, did you tell Li Yang that you wanted to buy this house and be my neighbor? You really surprised me. Angie was amazed as she stood inside the house and looked at the clean and tidy new house. The 2 women had not ruled out the possibility of becoming neighbors and buying the house opposite, but they had never imagined that their dream would come true so quickly. Zhang Peishi, who was breastfeeding her baby on the bed in the master bedroom, also laughed helplessly and didn't know how to explain it for a while. After all, she hadn't predicted it in the drama, which meant that it was entirely a coincidence that Li Yang was able to buy this house. Fate? Coincidence? Do you believe it? Believe it or not, we're neighbors anyway, and that's the most important thing. Both Angie and Zhang Peishi were very happy, and they simply didn't bother thinking about it. In fact, Li Yang was also quite surprised, and he didn't expect the system to arrange it like this. While Angie was keeping Zhang Peishi company, Li Yang prepared to make a phone call to his family. He had suddenly had 2 children while studying in the Magic City, and this was such an important matter that he had to inform his parents back home. After saying hello to the 2 girls, Li Yang went to the next bedroom to make the call. The phone dialed 3 times before his mother, Jia Ximin, answered, but she immediately started teasing him. Hey, who was I talking to just now? It turned out to be my son Lili. What have you been up to these past few days? You haven't answered my WeChat messages or answered the phone, have you gone missing? Luckily, Li Yang quickly took his phone away, or else his mother's ear would have been buzzing from the shock. Cough, Mom, don't be angry, I really was delayed by something, I didn't mean to disappear, calm down, in a moment, your son will buy you milk tea, okay? And another box of egg tarts. Li Yang coaxes his mother, Jia Ximin, like a child, but if there's no explanation after a few days without a sound or a letter, it's not going to end well. Do I look like someone who lacks milk tea? 2 cups. 2 boxes of egg tarts. Otherwise, there's no discussion. I'll give you a share, but not your father's share. Okay, 2 cups, half sugar and extra tapioca? You have to add extra tapioca. Wait, you're being attentive, so you're not in trouble, are you? Jia Ximin changed the subject abruptly. A mother knows her child best, and she could smell something was up just from the tone of his voice. Li Yang also immediately praised her. Mom, you're right. You're really right. There is something I need to tell you. What is it? Mom, before I tell you, find somewhere to lean on, Li Yang added. Jia Ximin had been calm, but she became nervous when she heard her son's words. Son, what have you done? Is your father going to punish you? No. Oh no. Mom, are you holding on? Yes, I am. I'm going to tell you now. No, I'm supporting your father's waist. Li Yang knew that the mood was right, and that scaring his mother was no longer a problem, so he cleared his throat and told her the truth. Mom, congratulations to you and Dad, you have grandchildren. You two are already grandma and grandpa. Ouch. The moment the words came out of the phone's microphone, Li Yang's father Li Ligua suddenly screamed. The reason was none other than Jia Ximin's grip on his waist polyps, which had given him a tingling scalp. Son, what did you say? What do you mean? Jia Ximin asked again, and Li Yang had to repeat himself. He had thought that his parents would be happy, but the next sentence almost made Li Yang fall over. Well, your father asked me to ask, is the girl of the other side of the family of age? Li Yang? Chapter 19, have the standards for a good man become so low? Li Yang's forehead darkened. What did his parents mean? Was he that kind of person? It was to be expected. His father Li Ligua was a policeman, and due to his work, he was more or less sensitive to these kinds of things, right? In order to reassure his parents, Li Yang had to patiently explain again. Finally, his parents were relieved. After thinking for a moment, Li Yang added, Mom, Peishi is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. In the future, you and Dad should be more kind to her. Li Yang had already recognized Zheng Peishi in his heart, and whenever he thought of her, he couldn't help but feel sad and couldn't help but want to hug her. In order to prevent her from being hurt by certain things that her parents might say when they meet Zheng Peishi in the future, Li Yang asked his parents over the phone. However, he never expected Jia Ximin to suddenly tell Li Yang that she wanted to speak to her daughter-in-law. Li Yang was at a loss. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but he was worried that Zheng Peishi would be embarrassed, and he was completely concerned about her feelings. But unable to resist his mother's urging, Li Yang had to hold up the phone and go to the master bedroom with a stiff upper lip, next to Zheng Peishi. Looking at the phone handed to her, Zheng Peishi froze. When she learned through Li Yang's mouth that the person on the other end of the phone was his mother, she became nervous, and the wound was pulled so painfully that she almost cried from the pain. Although she held back her sobs, a tear glistened in her eye, making her look like a little miserable person. The reason for this was not only because she was hurting, but also because she was about to speak to Li Yang's mother on the phone, and she was anxious and didn't know what to say. When Zheng Peishi came back to her senses, her fair hand had already picked up the phone and placed it to her ear. For a moment, the sound of Li Yang's mother's breathing was clearly audible on the other end of the line. Auntie. How are you? Hi, Shishi, I'm Li Yang's mother, isn't she also your mother? What? This mother. Zheng Peishi didn't expect Jia Ximin to say this, and in a flash of inspiration, she actually followed the lead of her future mother-in-law and shouted it out. However, when this long-lost mom was shouted out, Zheng Peishi couldn't help but jump in her heart, and the tears in her eyes uncontrollably flowed down the curve of her cheeks. She couldn't help it, she simply couldn't help it. Perhaps only the heavens know how strong an orphan's obsession with shouting out mom is. Hearing Zheng Peishi shout mom, Jia Ximin, who was thousands of miles away, also let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Zheng Peishi might not have been willing to give birth to Li Yang's twins. If that was the case, she really wouldn't mind serving Li Yang up for discipline. And when she heard that Zheng Peishi was willing to call her mom, Jia Ximin's heart softened instantly. Peishi, you've suffered. Mom will be in the Magic City tomorrow. You just rest assured and let mom take care of you during your confinement. No need, mom. Zheng Peishi was anxious, wiping away the tears in her eyes while shouting. How can that be? How can you sit in confinement without anyone by your side? Don't worry, I'll be there tomorrow. You need to rest more, keep warm, and don't catch any diseases. If that brat Li Yang dares to make you angry, just tell me and I'll teach him a lesson. Of course, I know that Li Yang is a sensible child, although he has more or less minor problems. You should bear with him more. Jia Ximin is worthy of being a teacher. Her logical and interesting way of speaking is very interesting. Li Yang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard his mother say that she would give him a beating. But then he also felt relieved. Would he make Peishi unhappy? That's impossible. Fortunately, Jasmine had this last sentence, which was really heart-wrenching, as if she had been in the clouds and then in the mud. Phew. Zhang Peishi was also amused by her mother-in-law's interesting way of speaking, and immediately nodded her head and agreed wholeheartedly. However, she implied that she would not let Jasmine discipline Li Yang, because she would feel sad. In this way, Jasmine was even happier, and a mother will definitely be happy when her daughter-in-law is so devoted to her son. After a few more words, Jasmine hung up the phone. On the one hand, she wanted Zhang Peishi to rest well, and on the other, she had to go to school to ask for leave and take care of her daughter-in-law during her confinement. This was a top priority. Zhang Peishi, who had put down the phone, playfully hugged a pillow and rocked back and forth. There was also a smile on her face, visible to the naked eye, a smile of happiness. Anchi, who was next to her, blinked her eyes in confusion, wondering when Zhang Peishi had learned to change her face so quickly. Li Yang, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was clear that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was getting along very well. Li Yang, why don't you take some photos of Yi and Yaya for mom? She hasn't seen her grandchildren yet. Zhang Peishi suddenly said, very sweet. Daughter-in-law, you're right, I'll go right now. Li Yang hurriedly went to take the photos, causing Anchi to roll her eyes and grin again. Oh, you two, you really are like a couple of dogs in heat, aren't you? Shishi, Li Yang called you his wife. What? Zhang Peishi pretended to be ignorant, looking up at her best friend. Aren't you embarrassed? Why should I be? And she sat on the edge of the bed, slapping her forehead, not wanting to deal with the young woman in front of her who was pretending not to understand. Before long, Li Yang came over and wanted to cook something for Zhang Peishi to eat before tidying up. After all, Zhang Peishi was not only eating alone, but also feeding two little ones, so she must be hungry and simple porridge would not satisfy her. Fortunately, Li Yang had been able to cook since she was a child, and although it was not delicious, it was definitely not bad. Sure enough, when Li Yang heard that he was going to cook, Zhang Peishi and Anchi were both excited. Angel, in particular, looked as if she had seen a ghost. You can cook? And you don't smoke? Oh, right, so what? A good man, not many of those left, isn't there? Angel muttered, rubbing her chin, and Zhang Peishi nodded in agreement. Li Yang, on the other hand, smiled. Had the standard for a good man fallen so low? You two think about it. I'll cook whatever you want. Even home-cooked meals are no problem. Of course, they have to be light. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peishi and Anchi actually gave it some serious thought. But the food they ordered was a bit ordinary. Zhang Peishi, I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Anchi, stir-fried shredded potatoes? It looked like they didn't trust Li Yang's cooking skills. No, I can't. I have to put on a good show. The food is ready. Damn this man's competitive streak. Anything else? The two women shook their heads. If Zhang Peishi had no appetite, then Anchi simply didn't believe in Li Yang's cooking skills, but she didn't say so explicitly. But she had it written all over her face. Chapter 20, Li Yang, revered by the two women as the god of cookery. After closing the door, Li Yang went straight to the kitchen. Looking at the clean and tidy kitchen, which was well equipped, he felt an inexplicable fondness for it. The main thing was that it was also big. Li Yang liked big things. After all, if the kitchen was too small, there was simply no room to maneuver, there was nowhere to put things, let alone cook delicious meals. You have to understand that the taste of food has a lot to do with your mood. After preparing the ingredients and starting to wash them, Li Yang recalled Anchi's distrustful gaze and secretly decided to impress the two women. Unexpectedly, when chopping vegetables, he was directly despised by the system. Ding dong! The host's cooking skills are worrying, and the host is specially rewarded with the cooking skills of a state banquet-level master chef. In an instant, Li Yang suddenly felt his mind clear and his eyes bright. He could turn any food into a miracle in his hands and create a delicious meal. Suddenly having an extra skill is naturally a good thing. But since the system only gave him this ability because it didn't trust him, it felt a bit strange. Fortunately, Li Yang was not the type of person to be serious about such things. Since he had obtained the cooking skills of a state banquet-level culinary master, he would just get started. Without further ado, he began practicing. Before long, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and the stir-fried shredded potatoes were done. The two dishes were proudly laid out on the plate, and the aroma wafted into her nostrils along with the heat. Just the smell made her appetite grow. The fried eggs with tomatoes in particular would undoubtedly go down a treat if poured over rice. A mouthful of the crisp, refreshing shredded potatoes was definitely an unforgettable aftertaste. In the bedroom, Anchi was holding her phone and browsing a certain group, trying to order takeaway. Obviously, she still didn't trust Li Yang's cooking. "CC, what do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. When I was discharged from the hospital, the doctor said that as long as I don't touch alcohol, I can eat whatever I want. This is not good. Li Yang is already cooking, and it's too disrespectful of him if we order takeout again." Zhang Peishi shook her head and said. Regardless of whether it's appropriate or not, she's looking forward to Li Yang's cooking. A man who doesn't smoke, can cook, and is handsome is also Zhang Peishi's type, especially since he is Li Yang, who has confirmed their relationship. So when she heard that Li Yang was going to cook, Zhang Peishi thought, even if it's not delicious, she'll eat it anyway, and whether or not he can cook is not a problem in her eyes. Zhang Peishi, who grew up in a welfare institution, has also developed quite a bit of cooking skills. When she is able to get out of bed, she can take over the cooking task, so there is not a big problem. Seeing that Zhang Peishi refused, Anchi rolled her eyes helplessly. She was stubborn. "Forget it. When you get hungry, I'll order takeout for you." As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open and Li Yang came in pushing a small cart. The food cart was not small, but there were only 2 dishes and 3 bowls of rice, a very simple lunch. "Dinner is served." While talking, Li Yang set the food on the table. He couldn't help but smile slightly at the surprised expressions on the 2 women's faces. This is what he wanted. Doesn't it look good? And she turned her head and asked Zhang Peishi. Zhang Peishi nodded heavily, but her eyes never left the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Can I eat?" Zhang Peishi asked in a small voice, looking a little cute and silly. Li Yang was delighted to see this, nodded, and asked for a serving of rice. "Do you want some soup with the rice?" "Yes. Lots of it." "Okay, here you go." After receiving the rice bowl and chopsticks, Zhang Peishi couldn't wait to take a deep breath, and even though she was very hungry, she didn't dare to start eating. "Go ahead." "No, I'll wait for you." Zhang Peishi shook her head, as she had a deep-rooted belief that the meal should not start until everyone is present. As Li Yang sat down, Zhang Peishi and she both started to tuck in. They took a mouthful of rice mixed with scrambled eggs and tomatoes and oil, and then took a bite of shredded potatoes. After 3 or 5 mouthfuls, Zhang Peishi's pretty face was filled with contentment. Her pink tongue slid past her lips, not sparing a single grain of rice. Angel was even more exaggerated, and she went straight for the jugular. "No more pretending, you lady. Eating is the most important thing. You have to know that from the beginning it was her who didn't trust Li Yang's cooking, but now she was completely conquered. Oh Li Yang, I'm sorry I was wrong, your cooking is so good, the food is so delicious, I apologize." She kept apologizing while shoveling in the rice, and anyone who didn't know would have thought she was being forced to. The truth is that she has admitted her mistake and is not afraid to ask for more food. Li Yang doesn't care either. After all, before she and Zhang Peishi met, Anchi took good care of her, and it is only reasonable to repay her. "If you like it, eat more. We are now neighbors, so if you want to eat something, just yell, and I'll cook it for you." "Wow, Li Yang, you're so nice. Shishi, I'm so jealous of you. I wish you 2 a long and happy life together." As she said this, Anchi raised her glass and took a big gulp. Zhang Peishi, who was eating her rice in small mouthfuls, smiled sweetly and raised her glass as well. "Kiki, thanks Anchi." Li Yang also quickly raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Peishi's, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became much more lively. Time flew and it was evening. Because they had eaten a lot at lunch, the 2 women were not very hungry, so Li Yang made a pot of millet porridge. I don't know if it's because she's such a good cook, but Angie drank 3 big bowls of it. You have to know that without any side dishes, she just ate it with some pickles. Angie looked at her bulging belly and felt embarrassed. "Well, I ate a lot again." "Oh dear, what's the matter with you? If you're going to be so pretentious, you can't be my best friend anymore." Zhang Peishi scolded, her face flushed with anger. Judging by how well Angie takes care of herself, how could 2 simple meals possibly repay her? Angie also grinned and stopped being pretentious, picking up the bowl again. "Yang. 1 more bowl. Nizwa Kai. I'm not full yet, it's almost gone." Zhang Peishi was so impatient that she almost rolled off the bed, but fortunately she pulled her wound. "Peishi, you just said we were the best friends." Angie argued. "A good girlfriend would never take my food." Zhang Peishi frowned and muttered. maybe she would? If it were any other day, the two women would never have fought over millet porridge, but right now, it was so delicious that Zhang Peishi understood the problem that had been bothering her for 10 months as soon as she saw it in the pot. What was this rice oil called ginseng soup? For a moment, Li Yang was regarded as the god of cookery by the two women. With him around, what's the point of ordering takeaway? As night fell, Angel went back to the house opposite. Li Yang also gathered up the bedding and prepared to sleep on the floor. When she saw him spread the sponge mat on the ground, Zhang Peishi became anxious and, without thinking, blurted out in a soft voice. Li Yang, don't you want to sleep with me? Ugh, that's a difficult question to answer. Chapter 21 Daughter-in-Law. Honey. Why don't you want to? No, I'm afraid of sleeping on the bed and weighing you and the kids down. Li Yang quickly changed his words and explained. But Zhang Peishi still refused. That won't do, sleeping on the floor is bad for your back. When you get old, it's the root of all your illnesses. Saying this, Zhang Peishi shifted herself down to the floor, reached out and grabbed Li Yang's quilt, and put it on the bed. Don't sleep on the floor, okay? Zhang Peishi didn't want to let him sleep on the floor, and Li Yang would have given in, but now he was being shaken by such a beautiful woman. Who could resist? Okay, I'll do as you say. Li Yang smiled and responded, then couldn't resist rubbing Zhang Peishi's head, spoiling her. Okay, let's carry Yi and Yaya to bed. Okay. The young couple paired up, one holding the elder brother and the other the younger sister, and settled them safely in the middle of the bed. Fortunately, the master bedroom has a large bed that can accommodate them, so there is no need to worry about the babies being squished if they turn over, or about not being able to fit them. In the dark, the whole family of 4 was neatly lying in bed. The 2 babies were sleeping, while Zhang Peishi and Li Yang were chatting. Suddenly, Zhang Peishi sat up. She stared at Li Yang, puffed up her cheeks, and seemed to be about to say something. Peishi, what's wrong? It was better not to ask, but as soon as she asked, Zhang Peishi blushed and began to pick her fingers. The 2 pale, pink fingers intertwined, and the girlish feeling was directly full. Well, Li Yang, can you hug me? I mean, I'll just lie in your arms. Li Yang didn't expect Zhang Peishi to make such a request, and immediately nodded in agreement and opened his arms. Feeling the latter's warm body nestling into his arms, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. He lowered his head just in time to kiss her forehead. Boo! The crisp sound echoed around the bedroom, and the little girl's face turned red. Accustomed to living a lonely life, now having someone to rely on, Zhang Peishi was deeply moved and for a moment felt an urge to cry. Peishi, daughter-in-law. Zhang Peishi answered softly, afraid that if she spoke too loudly, Li Yang would hear the tremor in her voice. But the 2 of them were together, so how could Li Yang not notice her slightest change? Silly, I will always be by your side in the future. Can you smile for me? You know, your smile is worth 1,000 in gold. Don't let your mind wander anymore, it's easy to get postpartum depression. As long as I'm around, you have to spend every day happily. Promise me. Li Yang coaxed softly, all his words were sincere, and at the same time he was also persuading Zhang Peishi to be positive and optimistic. After all, postpartum depression is very scary. I promise. My dear. Zhang Peishi was deeply moved by Li Yang's words. Not knowing how to express herself, she just shouted out 2 words, which were actually the words Li Yang wanted to hear the most. Before, when they were in the hospital, she had heard those words before, but it was different then. This time, the words my dear were Zhang Peishi's heartfelt cry, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were a sign of her approval. Li Yang was very happy, and tightly embraced the soft body of the girl in his arms. His fingertips stroked her hair, bringing up a burst of a faint fragrance. In this way, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi embraced each other and laid there for a long time. Although they didn't say much, at this moment their hearts were very close, because they had completely accepted each other. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were husband and wife. The only thing missing was the 2 marriage certificates and a wedding. Zhang Peishi fell asleep, sleeping very soundly and sweetly, and even in her sleep, she still slightly raised the corners of her mouth. It is no exaggeration to say that this sleep was the most sweet and comfortable sleep she had had in nearly a year. She could not be affected even if a meteor fell from the sky, because she was lying in the arms of her lover and was very at ease. Li Yang was not sleepy and knew that he could not sleep. At the very least, he had to feed his son and daughter before considering sleeping. Sure enough, Yi woke up near midnight. Unlike his sister, Yi didn't cry when he woke up, but just stared with his eyes wide open and stayed quietly. Li Yang knew that his son was hungry, so he gently placed Zheng Peishi in his arms on the pillow and prepared to breastfeed. Unexpectedly, Zheng Peishi suddenly grabbed his clothes in his sleep, and the veins on his pale hands were slightly visible, as if he had had a nightmare. "Be good, don't be afraid, Dad is here, always." After coaxing and stroking, Zheng Peishi finally let go of his hand, but even so, Li Yang's clothes were reddened and still hurt from being tugged. Li Yang gritted his teeth but dared not make a sound, gently rolled over in bed and rushed to make the formula. When he returned, Yi was not crying, but waiting quietly. It is really not common to see such a well-behaved baby boy, and the nurses and doctors in the hospital praised him for it. Of course, when it comes to talking about Yi, the behavior of the doctors and nurses is another matter. Li Yang picked up Yi, put a bib on him, and then took the bottle to feed him. Li Jinyi, also known as Yi, is really gentle. He can drink 30 milliliters of milk formula for a long time. The little one sucks slowly, and sometimes Li Yang is worried that it will get cold if it takes too long. After Yi finishes eating, Li Yang patiently holds him for a while, and then burps him. His actions are extremely skillful and fluid. If friends who know him saw this, they would be surprised. He has become a senior dad in just a few days. Not long after, Yaha also woke up. Fortunately, Li Yang had settled his son and prepared the bottle before that, but it still didn't go seamlessly, and Yada cried. Wow! That cry was so shrill. Compared to his brother, Yaya's cry was more like what a little boy should sound like. Yaya's way of feeding from the bottle is more in line with the characteristics of a baby born in the year of the rabbit. 1 second she is crying, the next she sniffs the bottle, takes a bite and stops crying. It's so effective that if you didn't know any better, you'd think her parents had starved her for a long time. Zheng Peishi is inevitably woken up by the noise. She sits up dazedly, rubs her eyes and sees Li Yang feeding Yaya. "Honey, do you want a cuddle?" "No, do you want me to feed you?" she said. Zheng Peishi began to unbutton her shirt in preparation for feeding. "No need, I've already fed her formula. If she's hungry again, she can have some breast milk." "Oh." Zheng Peishi nodded, but she didn't bother to refasten the buttons she had undone. A patch of gray hair appeared and disappeared, showing that she really didn't consider Li Yang a stranger. After a short while, she had finished eating. Don't look at her as a little sister, but her appetite was no less than her brother's. But this little one is very naughty. Even after she has finished breastfeeding and eaten her fill, she refuses to let go of her mouth. Li Yang had to pull her mouth open with a loud pop. Seeing this, Zheng Peishi suddenly came to her senses and inevitably thought of the scene when she was breastfeeding her daughter Yaya. It hurts so much. Chapter 22. Could it be that young girl plus new mother equals young and beautiful woman? What's wrong? Li Yang asked suspiciously, having clearly seen Zheng Peishi's petite body shake just now. Nothing, it's just that when I was feeding Yaya breast milk, she was like this too, clinging on and not letting go, and it hurt a bit? What are you looking at? Li Yang hurriedly withdrew his gaze at this remark and pretended to be composed as he coughed lightly. Cough cough, Yaya has also finished eating, I'll give her a pat on the back. After saying this, he picked Yaya up and gave her a pat on the back. After a few days, Li Yang's technique had become quite skilled, and occasionally when he gave her a pat on the back, he could even see the enjoyment on the faces of Yi and Yaya. Zheng Peishi took it all in, a trace of tenderness appearing on her beautiful face. Yi and Yaya were her flesh and blood, but Li Yang also weighed more and more heavily in her heart. Sometimes, just thinking about it made her mouth curve up. Was this what it felt like to be in love? She has been holding back. After Li Yang burped her daughter and put her to bed, Zheng Peishi hurriedly got up and snuggled into his arms, smelling the latter's scent and feeling incredibly at ease. Li Yang smiled tenderly, his broad palm stroking the girl's back, gliding over her fragrant shoulders and through her hair without brushing past it. Zheng Peishi hadn't bathed in a few days and her hair had lost its smoothness. Ding Dong, the host, has successfully burped 100 times and has been awarded the title of Good Burper. Reward, Hands of Activation. Ability description: the efficiency of the host's future burping will be greatly improved, and the host can explore other effects personally. The system actually even riddles, not all explained clearly, but what was said was meaningful, and even lewd. Li Yang burst out laughing. Other effects or not, it's quite good just to be able to improve the efficiency of burping. After all, it's quite tiring to protect the little heads of his son and daughter while burping. Now, getting twice the result with half the effort is certainly a good thing. Thinking about it like this, Li Yang suddenly saw Zheng Peishi pull her clothes together, and the originally exposed spring light was put away. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the rejuvenating hands could also help stimulate and unblock milk production. However, no matter how Li Yang asked, the system would not explain, only saying, "Explore for yourself." Even Li Yang, with his good nature, could not help but vent for a while. Peishi. Yes? I need to go back to school tomorrow, and I'll be back by noon. Can you ask Anchi to keep you company for the morning? It's no problem. It's just that your absence won't affect you in any way? Zhang Peishi turned her head and looked at him from the bottom up. The angle was very good, and Li Yang looked very handsome. It won't affect me much. I'll graduate next year, and many of my classmates are doing internships this year, so it's not a big deal. In that case, go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't worry, the three of us will be waiting for you. Okay. Seeing Zhang Peishi, who was so understanding, made Li Yang feel very relieved. He leaned down and gently kissed those two thin lips. The atmosphere in the bedroom was enchanting, but they didn't continue the flirtation. After all, there was plenty of time. But the immediate problem was how to sleep. Zhang Peishi couldn't bear to tire Li Yang out, so she volunteered to take care of things. Honey, you take care of the baby in the first half of the night, and I'll take care of it in the second half. Wake me up when it's midnight. Li Yang refused. After all, it was already 10 o'clock, and even if they slept for just 2 hours, they would still be exhausted. Zhang Peishi was pregnant, and giving birth had taken a lot out of her. She couldn't afford to not get enough rest. Okay, don't argue. Yi and Yaya are so well behaved, they're both asleep. Let's take advantage of the situation and go to bed together. When Yi and Yaya need their nighttime bottle, it doesn't matter who gets up to take care of them. Zhang Peishi thought about what she heard and felt that it made sense. So she didn't argue anymore, but hurriedly got out of Li Yang's arms to make room to go to sleep. Li Yang, who had just said goodnight, fell asleep the next second. Zhang Peishi couldn't help but tilt her head. So soon. But then she understood. Li Yang had been busy these past few days, running here and there, taking care of herself and the baby, and had very little time to rest. So it was only natural that he would fall asleep as soon as he laid his head on the pillow. Thinking this, Zhang Peishi lay down gently and extended her warm, small hand to gently stroke Li Yang's cheek. Honey. Good night. Turn off the bedside lamp. Zhang Peishi closed her eyes, and even in her sleep, she was thinking about Li Yang's kindness. The night passed without a word, and when Zhang Peishi woke up, she could see the faint light outside through the curtains. Then she turned her head and saw Li Yang smiling. For a moment, Zhang Peishi panicked, and her guilt reached a peak. Honey. What time is it? How long have I been asleep? It's almost 7 o'clock. Go back to sleep, there's no rush. It's almost 7 o'clock? Zhang Peishi almost burst into tears. How could she have fallen asleep like that? From what she knew about her son and daughter, they would definitely wake up hungry in the middle of the night, and not just once or twice. So, how many times did you feed Yi and Yaya last night? Not many, just 2 or 3 times. Li Yang said nonchalantly, but to Zhang Peishi, it was enough to make her ashamed. Yi and Yaya had each had 3 night feeds, and she, the mother, hadn't heard a thing and just slept right through to dawn? She must be a pig. Honey, you worked hard. Next time I won't sleep so soundly. Although she said that, this was not something that Zhang Peishi could decide. It was all up to chance. Okay, I'm the father of Yi and Yaya, so it's only natural that I take care of them, right? But I'll go cook for you. Honey, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it. Zhang Peishi wanted to make amends. She was naturally like this, even if she kept calling out husband. Li Yang suddenly laughed. It's too much to ask someone who is in the postpartum period to make breakfast for you. What do you want to eat? Li Yang asked instead of answering. I want to eat noodles, I'll go make it. Sit down. Wait until you are strong enough to cook for me. Li Yang snapped, not expecting Zhang Peishi to be so easily intimidated by him. In the blink of an eye, she knelt on the bed and didn't move. Okay, then. You've worked hard, honey. Zhang Peishi opened her arms and asked Li Yang for a hug. If Angie were here, she would be surprised. It's only been a few days, but how has her best friend changed so much? Could it be that girl plus new mother equals young wife? Chapter 23, I cooked a poached egg and my daughter-in-law worships me? Li Yang went to the kitchen. Zhang Peishi stayed in the bedroom, keeping her son and daughter company. Yi and AA were still young, and spent a long time of the day sleeping. But even so, looking at the chubby faces of the two little ones, Zhang Peishi felt immensely satisfied. Especially with the addition of a new family member, Li Yang. Whenever she thinks of Li Yang, the tenderness in Zhang Peishi's heart is touched, and she can't help but want to hug him. Even when he's not around, she can't help but miss him, and whenever she sees him, she can't help but smile uncontrollably. Baby, Daddy is awesome, isn't that right? Mommy, me too, I feel very happy too. Zhang Peishi was thinking about Li Yang again. Meanwhile, Li Yang in the kitchen heard a system prompt. Yes, but the content of the prompt slightly surprised him. Ding dong, Zhang Peishi's love for the host has reached its maximum. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task ahead of time. Congratulations to the host for activating the cornucopia. Cornucopia? Li Yang's eyebrows shot up. What did this mean? The cornucopia will automatically open. During the opening period, it will gather $1 of wealth for the host every minute, and automatically settle accounts once every 24 hours. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. The cornucopia is great, which means that I can get 1,440 yuan a day without doing anything? That's 43,200 yuan a month. Lying around and earning 40,000 yuan, this life is really getting more and more comfortable. Don't count yourself out just because you haven't graduated from university yet. Even if you have, how many people can find a job that pays 40,000 yuan a month? It's no exaggeration to say that in this era when college students are less valuable than dogs, graduates are often only worth 2,000 yuan, and they have to do the most tiring work. It's even more common to be bullied by the elderly. Isn't this the situation with Chow Yuhao, who works part-time at a 4S store? Compared to ordinary people who have to work hard for the rest of their lives, Li Yang only feels that his luck is not bad. His wife is the school beauty queen, and she is a knockout. They have 2 children, and they have both a down jacket and a leather jacket. And with the golden finger of the system, the heavens have not been mean to him. But then again, nowadays he is not alone. He has parents above him and a wife and children below him, and he cannot choose to lie down just because of the trivial benefits in front of him. While I'm still young, I should work hard to provide the best living conditions for my wife, children, and parents. This is the most important thing. Thinking this way, the future is looking more and more promising. Although the system's rewards are very attractive, at the moment Li Yang is more curious about how Zhang Peishi's love value for him has suddenly reached its maximum. Thinking this way, Li Yang walked out of the kitchen and came to the door of the bedroom. Through the crack in the door, he saw the gentle Zhang Peishi, who was smiling while holding the baby. He didn't go in to disturb them, but just stood at the door and looked in for a few moments, because he really couldn't bear to spoil the warm and loving scene. To be honest, it wasn't just Zhang Peishi's love for Li Yang that had reached its peak, the same was true of the latter. Whether out of obligation or for whatever reason, Li Yang wanted to take good care of Zhang Peishi and their daughter, and he had decided on this from the first time he had talked about it. In no time at all, Li Yang had finished cooking 3 bowls of clear soup noodles. He calculated the time and decided that Chi would be here soon. I'm going to have to trouble her for company today, so I naturally need to treat her. Li Yang even deliberately added an extra poached egg to her bowl. Sure enough, as soon as it was served, the doorbell rang. And she was afraid that she had not come because she smelled the food. It's so nice, I'm getting more and more envious of she. What should I do? Every day someone cooks for you and asks after your well-being. It's so nice that I want to get married myself. While she was talking, and she had already slipped to the dining table. Fortunately, she still had some sense, so after saying hello to Li Yang, she ran into the bedroom. She. Have the babies woken up yet? They're still asleep, so let's eat. The noodles that Li Yang cooked smell delicious. Chi's words were so full of praise that if someone didn't know any better, they would think she cooked them. You and my husband eat first, I'll stay here and take care of Yi and Yaya. That won't do. If you leave it for too long, it'll get mushy. Here, let me take care of it while you and your husband eat. With that, Chi plopped down on the bed, and Zhang Peishi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chi, can you take care of Yi and Yaya yourself? No. Chi answered firmly, and Zhang Peishi couldn't help but be infuriated. If you can't go and eat first. Okay, go quickly. I'll eat with your husband. This is ridiculous. Go quickly. I'll call you when Yi and Yaya start crying. Angel waved her hand without looking up. Zhang Peishi was speechless and could only move slowly towards the dining room. In fact, Li Yang had said that he would bring the food into the bedroom so that she could eat in comfort. But Zhang Peishi felt that it was a hassle, not to mention that the doctor had also said that she should move around more often, and she didn't want to get a blood clot. As a result, the short walk that should have taken just a few seconds took her 2 minutes. Yay! It smells so good. Zhang Peishi smelled the aroma of the noodles and noticed the milky white soup, which immediately made her appetite grow. But what made her happiest was the poached egg in the bowl. It was round and plump, unlike the poached egg she cooked herself, where the egg white always gets cooked away, leaving only a few egg white strands wrapping the yolk. She's not bad at cooking, on the contrary, she learned a good skill at the Welfare Institute, but she could never get the hang of poached eggs. Even after searching Douyin, I learned that you should spread a layer of oil with a spoon and then heat it with a water temperature, but it still doesn't work, it will still be overcooked. Seeing Li Yang's perfectly cooked poached eggs, I naturally feel very impressive. Li Yang is afraid that he wouldn't dare to dream that he would cook a poached egg and be admired by his wife? Come on, hurry up and eat. Yes. Coming. Zhang Peishi nodded heavily, but her movements were very slow. There was no choice, it had only been a few days since the cesarean section, and the wound had barely healed. She was lucky to be able to walk, and if she took any big steps, she would definitely cry out in pain. Although she moved slowly, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Zhang Peishi's white forehead after she sat down in the chair, showing that she had obviously made an effort. Li Yang felt so sorry for her that he began to doubt whether the pills that the system rewards you with to restore your health actually work. Zhang Peishi saw the concern in his eyes and, although she was breathing heavily, she gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, honey, I'll feel better after I eat the noodles you cooked. Come on, smile. Li Yang was infected by Zhang Peishi's optimism and obediently grinned. Unexpectedly, a pair of chopsticks were quickly stuffed into his mouth. When he came to his senses, he realized that Zhang Peishi had fed him a poached egg. Honey, you've worked hard. I'm feeding you a poached egg. As she said this, Zhang Peishi tilted her head playfully, which made Li Yang feel great. He guessed that he would feel great all day. Chapter 24. Yang, did you come in a Maybach? After breakfast, Li Yang put everything he might need in the bedroom by the bed. He double-checked everything before leaving. As she watched Li Yang leave, and she couldn't help but sigh with envy. Pepe, your Li Yang is really a warm guy. Who says he isn't? Zhang Pepe agreed without looking up. When Anchi saw her sitting on the bed, her eyes overflowing with maternal love and radiating with motherly light, she understood. This girl has completely womanized. But then again, if you can meet a man like Li Yang, it's really a great blessing. On the other side, Li Yang arrived at the underground parking lot and drove away in the Maybach. Although it's very nice to drive, I always feel that I should sit in the back of this car, right? Without thinking too much, Li Yang drove to the university. After all, the sooner he finished, the sooner he could go home to his wife and child. Especially when he left the house, the way his son, Yaya, clenched his little fist from being farted, it made him even more impatient to finish his business and return to the three of them. 10 or 20 minutes later, a brand new, shiny Maybach appeared at the entrance to the university student living area in the magical city. Once it appeared, it immediately became the focus of half the street. Although not many female college students knew the car, just looking at the appearance was enough to get a message: expensive. When the car came to a stop, people around looked over to see what kind of person would get out of such a luxurious car. As the car door opened, a long leg stepped down, and when Li Yang stood under the car, some female college students were directly infatuated. After all, Li Yang is tall and handsome, and he looks sunny and cheerful, which is very easy to like. The main thing is that he is young and drives a Maybach as a car, which few people can match. Li Yang ignored the stares of the people around him, but strode with his long legs into the living area. Not to mention that the normally serious security guard was beaming at this moment, and even handed him a cigarette. Before returning to the dormitory, Li Yang bought 2 huazi. He had let his 3 sons down before, and they had been worried about him for the past few days, so he felt he should reward them. In the corridor, the dormitory door was open, and the shouts of the mahjong players could be heard from afar. After Li Yang walked in, the shouts turned into screams of surprise. Li Yang's forehead went dark. What did that mean? It made it seem like he was doing something. Brother Yang, you know how to come back. Were you too attached to the soft embrace of your lover and couldn't break free? Xiao Yangzi, tell me, how did you manage to seduce the school beauty queen and make her willingly bear your children? You can come back whenever you want, so why are you being so polite? Wang Wang, go away and give Brother Yang a seat. Li Wei, who had been calling Yangzi little Yangzi, all of a sudden changed his tone, and with a twitch of his buttocks, he pushed Lu Jiawang away, who was sitting on the bed. The reason for this change in attitude was entirely because he saw Yang Li pull out Tu Zhanghua from behind him. Lu Jiawang looked indignant, but for the sake of Huzi, he shut up. Zhao Yuchen, the fourth person in the dormitory, also jumped down from the upper bunk, looked at Yang Li, and then gave him a thumbs up, feeling a sincere admiration. It's no surprise, Zheng Peishi, the most beautiful schoolgirl, has actually been seduced by Li Yang and given birth to his child? Just dating the schoolgirl would have caused a sensation, let alone having her stay at home to recuperate from childbirth. The four people in the same dormitory get along perfectly, with no pressure or generation gap. After all, they all want to be the godfather of the other three. But jokes aside, they are also very supportive when times get tough, as in this case. When they heard that Zheng Peishi, the school beauty queen, had given birth to twins for Li Yang, Lu Jiawang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen all sent their sincere blessings. But after the blessings, they were worried about Li Yang. Brother Yang, your wife has just graduated, and you haven't yet. You both have no source of income, so how will you support the children? Wang Wang said, the three of us have come up with a total of 50,000 yuan, which we will transfer to you in a moment. We can't let our nephew or niece go hungry, can we? With that, Li Wei took out his phone and prepared to transfer the money. Zhao Yuchen rarely speaks, but he took the 2 huazi that snatched over and returned them to Li Yang. Brother Yang, we're all brothers, why buy so many huazi? Take them back and get a refund. It's more than 1,000 yuan, you can buy several cans of milk powder with that. Watching what the three of them did, Li Yang couldn't help but feel moved, his nose running, so he quickly looked away. Hey, hey, hey! Brother Yang is crying. Is he moved to tears? He was very moved at first, but as soon as Lu Jiawang opened his mouth, he was forced to hold back his emotions. Brother Yang, the money has been transferred, please accept it. Of course, Yang Li would not take the money. Not to mention that he gets money into his account every minute of every hour, just the fact that he owns the system means that he can never run out of money. In contrast, Li Wei, Lu Jiawang and Zhao Yuchen are about to start internships and look for jobs, and naturally they can no longer ask their families for living expenses at that time. It is not easy to save some money. No, I can't accept it. Li Yang shook his head and returned the money. Seeing that he refused to accept the money, Li Wei became a little anxious and immediately continued to persuade him. Brother Yang, as you know, my family won the lottery and has a little money. Just take the money and pay us back when you have it. Li Wei was right. His father had won the first prize in the lottery when he was in junior high school, and since then no one in the family had had to work outside the home. Although it was said that sitting on your laurels will lead to ruin, anyone who knew a little about investing knew that with such a large base of family assets, as long as you didn't squander it, it would be difficult to spend it all. As a result, Li Wei had never worried about money until now. Of the 50,000 yuan that the three of them had put together, more than 30,000 yuan had come from Li Wei himself. Li Yang was very moved and was also very glad to have met the three of them. He definitely would not accept the money, but how to explain it was a problem. As he flipped through his thoughts, Li Yang took out his phone and opened the exchange. Come on, guys, take a look. Yu Yanga brother Yang really doesn't lack money. I played around with Bitcoin and made a little money, not much, but it's definitely not a problem raising kids, not to mention that I'm also a rich second generation. Li Yan laughed mockingly, and directly added the title of rich second generation to himself. Lu Jiawang and the other two couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw the record of hundreds of thousands of dollars in profits on Li Yang's phone screen. Li Wei even poked the phone screen with his hand to see if it was a screenshot. Damn it! How did you do it, Yang? You actually won hundreds of thousands of dollars playing Bitcoin? Even Zhao Yuchen, who is usually quiet, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. At the same time, the class WeChat group suddenly rang, and Lu Jiawang was numb when he opened it. Brother Yang, you came in a Maybach? Chapter 25. Have you ever seen a tutor protecting his child? In the class group, all the students who were originally diving were blown out by a photo. In the photo, Li Yang had just got out of the driver's seat of the Maybach. For a moment, the group chat exploded, and almost all of the 30 or so people chimed in with exclamations. Class president, you're actually a rich second generation. Brother Yang, you've hidden it well enough. I can see there's dust on your shoes. Here, let me dust them for you, buddy. The atmosphere in the class was very good. No one was afraid to talk to Li Yang because he drove a Maybach. As usual, he was still everyone's class president. Class monitor, you didn't rent this car, did you? Someone asked, and almost immediately someone else stood up to refute it, and that was Chow Yuao. Don't talk nonsense, monitor. Yesterday, he still picked up a new car from the 4S store where I work, full payment. Yang is a proper rich kid. As soon as these words were spoken, the class fell silent, all digesting the news that the monitor was a rich kid. In the dormitory. As Lu Jiawang asked, Li Yang nodded, but his nonchalant attitude really made people want to smack him. The one parked outside the living area? That one is indeed mine. Not you, Yang, you rich second generation, you've hidden it well. Lu Jiawang exclaimed in amazement. Li Wei also kept nodding. His father had won the lottery jackpot before, but he wouldn't dare buy such a luxury car, unless the whole family went without food and drink. Zhao Yuchen was also very surprised, but he still asked in a small voice with a clear mind. Brother Yang, it's not possible that Zhang Peishi is a rich girl and she gave it to you, is it? For a moment, Lu Jiawang and Li Wei both turned their heads, and they only felt that this explanation was a bit more likely. However, Li Yang still shook his head. Okay, stop guessing, I am a rich second generation, just wait for me for a while. I want to start a company, and you three are all staying in Shanghai and not leaving, to help me. As for your sister-in-law, she is not a rich girl's daughter, but never mind, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Zhang Peishi's background is something Li Yang doesn't like to talk about, not because of anything else, but because he can't bear to, and whenever he talks about it, it hurts for a long time. Lu Jiawang and the other two were also sensible and didn't ask again, but switched to a lighter topic. For example, they asked Li Yan what kind of company he wanted to start. For example, did Zhang Peishi still have any good girlfriends, and would she introduce them? Li Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at this, because he suddenly remembered Enchi, who had been his companion at home with Zhang Peishi. Enchi was a real beauty with a good family background, but she didn't seem like someone Lu Jiawang and the others could handle, at least not her type. After a short while, Li Yang got up to leave. He had returned today to pack a few clothes and to let the instructor know that his absence for a few days was no big deal, but if he kept missing classes and made the instructor unhappy, then there would be big trouble. After saying goodbye to the three Lu brothers, Li Yang went straight to the instructor's office with his bag. Before he even entered the door, Li Yang heard the instructor's smug voice, Mengingxue. Look, a Maybach. My monitor drove it. Well, I always knew my monitor was capable, but I didn't realize he was this capable. Could it be a rental? Someone was indignant and asked a question. Meng Yingshue's response left her colleagues in the office speechless. A rental? So what if it's a rental? I don't think there are any rentals available. It would cost a lot to rent one, wouldn't it? And it's my monitor, so he's capable. Everyone was speechless, and even Li Yang in the hallway tripped over his feet. I've seen people protect their students, but I've never seen it go this far. Xue Jie. Li Yang called out affectionately from the doorway of the office, and then walked in. Meng Yingxue also hurriedly got up and took Li Yang's hand to introduce him to her colleagues. This is my monitor, Li Yang. Hello, teachers. Li Yang greeted them in a friendly manner, and indeed seemed to match Meng Yingshue's praise of being capable and of good character. In particular, the fact that he could afford a Maybach made the others in the office take him seriously. Second-generation rich kids are never easy to deal with. For a while, almost no one was not envious of Meng Yingshue's class having such a capable and handsome student with a good family background. What should she do when she sees how her colleagues are behaving, and she feels a little pleased with herself? Li Yang, what can I do for you? Yes, Xue, I want to ask for some time off. I need to. Look after your wife during the postpartum period, right? Sure, it's approved. I'll go to the hospital myself to apply for leave for you in a moment. Li Yang swears that at the time, he absolutely had no idea that the reason why his instructor Xue wanted to go to the hospital to apply for leave for him was to seek benefits. When he saw the instructor driving a few boxes of milk powder and a lot of little clothes, he was stunned. When he heard that this was the money the college had allocated to buy it, he was even more shocked. How could they play like this? It was also from that time that Li Yang finally understood how strong the current encouragement to have children was. Thank you, Xue Jie. Li Yang sincerely thanked her. Meng Yingxue, however, waved her hand dismissively, while not forgetting to ask about Zhang Peishi and the children. When she saw the photos of Yi and Yaya, she couldn't contain her joy, and her face was filled with an anti-smile. After a while, Li Yang said goodbye and left. And as he walked out of the office, Meng Yingxuan in the room started showing off to her colleagues again. Look, it's still my monitor, he got the school flower, and he gave birth to 2 babies at once, twins. I'll stop talking, I have to go to the hospital to take leave for my monitor. As Meng Yingxuan rushed out of the office, the other tutors and teachers just looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had seen people who liked the students in their class, but they had never seen someone who treated the students in their class like their own younger brothers and cared for them. It was just so outrageous. On the other side, Li Yang walked out of the living area and drove away, hurrying home without stopping. Although the delay was not long, he was always worried about the 3 Zhang Peishi sisters at home. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he went out to play, he couldn't enjoy himself. Finally, he returned to Grace Garden. He parked the car and walked home in big strides. He opened the door and let his heart truly settle down when he smelled the faint milk fragrance in the house. However, the faint sobbing sound coming from the bedroom instantly made him nervous. Peishi? Anche? What's wrong? What happened? Pushing open the bedroom door, Li Yang immediately saw Zhang Peishi with red eyes and tear-stained face. Zhang Peishi's face was originally slightly pale, lacking some energy, and now the way she was sobbing directly made Li Yang's heart ache. Chapter 26. Zhang Peishi, unable to bear the burden of it all falling on Li Yang. My dear. Li Yang gently stroked Zhang Peishi's back and comforted her softly. In this way, the latter seemed to have found a backbone and slowly stopped crying. Honey, it's been a few days, and I still don't have any breast milk. I can see that Yi and Yaya still need to drink formula milk to avoid starving, and I feel so bad about it, I don't want to do it. After Zhang Peishi finished speaking, and she, who was sweating from anxiety, hurriedly explained. Cici felt very distressed that the babies could not drink breast milk, and she burst into tears. Afterwards, she added, but I didn't make her cry. Li Yang suddenly laughed. She hadn't said it was her who made her cry, but the girl was so full of a desire to survive. Now she knew why Zhang Peishi was crying, and it was easier to deal with. It turned out to be because of this, so it's okay, don't cry. There is nothing to feel sorry about when babies like Yi and Yaya have formula to drink. There are actually many children who don't have breast milk to eat. Besides, after a cesarean section, your body is weak and your body will enter a state of self-protection. When you get better, the more breast milk you secrete. Of course, the main thing is that Yi and Yaya need to suck. This is why I always let Yi and Yaya drink from you separately before breastfeeding. The human body is actually a very sophisticated existence. When it senses that the baby has a need, the brain will order the body to secrete more breast milk for Yi and Yaya to drink, just to give the brain this hint. I think your breast milk will be sufficient in the next day or 2. Li Yang said with absolute confidence, and of course he wasn't just saying this, he really knew what he was talking about. Whether it's food supplements or massage with the hands of life, it will be very effective. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, Zhang Peishi's mood improved a lot, but she was still a little skeptical. Really? Really? If there's not enough breast milk, then let Yi and Yaya eat mine. Saying this, Li Yang deliberately puffed out his chest, and this look directly amused the 2 women, Zhang Peishi and Anqi. Puff okay, I believe your husband. Besides, how could a big man like you secrete breast milk? What would that look like? Zhang Peishi laughed, her mood returning to normal, and Anqi next to her silently gave Li Yang a thumbs up. You have to know that not long after Li Yang left, Zhang Peishi was depressed and crying because she didn't have enough breast milk. After such a long time, and she still hadn't calmed her down, and she was even sweating from the rush. Now, Li Yang has only been back for 10 minutes or so, and he has actually made Zhang Peishi laugh. He really is very skilled. At the same time, and she couldn't help but think, it's true, what the lover sees is beautiful. One sentence from Li Yang is better than 100 from myself. You guys stay here, I'll go prepare the ingredients for lunch. When she heard the word lunch, and Qi's eyes lit up. She couldn't get enough of yesterday's home-cooked meal or this morning's clear soup noodles. Now she heard that Li Yang was going to prepare lunch, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of excitement. Before leaving, Li Yang glanced at the baby in the crib. He saw that Yi was still asleep, while his younger sister, Yaya, was looking at the ceiling with one eye open, as if she were daydreaming. Well, yeah, your brother can open both his eyes, but you always keep them open. Li Yang asked with a smile, saying that it was funny. The day after the siblings were born, Yi could open his eyes, wide and bright. His younger sister Yaya also opened her eyes, but only one eye, which was still bright and alert, but only one eye after all. Even though she has been discharged from the hospital and returned home for 2 days, she has not been able to open the other eye. Earlier, Zhang Peishi was worried, but after asking the doctor, she was relieved. However, she still hopes that her daughter will open both eyes soon. Honey, I have checked, I think her eyes are still covered in mucus, so just wait a little longer and they will open completely. I guess so, but although she has only opened one eye, Yaya is still a little beauty. Li Yang smiled adoringly, and before going to the kitchen, he couldn't help but fondle his daughter's little feet. They were so smooth and tender, and so small that he didn't dare use too much force. In the kitchen, Li Yang took out 3 clean pig's trotters and soaked an appropriate amount of soybeans in advance. Ever since he learned that Zhang Peishi was crying because she was worried about breast milk, he had decided that it was necessary to arrange a soup with a milk-promoting effect. Pig trotters and soybean soup is a must-have soup for postpartum women. It is said to have originated in the Tang dynasty, and the mother of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty also drank it, with excellent results. Of course, this is not something Li Yang just made up, but an illusion recorded in the Chinese banquet-level cooking techniques in his mind. After preparing another dish of stir-fried broccoli and stir-fried prawns, Li Yang walked out of the kitchen and towards the bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Zhang Peishi sitting on the bed, holding a laptop in her arms. What are you doing? You should avoid looking at your phone and computer during your postpartum period. You should also sit and walk less, and lie down more. Yes, I know, honey, but I want to finish this bit of work before I rest. Work? Li Yang was suspicious. Your wife deeply understands that raising a child is not easy, and she doesn't want you to carry the burden of life alone, so she wants to help you relieve some of the pressure. You probably don't know this yet, but your wife is a little internet celebrity with over 200,000 followers on TikTok. Li Yang was surprised when Enchi told him this, as he really didn't know. Zhang Peishi was a little embarrassed by Enchi's praise and hurriedly defended herself. It's nothing, just sharing beauty knowledge and makeup tips. Fortunately, there are quite a few people who like it, and they all support me. That's amazing. Li Yang sincerely praised her. Hearing his praise, Zhang Peishi was even happier, her smile became even more intense, and even her brain seemed to be working better. Oh, I suddenly had an inspiration. What? Li Yang and Enchi both turned their heads. The followers who pay attention to me are basically all girls, and every girl loves beauty, even when they are pregnant. My followers who are pregnant often ask me in private if there are any cosmetics suitable for pregnant women, and I feel that this is a direction to go. You mean sharing cosmetics that pregnant women can use? Angel understood and also felt that it was feasible. I think it's not bad. Although it will cause some existing followers to unfollow, in the long run, it will indeed attract more pregnant girls. Right. But then you have to reveal the fact that you have children and that Li Yang exists. Angel added. On the contrary, Zhang Peishi didn't care at all. What's there to hide? I'll post a video about it in a bit. Her willingness to so openly reveal the existence of her babies and their father touched Li Yang a little. Chapter 27, a strong milk-promoting soup that works in one bite? Zhang Peishi didn't just talk about it, she actually did it. She took a few photos of Yi and Yaya on the spot, and also selected a few photos from her phone album that she already had, and made an exquisite PowerPoint. Of course, the cover of the PowerPoint was a group photo of the 4 of them. In the photo, Li Yang was handsome, the babies were cute, and Zhang Peishi was full of happiness. Seeing Zhang Peishi post her work without hesitation, Enchi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. What is natural beauty? These 2 people in front of her are. When others post a circle of friends, the photos will be heavily retouched, but Zhang Peishi not only doesn't have a headache, but also directly posts the raw pictures. But the point is that it still looks very good, isn't it amazing? Angel is jealous, anyway. It seems as if she can see the heavens holding a rice bowl, chasing after the family and feeding them. Zhang Peishi is, after all, a beauty blogger with more than 200,000 followers. Usually, when she posts a work, someone will leave a comment in the comment section within 35 minutes, and they will also like and save it. Today was even faster, just 1 minute. In less than a minute, the messages section in the background lit up, and the number was still growing at a very fast rate. Someone commented so quickly? She quickly looked at the comments, and saw that they were all about unfollowing her, and unfollowing her. Can't you just wait for me to click like? Zhang Peishi glared at her best friend in annoyance, and then pointed her slender finger to open the messages. She had thought about it, and she might lose followers, but she didn't care. She didn't want to keep hiding her babies and Li Yang from the world. As her own family, Zhang Peishi wanted everyone to know about them. However, when she opened the comment section, instead of seeing comments like unfollowed, she saw a string of well wishes. Congratulations, little sister, the baby is very cute, and the father is very handsome. What a happy family of 4. Wow! Peishi, you already have a baby? I didn't notice you were pregnant at all. You suddenly posted a work announcement, and you really didn't treat us as outsiders. Here's a little flower for you. Peishi, I'm also pregnant. Can you recommend some cosmetics for pregnant women? Being a woman is hard, and being pregnant makes it even harder. The comments in the comments section are very heartwarming, and there are no comments that make people feel uncomfortable when they read them. In this way, Zhang Peishi's determination to share Li Yang's pressure was also strengthened. Thinking so, Zhang Peishi happily looked up and asked Li Yang for praise. Honey, am I amazing? Yes. You're amazing. My wife is the best. Li Yang also lavished praise on her, which made An-Chi roll her eyes. This kind of dog food is really everywhere. It was almost time, so Li Yang returned to the kitchen. This time, while cooking, he also made up his mind to do something. The thought that Zhang Peishi was still in the postpartum period and was thinking of ways to share the pressure made Li Yang feel very touched. But as a man, he felt bad that he was making his wife worry and work so hard while she was still in the postpartum period. After thinking about it, Li Yang felt that he should do something. Start a company? Once this thought popped into his head, he could no longer get it out. Although he had earned money by being able to see the value of things, it was ultimately small change. If he started a company, an investment company, wouldn't that maximize his ability? After all, even other investment companies are not infallible when deciding to invest in a project after various analyses and investigations, and there is still a possibility that it will be a waste of time. On the contrary, if one uses one's abilities appropriately, the situation can be very different. Thinking this way, Li Yang only felt a bright future ahead of him, and that he would not just be paying lip service to providing the best life for his wife and children. It seemed that the system sensed Li Yang's determination, and it moved. Ding dong, the reward has arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xiang Venture Capital. Please complete the acceptance as soon as possible. I wish the host will become stronger and create brilliance. Li Yang smiled when he heard this. This reward came at just the right time. However, there is no problem with creating brilliance, but can't the name be changed? At first listen, Xiang Venture Capital is quite good and romantic, but the homophony sunset is not appropriate, is it? However, after the system issued the reward, it disappeared, and no matter how Li Yang complained, it never spoke again. There was nothing he could do, so he just let it be. Before long, lunch was ready. Stir-frying was easy, but what took time was the pig's trotters and soybean soup. The doctor had told him to drink soup before eating, when he was discharged from the hospital. When Li Yang took the food and soup into the bedroom, Zhang Peishi and An-Chi both got up at almost the same time. Angel was in charge of moving the table, while Zhang Peishi was quick to tidy up the bed. There was no choice. The two of them had long since sniffed the delicious aroma drifting from the kitchen through the crack in the door. Even if they weren't hungry at first, their stomachs couldn't help but start rumbling. Wow! Is this soup good for breastfeeding? Seeing the pig's trotters and soybean soup in the casserole, Zhang Peishi suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. At that time, when she was crying, she had looked up ways to increase milk production, and this soup was highly recommended. Even so, Zhang Peishi didn't say anything to Li Yang, for fear of putting him in a difficult position. But she never expected that Li Yang would actually take the initiative to make it and serve it to her. The soup billowed up, rising up into the air, and Zhang Peishi couldn't help but feel a lump in her nose. Li Yang, look at how touched your Peishi is. An-Chi was very gratified, and then she added, to be honest, do you still have any brothers? As long as they are as warm as you, introduce them to me, I want to give myself away too. She was really envious of Li Yang and Zhang Peishi. You have to know that before this, she often threatened to remain a spinster until she was in her 40s, but now she is actually tempted. Yes, there are 3 brothers in my dormitory, and they are all very warm. I will introduce you to them if I get the chance. Li Yang readily agreed, saying that he would naturally think of his brothers in a good situation. It was time to eat. Just like Zhang Peishi, Anqi also tasted some pig's trotters and soybean soup. After taking a bite, her stomach felt warm, and then the rich fragrance of the soup returned to her mouth. After taking a bite of the soft and chewy pig's trotters, Anqi wished she could go into confinement earlier and have Li Yang as the chef. After finishing the bowl of soup, Anqi subconsciously wanted another bowl. But looking at the casserole, which didn't seem to have much capacity, she resisted, feeling that she should save it for Zhang Peishi. But it was amazing, just a bowl of soup, but Anqi felt her chest getting warm. Similarly, she also saw an additional touch of joy on Zhang Peishi's face. So while Li Yang went to the kitchen to get something, Anqi couldn't help but ask, "Peishi, do you feel like you're lactating?" "Huh? How do you know?" I saw it." Looking down at Anqi's gaze, Zhang Peishi noticed that the area of her pajamas where her breasts were had become a little damp. The effect was that good? Chapter 28. Pulling the stinky and crying have nothing to do with each other. Li Yang, who had returned, happened to hear the two women's conversation. In fact, the milk coming in was also expected. You have to know that she is a state banquet level chef herself, and her control of ingredients and conditioning of effects must have reached a pinnacle. Later, Li Yang used his system capabilities to enhance the effectiveness of the soup. It is absolutely appropriate to be able to milk the milk with one bowl, and it is only really questionable if it doesn't work. Zhang Peishi was surprised and also delighted. After all, having her own breast milk meant that her babies didn't have to drink formula milk. However, Anqi was a little incredulous and even couldn't accept it. But that was the truth, and she had to admit it, the effectiveness of this milk-promoting soup was guaranteed. So she held back for a long time before bursting out with a sentence. "Li Yang, you guys go open a shop, just call it milk-promoting soup. It's ridiculous that it works just one bowl. If you two open a shop, it will definitely be a hit." Angel has a point. After all, nowadays there are indeed quite a lot of shops on the street with signs saying milk promoting and milk promoting. It can be seen that there is a relatively large market demand for this. Li Yang explained that Zhang Peishi's milk was due, but Anqi just didn't believe him. What she didn't say explicitly was that after drinking a bowl of soup, her breasts felt warm. That afternoon, Li Yang became the main character in Zhang Peishi's Douyin account. The reason was none other than that, after learning about Li Yang and the babies, Zhang Peishi's fans clamored to see the babies and see the baby daddy taking care of the babies. There was nothing he could do. After all, Zhang Peishi is a fan-caring person. Since her fans wanted to see the baby and the father taking care of the baby, she would do her best to satisfy their desire. This would win their favor and bring in traffic, so why not? Li Yang knew in his heart that Zhang Peishi was doing this to relieve his pressure and make money to raise the baby with him. So, touched, Li Yang cooperated fully. Since he was already being filmed, Li Yang added his own insights and experiences when taking care of the baby. His tips on how to prepare formula milk, check body temperature and burp a baby won the praise in favor of his followers. The comments section was also harmonious, and Li Yang, who was using Zhang Peishi's account, was generous with his time, answering questions from his followers. It turns out that there are so many ways to burp a baby. My husband only knows the shoulder burping method. I feel that the head spinning method works very well, it's fast and effective. In no time, both young girls and women who have already married and have children praised the couple Zhang Peishi and Li Yang. There was no way around it, some of the parenting skills were really useful, and even some second-time mothers didn't know that they could do it this way. At the same time, Zhang Peishi also introduced a variety of cosmetics that can be used by pregnant mothers with her excellent knowledge, which directly made this part of her followers treat her as a timely rain. Unfollow? No way, she even recommended her best friend to follow her. As a result, in just half a day that afternoon, Zhang Peishi's Douyin account gained 300,000 followers. This growth rate is truly terrifying. Zhang Peishi was very happy with these results, and even the pain in her heart seemed to have eased. Honey, thank you. Zhang Peishi was sincerely grateful to Li Yang. Being kind-hearted, she directly attributed the credit for today's achievement to the former. Silly, don't be so formal, right? Li Yang smiled tenderly. Just the fact that Zhang Peishi chose to work during her confinement in order to share his burden was enough for him to spend his whole life taking care of this simple-minded girl. Not to mention that they have two babies, Yi and Yaya. Okay, if you want to spread the dog food, wait until I leave, don't feed it to me as a midnight snack. and she waved her hand in dissatisfaction. Even so, she envied them. How can I say that? Where did I spread the dog food? Zhang Peishi giggled. And she helplessly rolled her eyes. She was a little full anyway, and she didn't have to eat dinner. Boo. Suddenly, a long, drawn-out sound drifted over from the baby's cot. The three of them followed the sound, sensing that something was wrong. Pulled, Anchi said, and Li Yang and Zhang Peishi nodded in agreement. The next second, their baby sister started crying, very loudly, screaming her lungs out. There was no need to check to know that she had pooped. Li Yang hurriedly went over to pick up his delicate daughter and put her on the bed, preparing to change her diaper. Sure enough, when he lifted it up, the diaper was full of poop. Seeing this, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but laugh. Honey, our Yaya is so smart. She knows that pooping makes her feel uncomfortable, and that's why she's crying. Yes, unlike her brother. As she spoke, Li Yang looked at her still sleeping son, Yi, with a mixture of laughter and tears. Although the two little ones are twins and siblings, the difference in their personalities is really not small. Take the matter of pooping, for example. Yaya will cry in time, crying and screaming for her parents to come and change her into something dry, for fear that she will not be comfortable for a long time. But his brother, Yi, is different. Even if the diaper is already bulging, he won't say a word, just waiting for mom and dad to notice and change it. Such completely different behaviors often make their Auntie Anchi laugh out loud. Indeed, this is an age when even pooping and farting can make someone feel cute. Soon, Li Yang wiped his daughter's bottom clean, but the careful Zhang Peishi noticed a problem. It was that there was a bit of red near her daughter's little bottom, the kind of red that shows a skin has been broken. After taking a closer look, Zhang Peishi was heartbroken. Honey, look at this, what's going on? It's so red, and the skin is broken. As she spoke, Zhang Peishi felt that her daughter was sensible for not crying her eyes out. Li Yang was also a little worried when he saw it, but experience told him that it was a case of over-wiping. It's still not being wiped in time, so it's being covered. I'll pour some hot water over Yaya's bottom in a little while, and it'll be fine in a couple of days. Zhang Peishi felt much relieved when she heard Li Yang say this and offer a solution. But then she got nervous again. Because their son, Ya, doesn't even move when he poops, isn't it possible that his bottom has also been covered in red? Chapter 29. Zhang Peishi, you're so rude in my dreams. In order to make his daughter more comfortable, Li Yang quickly brought a basin of lukewarm water and prepared to wipe Yaya's bottom. With the help of Zhang Peishi and Anchi, Li Yang took a soft cotton towel, soaked it, and gently wiped his daughter. The little one was very sensible, not crying or making a fuss, just keeping one eye open. Although Yaya is still too young to see clearly, she doesn't mind staring at something in a daze. So much so that when you look from the side, it makes people think she's looking at her mom and dad. It's very convenient for babies to sleep. They can fall asleep whenever and wherever they get tired. After Li Yang carefully wiped her daughter's bottom clean, Yaya fell asleep. Even when she fell asleep, she was grinning and smiling. Well, I'm actually quite curious. Are Yi and Yaya already dreaming even though they're still so young? What do they dream about? I really want to know. As she watched Yaya grin, Anchi couldn't help but speak up. In fact, even Zhang Peishi was curious. After all, since giving birth to Yi and Yaya, she had seen the two little ones smile while sleeping many times, and there had even been moments when they had been especially radiant. Li Yang explained it like this. They smile when they sleep because they feel that their mother is doing well and they are happy from the bottom of their hearts. This explanation was very sweet, and Zhang Peishi couldn't help but tilt her head to one side, with the corners of her mouth lifting upwards. In contrast, Anchi was speechless for a moment, feeling that her best friend was too gullible to believe this. After warming her daughter's bottom with warm water, Li Yang was about to change the nappy. But unexpectedly, a jet of water suddenly flew up, and before the three of them could react, it flew over to Angel. No! It splashed onto Angel. Oops! Angel exclaimed, and although she reacted quickly and tried to avoid it, it was already too late, and her clothes were inevitably wet. This is unexpected. I never thought that I could get peed on just by sitting here next to Yaya's head. She used a tissue to blot it dry, and Anchi couldn't help but complain. As she said, a baby can pee in any direction, but the possibility of peeing upwards is the lowest, right? But even so, it still happened to Anchi. Seeing her best friend being flushed by her daughter, Zhang Peishi felt both amused and a little sorry for her. After all, Anchi had only just changed into those clothes. Anchi, why don't you change your clothes and bring them over? I'll wash them for you later, Zhang Peishi said, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Anchi, of course, refused, waved her hand, stood up, and watched the water droplets trickle down her arm. You're in the postpartum period, why are you doing the laundry? I'll do it myself. Besides, if I really let you wash my clothes, your husband Li Yang will roll his eyes at me. No, that's not true. Zhang Peishi laughed and defended herself. In the end, and she looked over and saw that there was nothing else she could do here, so she went home, too. It was close anyway, so it was convenient. In the bedroom, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi were also playing with each other. The little guy is still young, but he definitely wants to play with his mom and dad. That expression and the way he shakes his little hands all show this. Unfortunately, he's just too young to do it. Before going to bed at night, Li Yang was worried that Zhang Peishi was hungry and wanted to heat up some rice for her. Zhang Peishi shook her head, feeling that she was not hungry. But when Li Yang came out with a bowl of soup and 2 pancakes, she was so hungry that she said to her husband, "Hurry up. Oh, honey, I want to eat. I'm so hungry." In just 10 minutes, Zhang Peishi was like a different person. She was clearly not hungry before, but now she was as hungry as if she hadn't eaten for several meals. Li Yang also understands that after all, Zhang Peishi is now shouldering the important task of breastfeeding, which is equivalent to 1 person eating and 3 people consuming. Although Yi and Yaya are still young, producing milk for the 2 of them is also very exhausting, so it's no wonder that she's hungry. Thus, under Li Yang's watchful eye, Zhang Peishi swept the food and soup on the small table in front of her clean off the plate at a tremendous speed, even gnawing the bone from the pig's foot in the soup clean. She even picked up the sesame seeds that had fallen on the plate and stuffed them into her mouth. After she had eaten her fill, Zhang Peishi realized that she had not acted like a lady at all. In an instant, she blushed with embarrassment. Old husband, I didn't eat enough? Li Yang said eagerly. Zhang Peishi shook her head vigorously, her small, white, slender hands clutching the corner of her shirt as she tried to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. Give me a banana, honey. Li Yang looked where Zhang Peishi was looking and saw a handful of bananas on the cabinet. She was craving these. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh as he brought the bananas and peeled them before handing them over. While Zhang Peishi took the banana, she didn't forget to pout at Li Yang to make him stop laughing. The 2 of them looked at each other, and in the end they couldn't hold back and laughed. This scene can only be described as a pity that Angel slipped away early, otherwise not only would they not be talking about bananas, they wouldn't even want to drink another sip of water when they got up in the night. After eating and drinking, Zhang Peishi lay in Li Yang's arms, playfully poking at the latter's abs. During this time, she wanted to lift up her shirt to take a look more than once, but she resisted. It's so dreamy. Zhang Peishi suddenly spoke up. Li Yang nodded in response, and even without asking, he could roughly understand what she was talking about. Honey, sometimes I dream about you even in my sleep. What did you dream about? Li Yang asked with a smile, curious. Zhang Peishi didn't hide anything, and listed the scenes in her dream one by one, counting on her fingers. However, at the end of the story, she blushed, and in the blink of an eye, the blush spread to her earlobes and neck. Why did you stop talking? Pay 11, you were so rude in my dream. Zhang Peishi muttered softly with a pout. Seeing this, Li Yang understood, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just rubbed his nose and looked weird. Rude? How rude? Smiling, Li Yang suddenly leaned down. With a playful mood, he lightly bit the 2 thin, blow-up lips. Zhang Peishi's body tightened, and her small hands protected her chest, not moving until she was about to run out of breath, and Li Yang let go. Rude, like this? Well, yes. Zhang Peishi nodded and muttered bastard. Li Yang laughed, a very happy laugh, and put his arm around Zhang Peishi's waist. His fingertips lightly grazed her skin, causing a tingling sensation. Although the 2 had not spent much time together, they were surprisingly familiar with each other. The scene of them chatting and laughing in the faint light was very warm. After a while, Zhang Peishi grew sleepy and slowly fell asleep, resting her head on Li Yang's thigh. In order to let her rest a little longer, Li Yang tried his best to avoid making loud movements. It was a bit difficult to keep his limbs from going numb. Until late at night, Zhang Peishi suddenly woke up, as if she had drooled. And she had wet Li Yang's clothes. Then, she could never fall asleep again, because no matter what she tried, she couldn't dry herself. Chapter 30, Is it hard? No, I want to keep you company. Honey. Honey. Zhang Peishi whispered, and fortunately Li Yang wasn't sleeping too deeply and responded quickly. What's wrong, silly? I think I've? Where? Li Yang looked up between Zhang Peishi's long legs. Spit. Where are you looking? It's breast milk, I've leaked breast milk. On hearing this, Li Yang smiled awkwardly, thinking that he had just misinterpreted it because he was still a little groggy from sleep. Turning on the bedside lamp, the two of them saw in the faint light that her pajamas had become soaked in dark, just as Zhang Peishi had said, and that her breast milk had indeed been flowing uncontrollably. Zhang Peishi was overjoyed. During the day, she had been so worried about this that she wanted to cry. Now that there was so much milk, it was flowing out on its own, which really made her happy. What should I do, honey? Yi and Yaya are still asleep, so I can't just wake them up to breastfeed. Zhang Peishi sat up anxiously, holding her shirt in one hand and covering her chest with the other, afraid that the milk would flow away. Li Yang glanced at the clock and realized that it was almost time for the children to breastfeed. So, while comforting Zhang Peishi, he picked up Yaya in his arms. The reason he picked up Yaya first was because the little guy was impatient. If he woke up hungry and couldn't get any breast milk within 3 seconds, he would start crying, and then he would wake up his brother as well. After a few days, Li Yang had already figured out the temperaments of his son and daughter. But almost awake didn't mean awake right away. Zhang Peishi looked at her daughter, who was still asleep, and then at the breast milk dripping out, and she became very anxious. So without waiting for Li Yang to react, she took her daughter away. This movement naturally woke up Yaya, but the little guy hadn't reacted to what was happening yet, and he was suddenly given a ration in his mouth. Yaya, who was already hungry, saw this as a good opportunity and immediately started sucking away, without even bothering with the breast shield. Yaya, who had never had enough breast milk since birth, finally experienced the feeling of having all the breast milk she could eat, which was very comfortable. After finishing both breasts, Yaya lay in her mother's arms, contented and with half-closed eyes. There was even a trace of enjoyment on her young face, just like the so-called drunk milk. Seeing her daughter so contented, Zhang Peishi was also overjoyed. But here's the problem, Yaya is only satisfied after she has drunk both breasts worth of milk, so if he wakes up in the middle of the night, there won't be any milk left for her. Li Yang read Zhang Peishi's thoughts and, after a moment's thought, reassured her. Don't worry, it's a good thing that you have more breast milk today. Tomorrow and the day after, your breast milk will continue to increase. And didn't the doctor say when we were discharged from the hospital that we should buy some good formula milk? What he meant was that your breast milk alone may not be enough for 2 babies, so you need to prepare some formula milk. What's more, I will make you some milk soup every day, and give you a massage when I have time, so you will definitely have enough milk. With Li Yang's reassurance, Zhang Peishi let go and stopped worrying. After all, nothing can be achieved overnight. But she was still very happy that her son and daughter would not have to rely on formula milk alone. It was late at night, but Zhang Peishi was not sleepy at all. On the contrary, she was still very excited. She was so happy that she could not sleep, so she threw herself into Li Yang's arms and gave him a kiss without hesitation. Honey, thank you. Obviously, she attributed all the credit to Li Yang. He deserved it. Even though Li Yang had said not to, Zhang Peishi was still happy to rub against him in his arms, like a little kitten. She was a good, simple girl, and all her emotions were shown on her face, making Li Yang unable to help but want to take care of her. This excitement supported Zhang Peishi for 2 hours, and she finally fell asleep when she couldn't hold on any longer. During the night, Zhang Peishi got up to breastfeed her son once. Just as the little guy woke up and Li Yang was about to feed him formula, she sat up suddenly. There was nothing she could do. She couldn't sleep soundly, and her mind was constantly on the little one, so she woke up at the slightest noise. As she watched Zhang Peishi, full of maternal love, hug her son and feed him, Li Yang sat beside her in deep thought. In fact, he still quite hoped that Yi and Yaya would drink formula milk, so that his wife could get more rest. Now that she has breast milk, Zhang Peishi will definitely not sleep until morning. Instead, she will wake up at the precise moment when her son and daughter need to be fed. This will definitely make her very tired at night. Li Yang is also feeling more and more distressed. Hubby, what are you looking at? You're not getting any, so don't even think about it, Zhang Peishi said with a smile, noticing Li Yang's expression. Who else could she be concerned about? Of course it's herself. Zhang Peishi is very happy and touched. At the same time, she is also clear about the reason why Li Yang is showing such a look, it is because she needs to get up at night to breastfeed. Zhang Peishi is not unhappy about this, but very happy, because she can give her son and daughter better nutrition and relieve Li Yang's pressure at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. But Zhang Peishi did not say this explicitly, but instead used a joke to lighten the mood. Li Yang was also amused by her words. No matter what, she would never compete with her son and daughter for milk. However, Zhang Peishi's generous breastfeeding really made her feel at home. Not to mention, although it is tiring to get up in the night to take care of your baby, it is still very nice to be able to spend some quality time with them. After settling Yi and Yaya, Zhang Peishi came to lie down next to Li Yang, put her arm around him and felt his warmth. It was quiet at night, and Zhang Peishi talked a lot, including about how happy she was to be able to share Li Yang's pressure. Listening to his beloved confide in him, Li Yang's emotions were stirred, and before he knew it, the responsibility of family became the most inseparable existence for him. The night went well. The main reason was that Yi and Yaya were very sensible and obedient, and they were not too naughty. They were the kind of angel babies who would just sleep after eating. In the morning, Li Yang was preparing breakfast while Zhang Peishi was taking care of the babies in the bedroom. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhang Peishi was puzzled. Didn't Anchi have a key? And it was still early, she should still be in bed, so why was she here so early today? Zhang Peishi was about to go and answer the door when Li Yang, who had just come out of the kitchen, stopped her. I'll go answer the door, don't keep moving. Okay, got it. Zhang Peishi went back to the bed, but before she could sit down, she heard Li Yang's voice. Li Yang was calling her mother. He sounded surprised. But Zhang Peishi was even more surprised when she realized what was going on. Could it be that her mother-in-law had arrived? Chapter 31. A child with a mother is like a treasure. Li Yang was surprised that his mother had come. You have to transfer between several modes of transport to get here. It seems that my mother is really not afraid of hardships for her grandchildren. Mom, why did you come? Where is my father? Your father has a case in his hands and can't leave, so I had to come by myself. Jia Ximin explained, while taking a look at the house, and nodded with satisfaction after a moment. The house is not bad, and I'm glad that you wanted to rent a nicer place, so that she won't be shortchanged. Where is she? In the bedroom? Yes, Mom, she's inside. Li Yangdao said, while also a little worried about whether Zhang Peishi would be nervous. Okay, I'll go check. Jia Ximin is an experienced teacher with over 20 years of teaching experience. She has seen it all and met everyone. But now she is going to see her grandchildren and daughter-in-law, and she is uncontrollably nervous. One door separates them. Outside, the mother-in-law Jia Ximin is nervous, and inside, the daughter-in-law Zhang Peishi is also nervously clenching her fists. Although the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the parents-in-law, she really isn't mentally prepared at the moment, so how could she not be nervous? If it weren't inappropriate, she would even have the thought of hiding in the closet. The door creaked open. Jia Ximin entered quietly, and then saw Zhang Peishi sitting by the bed. At just one glance, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful girl!" There was nothing she could do about it. Although Zhang Peishi had no time to put on makeup and had to go barefaced, the title of beautiful schoolgirl was not bought with money. The foundation was there, and even without makeup, she was absolutely heart-stopping. On the one hand, Zhang Peishi's life is good-looking, and on the other hand, she has given birth to 2 children for the old Li family. Jia Ximin has nothing but love for her. The most important reason is the third reason, Zhang Peishi's background. A girl who grew up in a welfare institution really pierced Jia Ximin's heart, so the reason why she hurried from her hometown to the Magic City was not just to see her grandchildren, but also to see Zhang Peishi, this poor girl. Ah, Auntie. Don't get up. Sit down. Hurry and lie down. Jia Ximin interrupted, hurriedly walking quickly up to the bed and pushing Zhang Peishi down on it, helping her lie down while frowning slightly and giving her instructions. You can't just sit around during your confinement. You have to lie down. It'll help your wounds heal. If there's anything you need, let Li Yang do it. I'm here now, so just call me if you need me. The old teacher is truly a veteran, and there is a serious air about her that makes her students unable to refuse her every word and action. Zhang Peishi was moved and took a closer look at Li Yang's mother, her mother-in-law, and found that she was really a nice person. Auntie, you sit too. Okay. Jia Ximin was extremely satisfied with Zhang Peishi, mainly because she felt indebted and thought that it was her son who had brought her this flower. Luckily, Li Yang couldn't read minds, otherwise, if she knew what her mother was thinking, she would have to suppress a blush. Seeing Zhang Peishi's face turn slightly pale, Jia Ximin could no longer hold back her reddened eyes. Especially when she thought about her past, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing this, Zhang Peishi immediately became anxious. Auntie. What's wrong? Is there something I did wrong? Tell me, I'll change, I promise I'll change. No, silly girl, I'm just worried about you. Jia Ximin took Zhang Peishi's hand in tears, her words and actions showing her deep affection for her. When she learned that mother-in-law was feeling sorry for her past, the school beauty couldn't hold back any longer, and 2 lines of tears ran down the curve of her cheeks. Zhang Peishi had never used her lonely life to gain sympathy, but now when she saw her mother-in-law crying out of concern, she couldn't hold back any longer. Because she felt a sense of kinship that only a family member could have. Because of her background, Zhang Peishi is more sensitive than anyone else. It is precisely because Li Yang treats her like family that Zhang Peishi accepts and is willing to be with him. Now that her future mother-in-law also treats her like family, how could Zhang Peishi, who has been lonely since childhood, not be moved? At this moment, the poor, helpless little girl deep in Zhang Peishi's heart seemed to have grabbed a straw, and after being saved, she could no longer pretend to be strong. My child, don't cry, from now on I will be your mother, and Li Ligua will be your father. And me too, said Li Yang. Yes, Li Yang is your servant, so if you need anything, just tell him to do it. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's forehead darkened. Sure enough, my mother has a personality that can't help but tease her own son. Zhang Peishi was also amused, and nodded, holding her mother-in-law's hand and refusing to let go. Auntie. Silly child, you're still calling me auntie? Jia Ximin laughed. Zhang Peishi was stunned, biting her teeth lightly against her lips. When she let go, she softly called out, Mom. 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 She shouted several times in one breath, but even so, she still felt a little unreal. She had seen so many people call out Mom before, and she had been incredibly envious, but that was all she could do. Now that she has a mother herself, that feeling is really good. Hey. 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 Silly child, you are Mom's own daughter, understand? Yes. I understand. I have a mother, it's really good. Zhang Peishi threw herself into a hug with Jia Ximin, making sure she wasn't pushed away. She was about to burst into tears again. Orphans are like this. Even if they have family and affection, they subconsciously take extra care, for fear of breaking the dream with a single hard blow. It took a while for Zhang Peishi to calm down, but she still couldn't bear to let go of Jia Ximin's arms. Jia Ximin also indulged her, comforting the silly child's hands and asking after her welfare with a kind face. Are you eating well? How's your sleep, are you sleeping well? Li Yang hasn't bullied you, has he? Actually, Li Yang is a good boy. Zhang Peishi answered one by one, with a smile on her face the whole time. And Jia Ximin also loves her son. After the beating, there was a flurry of praise and compliments, which made Li Yang himself feel a little embarrassed. After a while, Jia Ximin took out a bank card from her pocket and slipped it into Zhang Peishi's hand without a trace. Mom? You're good. Take it. I know all about the two of you. It's not easy raising a child, and I was saving this money for you anyway. Jia Ximin knew exactly what her son was facing, becoming a father before graduating from university. After all, it's biological flesh and blood, so how could she not be anxious and offer help? So before coming, Jia Ximin brought the family savings, along with Li Ligua's secret stash. Li Ligua, huh? Zhang Peishi refused to take it, and Jia Ximin got up and left directly. There was no choice but to take it for now and return it when there was an opportunity. Li Yang on the side couldn't hold back his anger. Would he ever be short of money? Just in the short time since his mother arrived, he had already made 10 yuan, right? Chapter 32, What age is it that there are still people who value sons over daughters? After Jia Ximin arrived, she took care of everything, from cleaning to laundry and cooking. Although she always teased Li Yang when they spoke, she was after all his mother, and could not bear to see her son suffer. She had come a long way to take care of her daughter-in-law during her confinement, and she was also afraid that her son would be tired on his own. All parents have the same heart, Jia Ximin just doesn't say it. Watching her mother's busy figure, Li Yang's nose became a little bit sore. His parents raised him to adulthood, and it's time to show his filial piety to them. Thinking this way, Li Yang was prepared to take over Xiyang Venture Capital today, make a profit early, and make money early. After a while, Shi came over. Seeing that her mother soon got along with them, Li Yang could also go out with peace of mind. What Li Yang didn't know was that after he left the house, his mother went out of her way to praise him in front of Zheng Peishi and Enqi. The purpose of this was simple: to ingratiate herself with her son. What she didn't know was that in Zheng Peishi's mind, Li Yang was absolutely outstanding and irreplaceable, and there was no need to deliberately ingratiate herself with him. On the other hand, after leaving home, Li Yang didn't rush to the business building where Shiyang Venture Capital was located right away, but instead went to a maternity center. He wanted to hire a postpartum care worker, otherwise his mother would have to do all the work by herself, and that would be too exhausting. If a mother worries about her son, how could the son not worry about his own mother? The postpartum care center in front of him covered a large area, and if you couldn't see the words postpartum care center from a distance, you would think it was a star hotel. Both the location, with its own fountain, and the interior, full of all kinds of black technology, were sending out the message that it was expensive. But Li Yang didn't care; as long as it could reduce the burden on his mother, it was worth it. Walking into the postpartum care center, he was soon greeted by a staff member dressed in a nurse's uniform, who spoke respectfully and politely. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" "Oh, hello, I would like to hire a postpartum care nanny." "Okay sir, please come this way." Upon hearing that Li Yang wanted to hire a postpartum care nanny, the receptionist's smile grew a little wider. After all, this was commission. Under the other party's guidance, Li Yang was taken to a meeting room. It was not a large room, but it was well equipped and had tea and snacks, so it was really well serviced. It wasn't until the staff had asked Li Yang about his various needs that they took out a tablet and opened the roster. "Sir, please take a look. The teachers in the roster are currently all available. You can view and choose at your own leisure. If you have any questions, just call out to me and I will help you explain." "Okay, I'll take a look." After taking the tablet, Li Yang carefully looked it over. After looking at a few postpartum nannies, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It's no wonder that this is the largest postpartum care center, as the resources it possesses are truly extraordinary. Why are all the ID photos of the nannies wearing black stockings? A visit to the postpartum care center has completely changed Li Yang's perception. In his opinion, postpartum care workers and caregivers are usually older women, but here, after looking for a long time, all he sees are young girls? After looking at the information, he discovered that the oldest is only 23 years old. How can someone so young have so much experience and knowledge? It seems that the receptionist standing nearby has read Li Yang's mind and hurriedly explained. "Sir, our center has cooperative relationships with universities all over the place, so every year we bring in fresh blood to the postpartum care center. Don't worry, they all have very rich work experience." While speaking, this person also smiled at Li Yang, but that smile seemed to have a special meaning in it. "Okay, I understand." Li Yang nodded silently. To be honest, he really wanted to ask if the so-called work experience was legitimate, because it felt like she wasn't legitimate at all. With that, Li Yang put down the tablet after a brief glance. He got up and left without a moment's hesitation. It wasn't that he was picky, but hiring a caregiver like this one, dressed in black stockings and heavy makeup, was really useless. If there was a use for her, it would be to make his mother and daughter-in-law angry, and that was about it. Before they even reached the lobby of the postpartum care center, a man and a woman came walking towards them. The man was wearing a suit and shiny leather shoes, while the woman was struggling to keep up with her big belly. No matter how hard she shouted at the man, he refused to slow down. "What the hell? This is bullshit. 18,000 yuan for 42 days? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Hearing her husband say this, the woman with the pregnant belly bit her lip nervously and stammered for a long time before she could reply. "Old, honey, although it's a bit expensive, it's still acceptable. My parents can't come from afar, and my in-laws can't come either. I'm home alone, and it's really inconvenient. Honey, just hire a postpartum care provider here. And this place is still the cheapest." "Shut up." Without waiting for the woman to finish speaking, the man started shouting, and the words he used were extremely offensive. "Your parents are far away? So what if they're far away? Transportation is so convenient these days, why can't they come? That's because they don't want to. If my parents don't come to help, is it your fault? If you have a boy, do you think my parents will be happy? In the end, it's still your fault. Go. Hurry home, don't be a disgrace out here." The man grabbed a tie and turned his head to walk out the door. The woman followed with difficulty, tears in the corner of her eyes, wanting to say something, but after some thought, she gave up. But even so, the man was still not satisfied. Where the hell is the ink? Can't you walk faster? My boss is going to the office in a while, and if you delay, I'll cut you. The man shouted angrily, attracting the frequent glances of the people around him. But he still refused to relent, and instead raised his hand and slapped him. Seeing this, Li Yang's face turned cold. If it hadn't happened in front of his eyes, Li Yang wouldn't have believed that there were still such scumbags in human clothing. If he hadn't been meddling in other people's business, no one would have been able to remain indifferent, right? What's more, Li Yang is also a father now, and he knows exactly how difficult it is for a pregnant woman to go from pregnancy to childbirth. Seeing the pregnant woman in front of him, he couldn't help but think of Zheng Peishi, so he took action. When Li Yang grabbed his hand, the man froze for a moment, and when he looked up and saw that it was a young and handsome guy, he became furious. Who the hell do you think you are? Why are you meddling in other people's business? The man yelled angrily. Li Yang still didn't let go, but instead coldly said, What era is this, and you still value men over women? Are you even worthy of being called a man? If I were you, I would just headbutt myself to death. Beating up on your wife? Is that the best you can do? Chapter 33, A Sycophant? Genius. Who do you think you are? None of your business. Let go of me. Ouch, you're hurting me. At first, the man continued to yell, but as Li Yang applied more force, he dared not be cocky anymore. Due to the position, Li Yang only needed to apply a fraction of the force for the man to feel 10 times the pain. If he continued to yell, he was afraid his arm would be broken. There are surveillance cameras here, I'll sue you. Ha? Good, you know there are cameras? Be careful, I'll sue you for domestic violence. Li Yang was not intimidated and retorted directly. The man immediately became a little more intimidated when he heard this. This is between my wife and I. You're just an outsider. If your wife hadn't married you, she would have married someone else. Is this how you treat her? Do you think a nanny will care for you? But nannies are expensive here. The man was in pain, but he was still defending himself. Li Yang didn't indulge him either, and asked directly again. What would you do if your wife were pregnant with a boy? The man didn't say a word, but he also gave the answer. His wife behind him saw this and her expression was sad. Although she knew the answer, she couldn't help but feel sad. Li Yang let go of his hand and threw the man aside, then walked over to the pregnant woman. Sister, sometimes the more you tolerate, the more you'll be bullied. Calling the police is more effective than anything else. Hey, we're all family. Hearing the pregnant woman say this, Li Yang didn't say anything more, nodded and turned away. He had already meddled in other people's business, but how could intervening once change what the man was thinking inside? He could only say that this was the pregnant woman's choice. After all, her legs were long, and it was up to her to leave or stay. But she had been beaten in front of so many people, and yet she was still talking to her husband. Li Yang would look like a clown if he said anything more. As they say, even an impartial judge has trouble deciding family matters, let alone an outsider like him. Let's just say he did a good deed. Li Yang drove off. Behind him, the man and woman also walked out of the postpartum care center. The man's face was ashen, because he had actually been lectured, in front of so many people. But when he saw Li Yang drive off in a Maybach that looked expensive, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He soon let go of his anger. He was in the city of demons, and there were plenty of rich young masters around. So what if he was lectured by one? The man thought to himself, and his heart seemed to feel better. Outside the Blue Sky Business Building, Li Yang parked the car and took the elevator to the floor where Shiyang Venture Capital was located. After that, he was led directly to the general manager's office by the receptionist. In the office, Jia Jiqi was organizing documents. When he saw Li Yang push open the door and enter, he hurriedly came forward to greet him. Who are you? Li Yang. You are boss Li Yang? Obviously, he knew of Li Yang's existence, he just hadn't met him yet. Yes, I am. Hello, Manager Jia. Back at the system, Li Yang had already learned about the senior management of Shiyang Ventures. The man in his 30s in front of him was Jia Jiqi, the current general manager. He was outstandingly capable and could be groomed as a trusted aide. Please sit, boss. Xiao Zhang, make some tea. No, I'll do it myself. The receptionist, Zhang, was shocked to learn that the handsome man she had ushered in was actually her boss. She was followed by a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. As a company employee, even if she was just an ordinary receptionist, she knew the company's capabilities very well. Many well-known companies hope to establish a cooperative relationship with Xiang Venture Capital in order to obtain more investment, so they could see the high status. But even such a well-known company has to give face to the boss of the company, and it's actually such a young big boy? Jean Lan felt a little dizzy in the head. The gap was a bit big. Obviously, they were about the same age. Jia Jiqi went to make tea, while Li Yang sat in the boss's chair and reviewed the documents and files on the desk. After checking, he found that they were actually some information related to investment projects. Jia Jiqi returned with a teacup in his hand and hurriedly explained when he saw this situation. "Boss, this is a batch of projects that the analysis team has recently screened out. Please take a look." After saying this, Jia Jiqi stood aside and respectfully explained, because he had a deep understanding and exploration of each project proposal, so he could give his opinions. After several times, Li Yang also felt that this person was available, and Xiang Venture Capital could be entrusted to him. With the help of Zillion's blessing, Li Yang examined all the project proposals in front of him and found that more than half of them could actually make a profit. Li Yang then rejected all the project proposals that could not make a profit, leaving only the ones that could. Although it seems a bit ridiculous and exaggerated to say that all the invested projects will make a profit, the purpose of starting a company is to make money, so of course you want to avoid losses if you can. At first, Jia Jiqi was a little puzzled and confused, but after listening to his boss's analysis, he felt that Li Yang was not an ordinary person, but a business genius with unique insights. Many of Li Yang's views were very novel, and they made a lot of sense to Jia Jiqi. So, while Li Yang was enthusiastically talking about ways to make money, Jia Jiqi was also thinking to himself, "My boss's insights are so unique, they really opened up a new world for me. The boss looks young, but his views on investment are very unique. No wonder he can spend thousands of dollars to buy our company. The boss is so right. I think all the projects we have left can be invested in and we can make money. Boss." In this way, Jia Jiqi was almost completely brainwashed by Li Yang and became his loyal fan. But the truth is, Li Yang was just talking nonsense. If he insisted on it, it was just blind analysis based on the profitability rate. For projects that make a lot of money, talk about why they can make money. For projects that make little money, talk about their shortcomings. However, it was just like this. Jia Jiqi still thought Li Yang's remarks were amazing. Such an outrageous thing had actually happened to the general manager of such a large company. What can you say? All you can say is that Li Yang's commanding ability is really formidable, and it's hard not to be convinced. After half an hour of discussion, Jia Jiqi felt that he had learned a lot, which would be very helpful in the future when screening new projects. Li Yang, on the other hand, had been sputtering for the past half hour and was also dry-mouthed, so he lifted his teacup and gulped it down. Although he said that as long as he himself was not embarrassed, it would be the other person who would be embarrassed. But Jia Jiqi's face of conviction and recognition almost made Li Yang feel like a real business genius. In this way, the thoughts of the two at the same time were as follows. Li Yang, is Lao Jia still a butt kisser? Jia Jiqi, boss, he is simply a genius. Chapter 34, is it really that thoughtful? Li Yang had not been with the company for long, but he had already made a deep impression on all the employees. Because Li Yang, as the boss, knew one thing very well: if you want a horse to run fast, you have to feed it well. So he generously added two benefits for the employees. Firstly, he raised the 5 social insurances and housing fund to the highest standard, and secondly, he increased the food supplement and travel allowance. These two measures alone have made the new boss Li Yang's image among all the employees glorious and majestic. In fact, as Li Yang had expected, the company's employees soon brought him unexpected benefits. This also confirms the saying, when the company's treatment is so good that the employees are satisfied, they are more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the boss. Li Yang wants to go because he still has a wife and child at home, and he doesn't want his mother to do the laundry and cooking alone, so he wants to go back early to help. Jia Jiqi respectfully followed his boss at a slow pace. As they walked out of the company, a man walking towards them made Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, because that man was none other than the patriarchal man he had met at the maternity center a while ago. The other man also recognized Li Yang, and when he saw Jia Jiqi respectfully following behind him, he obviously froze for a moment, but didn't say anything more and turned around and went to the other side of the floor. "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing Li Yang staring at that man, Jia Jiqi asked suspiciously. "Oh, nothing. What company is it across the way?" "It's also an investment company called Jun Cheng Capital. The one who just passed by is their executive director, Li Jieqi." Hearing that the company across the floor was also an investment company, Li Yang was inevitably a little surprised. After all, competitors are enemies, and they can't wait to reject each other, but the other party actually chose to locate their company on the same floor, which was a bit interesting. Mr. Jia, introduce me to the company across the floor. A good boss. Jia Jiqi followed Li Yang into the elevator, and as it descended, he began his introduction. Juncheng Capital is an emerging investment company. Its boss, Fan Juncheng, likes to compete with our company. The projects we invest in, they will discredit the projects we give up, they will invest in. It's like playing around. Even so, Fan has made a name for himself in the investment world. After all, business investment is normal. 9 out of 10 projects fail. Projects we don't like may become seed projects due to various circumstances, and Fan has made a name for himself and gained wealth as a result. No wonder, Fan has moved in to be our neighbor, just to target our company. After Jia Jiqi finished speaking, he was speechless. It was understandable. Having such a neighbor was inauspicious, as you would see them all the time. But there was nothing you could do about it, and it wasn't illegal. Fan Juncheng heard today that the boss was coming, and he was probably going to come over, too. We just didn't meet. After hearing this, Li Yang also felt unable to laugh or cry. There are actually people with such a temperament. But from now on, Fan Juncheng will have to eat the bitter fruit. After all, the projects he invests in will all be profitable, and the projects he doesn't like will truly not be profitable. Since he, Fan Juncheng, likes to go against the grain, then go ahead, you will regret it sooner or later. Did the person just now call Li Jiaqi? Yes, boss, he shares the same name as the anchor who brought the goods. Okay, got it, if there's a chance, have the money tree in the doorway across the street ironed to death, it's a bit of an eyesore. Yes, boss. Jia Jiqi was a little puzzled by Li Yang's plan to kill the money tree across the street, but then he thought about it and found it reasonable. In his opinion, the richer someone is, the more they believe in feng shui. Li Yang's reason for wanting to kill the other person's money tree was that he considered it an eyesore and was blocking his own path to wealth, so he wanted to teach them a lesson. Maybe if they killed the other person's money tree, their company would decline even further. Thinking this way, Jia Jiqi felt even more that his boss was extraordinary, with a clear and unconventional way of thinking. However, the reason Li Yang wanted to get rid of the money tree opposite his office was because he couldn't stand Jia Jiqi's patriarchal views. It's a shame that Jia Jiqi is still an elite, and he actually thinks of business battles in such a simple and unadorned way. He watched as Li Yang drove away, and Jia Jiqi returned to the office. He winced when he saw the money tree in the doorway of the company across the street, and wondered how he could get 2 pots of hot water over there. Suddenly, he saw the cleaning lady from the Blue Sky Business Building. Return home. The sound of her baby crying faintly came from the bedroom. The soundproofing in the bedroom was very good, but the crying could be heard from the entrance hall, which showed how loudly the baby was crying. He dropped off the car keys and hurried into the bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw Zhang Peixian and Qi lying on the bed on the left and right sides, staring blankly at the crying baby. His mother, Jia Ximin, was wiping the baby's bottom and applying erythromycin ointment. Mom, what's wrong? Yaya's bottom is broken, isn't it? Rubbing some ointment on it will make it heal faster. The little one doesn't like people touching her bottom, so she's crying loudly. I see. Li Yang walked over and was surprised to discover something. Both of his daughter's eyes were open. Hey, Yaya's eyes are open. Yes, dear, they're both open. Mom says it's tears washing them open. Zhang Peixi said with a smile. Li Yang also noticed tears at the corners of his daughter's eyes. They weren't flowing yet, but they were there. Good girl, don't cry. Just wait until Grandma changes your diaper, and Daddy gives you a hug. Yaya doesn't understand, does she? She stopped crying and said that he understood, but she was still too young, only a few days old. But it was strange, Li Yang just said a few comforting words, and the little one actually stopped crying. This directly stunned the 3 of them. Husband, is Yaya so obedient? Wow, I'm not just saying that daughters are dad's little cotton padded jackets, this is really not nonsense. Angie couldn't help but sigh. Even Jasmine, who was changing the diaper, was a little surprised. Her granddaughter's behavior was a bit unexpected. Soon, Jia Ximin changed her granddaughter's dry diaper and then picked her up and brought her to Li Yang. However, before she could hand her over to Li Yang, the little one started to cry loudly, with her mouth flattened out, looking as if she was in distress. Poor thing, why are you crying again? You only cried when you saw your father, otherwise people would think your grandmother pinched your bottom. Vaccination couldn't help but laugh as she handed Yaya to Liang. It was also quite a coincidence that after Yaya came into her father's arms, she really stopped crying. Is this little cotton-padded jacket really so considerate? Chapter 35, The Cutie's Quadra Kill. Yaya really stopped crying, lying in her father's arms and trying hard to open her eyes wide, as if she wanted to take a good look at him. Yaya was indeed trying hard to open her eyes wide, and even the eye that had opened early was a little bigger than usual. It was very cute, especially when looking at the little one's rosy face. Liang felt an urge to take a bite. Luckily, he resisted. You have to know that the immune system of a baby at this stage has not yet developed fully and is far from comparable to that of an adult. Just in case, Liang still restrained his love and just lowered his head and rubbed his chin on his daughter's body. Even so, Yaya was amused and the little one smiled with a small mouth. Although there was no sound, it was still cute. Zhang Peishi on the bed also looked at Liang with tenderness and was very happy. You're back just in time. Let's take advantage of the warm weather and give Yi and Yaya a bath. Vaccination said as she gathered the things needed for bathing. Liang, on hearing that the babies were to be bathed, showed a worried expression. Mom, can the babies bathe when they're so small? Of course they can. Why, are you more traditional in your thinking than an old person like me? Don't worry about the babies, even she can take a bath if she wants. Nowadays, we emphasize scientific baby rearing and confinement, so don't hold yourself back by sticking to old ways. Vaccination is a teacher, and she is open-minded. Even while she was explaining, she was educating Liang. Zhang Peishi was also amused by her mother-in-law's words. To be honest, she had wanted to bathe for a long time, but she was afraid. Now that she had her mother's permission, she was naturally overjoyed. Okay, you're right, Mom. Liang gave in. He had indeed been worrying for nothing. He remembered that when he was in the hospital, the doctors and nurses bathed the babies the next day, so of course they could be bathed at home. He also looked up some parenting books and learned that babies need to be bathed because their skin metabolizes more vigorously and they sweat easily, so it is very necessary to clean their skin. With Angie's help, Jasmine had already prepared the water in the bathroom and set the air conditioning temperature. The original plan was for Zhang Peishi to stay in the bedroom to take care of Yaya, while Jasmine and Angie would bathe Yi and then change Yaya. But now that Liang had returned, there were enough people, so Yi and Yaya were carried into the bathroom together. It seems that they can sense the heat and moisture in the bedroom, as both Yi and Yaya stare with their dark eyes wide open. Although their field of vision is still very limited, it doesn't stop them from looking left and right, very lively indeed. But when it comes to undressing, something happens. Yaya, who is usually mischievous, was quiet and well-behaved today. He took off his clothes very smoothly and was completely naked in the blink of an eye. Although the room was air-conditioned and hot, the little guy shivered when he suddenly had no clothes on. However, he adapted quickly. In contrast, Yi, who is usually quiet and calm, showed his rebellious streak today. When he was undressed, he howled in an instant and didn't want to be naked. Angie laughed when she saw this. You know how to blush. Don't worry, we'll be done soon. Don't be afraid. No matter how much she tried to comfort him, Yi refused to stop crying. His mother had to come in and hold him for a while before he calmed down. She let out a breath. Wow, I feel like I'm sweating even though we haven't even started yet. Angie let out a breath, unable to laugh or cry, and felt a little tired. Liang and Zhang Peishi took advantage of the fact that Yi and Yaya were quiet to quickly take out the belly protector and stick it on the two siblings. There was no choice, as the umbilical cord had not yet completely fallen off and had to be protected with a belly protector, otherwise it would be prone to infection. I have to say that Zhang Peishi's preparations during her pregnancy were very complete, from belly button stickers to massage oil, peach water, etc., she bought them all, and they were all of good quality. And she couldn't help but sigh when she saw the array of bathing items. She prepares the best and most comprehensive things for the babies during pregnancy. Some of the things are so good that I've never even heard of them, but she can clearly explain the function and purpose of each one. And she would rather go without than buy the babies something bad. Angel, stop talking and come give a bath. Zhang Peishi interrupted and hurriedly urged Angel to come and help. She didn't want Liang or her mother-in-law to know about this, as it was all in the past anyway. But both Liang and Vaccination took Angie's words to heart. The former looked pained, thinking about how to make up for Zhang Peishi, while the latter was pondering how to make her son make amends with his daughter-in-law. Although neither said anything, they were thinking the same thing. Angie said all this out of concern for her best friend, out of goodwill, and of course, to Li Yang, hoping that he would not let her down. With everything ready, Jasmine and Angie hold EE ready to go into the water. They can see that the water temperature indicator on the thermometer says the water temperature is suitable, but when they hold EE and put him in the water, the little one lets out a cry and quickly withdraws his legs. Hey! It's not hot. Angel reached out her wrist to test the water temperature, and it was just right, but EE still let out a cry. Jasmine was also amused by her grandson's reaction and explained that it really wasn't hot, that EE was just afraid of the water, and that it would be fine if they tried again. Sure enough, when they entered the water again, the little guy was indeed much quieter. It was also clear that EE didn't dislike being in the water. No sooner had he entered the water than the little guy closed his eyes contentedly and let Grandma and Auntie Angie splash water on him at will. The two had a clear division of labor. Jasmine was responsible for holding EE while Angie cleaned him, including but not limited to his hands, feet, and chubby little legs. It was clear that this was Angie's first time bathing a baby and she was really nervous. Although a little nervous and a little embarrassed, she couldn't help but want to touch the little cutie's soft flesh more and more, so that her hands and feet were soon washed clean. Seeing Angie's curious expression, Jasmine couldn't help but smile. She wanted to say something, but was afraid that the girl would be embarrassed, so she reminded her in a roundabout way. Angie, you need to hurry up. It's not good for the baby to be in the bath for too long. Huh? Oh. I know, Auntie. Angie couldn't help blushing. She was completely convinced that her auntie had noticed her behavior just now. Although it was quite funny. What was going on? Splash. While EE was quietly lying in the basin with her grandmother's help, her younger sister, Yaya, was acting up. With a swing of her chubby little arm, she sent up a spray of water. Coincidentally, the splashing water directly soaked Li Yang and the other three. Quadra kill? Chapter 36 Young Peishi, I've long wanted to be your legal wife. Puff. A small mouth opened and spat out a mouthful of water. There was no doubt that this water was her sister's bath water. Yaya was very lively and mischievous. Once she entered the water, she seemed like a different person, splashing vigorously. It was only a matter of minutes, and she had already soaked her parents, grandmother, and Auntie Angie. The splashing water even got into her brother's mouth. This scene was really very funny, and Angie couldn't stop laughing, almost unable to stand straight. The result of Angie laughing like this was that she got a mouthful of water too. Puff. Ugh. Ugh. No matter how hard she spit, she still swallowed some of Yaya's bath water, and Angie was suddenly speechless. You little brat. Where did you get such strength from? The bath water is splashing everywhere. However, Yaya is still young and doesn't understand what her Auntie Angie is saying. The two eyes that have finally opened are looking around. Although she can only see very limited things, it doesn't stop the little one from exploring the new world. EE was also speechless. She just wanted to quietly spend some time in the water, but her younger sister kept messing with her. Not only did she get a mouthful of bath water, but the splashes also felt a little cold on her body. Jasmine could see with the naked eye that her eldest grandson was shivering. Okay, you're all clean, get ready to get out of the water. In order to prevent the two little ones, EE and Yaya, from catching a cold from the cold, Jasmine quickly instructed Zhang Peishi and Li Yang to take Yaya out. In this way, Yaya, who had not had enough fun in the water, and EE, who had not rested enough in the water, were both taken out and placed on gauze bath towels. It seems that they were all comfortable after the bath, and both little ones had their eyes wide open, looking radiant. With the moisturizing peach water and skin cream, the two little balls are simply irresistible. If it weren't for the fear of catching a cold, Jasmine really wanted to hug her grandchild into her arms and love them. Even if they were naked, with their little bare bottoms. Once they were dry, the adults changed the two little ones into dry clothes again, and slipped back into the bedroom while EE and Yaya weren't looking. Yaya, who had been put into bed, actually raised her little hand and pretended to pat the surface of the bed, as if she were splashing water, but this time she couldn't make any splashes. For a moment, there was a touch of displeasure on Yaya's young face, and she pouted her lips. She was really as cute as could be. Li Yang had a lot of realizations during this period of time. Despite having a system in place, he was still a bit overworried. After all, this was his first time being a father. Suddenly, there were three people he wanted to take care of, and in his subconscious, Li Yang was already nervous. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. In particular, the arrival of his mother, Jasmine, was like an injection of a strong heart medicine. The idea of hiring a postpartum nanny was shot down by his mother. According to her, if they had the spare money, they might as well buy more nutritious ingredients to help Peishi recover. Li Yang, who could not convince his mother, had to give up and only helped as much as he could so that she would not be too tired. Life as a father is very fulfilling and nourishing. In the morning, he accompanies his wife to take care of the baby, and in the afternoon, he accompanies his wife to post videos of their daily life with the baby on TikTok. Li Yang's feelings about his roles as a father and a husband have become increasingly profound, and he has completely immersed himself in them. It is understandable. He has a well-behaved son, a lively daughter, a beautiful and charming wife, and he doesn't lack money. How many people can live such a life? Li Yang has it all now. The most important thing is that his parents are healthy and strong, and they can even tease him. This is a life worth living. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under Jasmine's care, Zheng Peishi successfully completed her confinement period. From the time she left the hospital to the end of her confinement period, she could clearly feel that she had gained weight, but when she got on the scale, she realized that it was nothing, just a little over a catty. When Angel heard that Zheng Peishi had only gained a little over a catty during her confinement period, she was envious. She could clearly see that her best friend had become plumper. Her waist was still as slim as ever, but her figure was so curvy that it made other women jealous. Her breasts were still full, and she wondered if it was because of breastfeeding or because of Li Yang. Angie vowed secretly that she would never bathe with Zheng Peishi again, because she knew that she would be jealous. Zheng Peishi, who is already tall, looks even better in jeans, and when she puts on a pair of white sneakers, she instantly has a youthful and beautiful look. But if you look at her face, you can see that the faint charm has really penetrated to the bone. It would seem that these are two contradictory styles, but on Zheng Peishi they blend together perfectly, without being jarring, and it makes perfect sense. Such a beautiful woman. Even though Jasmine knew that Zheng Peishi had a good foundation, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She was a teacher and had seen countless girls, but none of her students could compare to her daughter-in-law in terms of appearance. This was not because of the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but a fact. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at Anshi, who was already depressed, crouching in the corner, drawing circles and praying to the heavens, it could be seen that Zheng Peishi was really naturally beautiful. Pop. When Jasmine came out of the room, she directly thrust a fuchsia notebook into Li Yang's arms. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a household registration booklet. Mom, what is this? Stupid boy, she has been out of the hospital for 2 or 3 days already, and you still don't know to take her out for a walk? It happens to be a sunny day today, so you two go and pick up your marriage certificate. Hearing this, Zheng Peishi blinked her big eyes repeatedly and instantly understood why her mother-in-law had told her to get ready. It turned out that she was going out with Li Yang. To be honest, she had been really bored at home during this period of time, and when it came to going out, her heart couldn't help but immediately start pounding. But then again, if she went out with Li Yang, where would the baby be? Mom, if I go out with Li Yang, will you be too tired to take care of Yiya? Why? Our baby is so well behaved, no problem. Jasmine shook her head, and Angie spoke up in time. Don't worry, I'll take care of Yiya with your aunt, absolutely no problem. With the two of them speaking, Zheng Peishi immediately felt relieved, and she even urged Li Yang to hurry inside and change clothes, so that they could leave early and go home early. Li Yang nodded and led Zheng Peishi back to the room. Looking at the silly girl in front of him, who was eager to go out early, he couldn't help but laugh. Silly, when Mom told us to go get our marriage certificate, didn't you want to say anything? Want to say something? Zheng Peishi looked up suspiciously, then shook her head vigorously and replied in a very serious tone. Actually, I've been thinking about this since the week before last. Well, it's about being your legal wife. Chapter 37. Who says only guys can propose, not girls? Zheng Peishi said, suddenly blinking her eyes, then with a bang, she dropped to one knee and took Li Yang's hand, giggling as she asked. So, Mr. Li, will you marry me? Li Yang looked down at her from above, lost in her beautiful face, and felt a tremor in his heart as he looked at her soft, delicate hands. I've actually been proposed to? This feeling is really novel. But there is more of a sense of being touched, as well as a hint of annoyance. Li Yang pulled Zheng Peishi up from the ground, embraced her tightly, held her head, and sniffed the faint fragrance, murmuring. Silly, of course I'm willing to marry you, but shouldn't I be the one proposing? Zheng Peishi didn't care, wrapped her jade hands around Li Yang's back, and shook her head. Honey, I don't care about that, really. Besides, who says only guys can propose, and girls can't propose to marry? You've already answered me with those 3 words, I do, and I'll remember them for the rest of my life, really. Hearing these words, Li Yang's heart trembled wildly. How could he take care of such a girl? There was only one person for one lifetime. Kiki, okay, honey, hurry up and get dressed, let's go get our marriage certificate. Okay, I'm going. Li Yang quickly changed into a casual outfit and stood next to Zhang Peishi, looking very matched. When they walked out of the bedroom, Angie's eyes were glued to them. You two look so good together. Yes, you little rascal, why didn't you hold Peishi's hand? Jasmine agreed with Angie, but at this moment she was still trying to match the two of them up, even though she didn't know there was no need to do so. Li Yang didn't feel awkward either, and gently took Zhang Peishi's hand, their fingers interlocked, and they could feel the temperature of each other's palms. Yeah, you two must listen to Grandma and Auntie. Zhang Peishi softly instructed. Didn't respond, and didn't even turn her head, but Yaya responded, with a bu sound. They grabbed their documents and bags, and the two of them walked out of the house. When they got downstairs, they breathed in the fresh air and Zhang Peishi felt her heart swell with joy. She didn't know if it was because they were going to get their marriage certificate and become a legal couple with Li Yang, or because it had been a while since they had been out and about and it felt new. Honey, where are we going? Aren't we driving? Zhang Peishi was a little confused when she saw Li Yang going down to the underground parking lot, because she had seen the car Li Yang had driven when they were discharged from the hospital parked not far away. Oh, I forgot to mention, we're taking the car today to get the license. The car? Is it an electric car? I like it. Zhang Peishi's eyes lit up, and she could already picture Li Yang riding a small electric moped, with her sitting on the back seat, wrapping her arms around his waist. A small electric moped? No, just wait and see. Under Li Yang's guidance, Zhang Peishi followed him to the underground parking lot. After walking around a few rows of cars, the two stopped in front of a car that looked expensive. Husband? Zhang Peishi was puzzled, and then, under her gaze, Li Yang unlocked the Maybach. What's going on? Let's go, get in the car. Until they arrived at the car, Zhang Peishi still didn't understand what was going on. In her understanding, the car she was sitting on must be worth a lot of money. Where did Li Yang get the money? Although she knew that Li Yang was starting a business, the difficulty of starting a business was well known. How could it be so easy to succeed and make money? Li Yang didn't want to hide it from Zhang Peishi, and as they drove out of the parking lot, he explained about Shiyang Venture Capital. I started an investment company called Shiyang Venture Capital. A few of the projects I'm working on right now are already making money, so it's not hard to buy a better car. After saying this, he noticed that Zhang Peishi was staring at him, so he laughed. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, honey, it's just that it feels like you're taking starting a business lightly when you say it. Really? It's not that hard. Li Yang added. Honey, you're amazing. After saying this, Zhang Peishi didn't say anything, just stared at him intently, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. What she didn't say was that she could also earn money, and just like before, she didn't want the burden of life to fall entirely on Li Yang. She could share a little, just a little. After a while, Li Yang drove to the outside of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After parking the car, the two walked hand in hand towards the inside. As they walked by, everyone couldn't help but stare. There was no way around it, because Li Yang and Zhang Peishi both had such a great temperament and complexion. If you didn't know any better, you'd think they were big stars out shopping. In the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Yang asked Zhang Peishi to get a number while he made a phone call to arrange something. When she saw Li Yang approaching, Zhang Peishi quickly reached out to greet him and naturally took his arm as they walked over. Honey, there are so many people. It's okay, we're in no hurry, let's wait. Yes, as long as you're here, I'm in no hurry, no matter how long we have to wait. Zhang Peishi flirtatiously cooed. Unexpectedly, the two men and women in their 30s behind her couldn't help but frown. Young man, it looks like you're here to get a marriage license. Why are you queuing up at the divorce office? What? Zhang Peishi's eyes widened, and she looked up and saw the sign hanging in front of the room, divorce office. If you're here to get a marriage license, you should go to the left. Hurry up. Yes. Thank you. Zhang Peishi bowed to say thank you, then dragged Li Yang in the direction the woman had pointed, really using all her strength to milk the cow. She couldn't help it, it was so embarrassing. She didn't stop running until they reached the marriage registration office, panting heavily, fanning herself with her hand while muttering. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. It's okay, it's not embarrassing. Li Yang petted her head affectionately, not caring at all. After all, it was the first time, and it was only natural to be unfamiliar. However, the marriage registration office in front of them was much less crowded than the divorce office next door. There was a queue next door, but there were only 3 couples here, including theirs. It was strange, why were there so many divorces compared to marriages? If you want a divorce, why get married in the first place? Maybe the relationship has broken down. Although it was none of her business, Zhang Peishi still frowned with some sadness, thinking of something bad, about the life story that the director of the Welfare Institute had told her. Okay, don't think about it, today is our big day, smile. Yes. I'm smiling. Do I look good? You look the best. Zhang Peishi obediently smiled, and obediently didn't think too much about it. After all, they were them, not herself and Li Yang. Chapter 38, the registrar announced, "Give me the candy." On the one hand, not many couples came to register for marriage, and on the other hand, the staff was very efficient. It was only after 10 minutes that Li Yang and Zhang Peishi's turn came. The two held hands until they reached the desk, and the staff couldn't help but smile when they saw this. For them, although they saw new couples every day, they couldn't help but feel happy every time they saw a couple, probably because of the happy event. Hello, newlyweds. Please fill out some forms, and I'll go print out the materials for you. Staff member Li Lulu took over the household register, ID card and other documents, and went next door to print the materials. Looking at the printer, she noticed that it was very new. Once upon a time, couples who wanted to register their marriage had to prepare the materials themselves before coming to complete the formalities. But now they don't have to. As long as they bring all the materials and come in person, there's no problem. There's no way around it. After all, fewer and fewer people are getting married. It is precisely for this reason that the unit is often busy in the morning and very quiet in the afternoon. Sometimes there are no newcomers at all throughout the day. At those times, they desperately hope that something will come in. Unfortunately, young people nowadays have a different view of marriage, either out of fear or dislike, resulting in fewer young people getting married every year. After printing the materials, Li Lulu returned to the table and looked at Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, unable to help but feel a surge of emotion. She couldn't help but feel emotional. The appearance of this couple was really too high, and it was hard to imagine what kind of excellent genes their baby would inherit. Just as she was thinking this, Li Lulu suddenly caught a glimpse of the wallpaper on Zhang Peishi's phone screen in the corner of her eye. 2 babies, to be precise, 2 babies that looked exactly like the couple. Unable to hold back, Li Lulu asked, "Sister, are these 2 babies yours? They're so cute." "Yes, they're my babies." "Thanks for the compliment." Zhang Peishi nodded with a smile. Although she and Li Yang were unmarried parents, what was the problem? None at all. She was even a little pleased, after all, people were praising Yi and Ya, which made her as a mother feel happier than anything else. Li Lulu was very efficient, mainly because she wants the newlyweds to finish up and go home to take care of their 2 babies as soon as possible. Such cute babies would cry if they were hungry, and she, as an outsider, would feel bad for them. Bang! With the seal of the government falling, the 2 marriage certificates were stamped, and with the successful upload of the couple's information, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi were now legally married. Congratulations to the 2 of you. Congratulations to the 2 of you. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi happily responded, then took out several bags of candy from their bags and distributed the wedding candy. The smiles on the faces of every staff member were very strong, not because they were rare candy, but because they were touched by the happiness, which was worth being happy about. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Peishi happily trotted down the steps. The sun was shining brightly, and it hit her face, which was full of happiness and happiness. On the side of the road, Zhang Peishi turned around and looked at Li Yang, and then shouted very loudly, "Husband! Hey! Husband! Yes! Giggle husband!" Li Yang followed with a full face of adoration and took her hand. The affection they showed in public attracted the attention of passers-by, but they were smiling when they saw that they had just come from the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, getting married is a major event in life. After strolling for a while, the 2 returned to the car. Before driving, Zhang Peishi arranged the marriage certificate and took many photos from several angles. At the same time, she acted like a little girl, pulling Li Yang to pose with her, or pinching her heart with both hands, or touching her face together. Zhang Peishi was editing her moments very carefully, and the whole person was happy like a child, and really wanted to announce this to the world. Li Yang silently watched her, his mouth slightly upturned, with a smile on his face, and it was not an exaggeration to say that his eyes were full of this girl. At the same time, the voice of the system also sounded, sending its blessings. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host and hostess on your marriage, your reward has been issued. After the system's words, there was an additional small square box in Li Yang's pants pocket. He quietly turned his head and looked, and found that it was actually a ring. Ding dong! Triggered mission, marriage proposal. Mission completed, reward, 2 physical fitness potions. After consumption, the user's physical fitness will be improved. A very standard gift, but it is indeed a necessity. Over the past month, Li Yang has increasingly come to understand the meaning of the saying, the body is the capital of the revolution. After all, you can't talk about anything else if you don't have a good body. There are many rich people in the world who would spend thousands of dollars to improve their health. After receiving the reward and checking the task, Li Yang came back to reality and continued to look at the new daughter-in-law. Zhang Peixi's edited moments. From now on, I will no longer be alone, because I know that no matter when or where, there will always be someone by my side. We have received our marriage certificate. It can be seen that every word reveals Zhang Peixi's most genuine feelings. From then on, she was no longer alone. After doing all this, Zhang Peixi put away her old phone, fastened her seatbelt, and prepared to go home. But Li Yang shook his head. Honey, aren't you going home? But mom will be tired taking care of Yi and Yaya by herself. Don't worry, our son and daughter are obedient, and I have to carry out our mom's orders. Orders? Yes, after we get the certificate, I'll take you shopping. Don't refuse, or else we'll get into trouble when you get home early. Li Yang laughed, then started the car and took his new wife shopping. Meanwhile, Zhang Peixi's post on her social media account was also circulated, and the first to cause a stir was the Shanghai University Forum. This forum has accompanied many generations of students, and it is very rare to encounter a situation where it is overloaded and crashes. But today, it crashed again, and it was because of Zhang Peixi's topic. Once the screenshot of Zhang Peixi's news of getting a marriage license was circulated on the forum, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Although they had long since known that the famous flower already had an owner, many people still inevitably felt a pang of sadness when they saw the news that the most beautiful school flower had gotten a marriage license. However, some people felt extremely happy, such as Li Yang's 3 roommates. When they saw someone on the school forum post a screenshot of the news that Zhang Peixi had received her marriage certificate, Lu Jiawang fell straight out of bed, almost landing in Li Wei's bowl of snail noodles. Brother Yang is awesome. Brother Yang is the best. Brother Yang, go to hell. Why haven't you come back to the dormitory to distribute the wedding candy yet? What's wrong? Li Wei took a sip of snail noodle soup and a bite of fried egg before standing up to look. When he saw that Zhang Peishi had posted a Circle of Friends update with the name Li Yang on the marriage certificate, he couldn't help but lift the bowl and take a few big sips of the soup to calm down, and then he also said no. Even Zhao Yuchen, who doesn't usually say much, silently gave a like on Li Yang's moments and followed the line to get some wedding candy. But while his friends were bombarding Li Yang's WeChat with requests for wedding candy, he was unbuttoning Zhang Peishi's dress, and they were still in the car. Chapter 39, A sensible young wife doesn't want to waste a penny. Li Yang drove Zhang Peishi to the Wanyu Life Plaza. But as soon as they had parked in the underground car park, Zhang Peishi had an incident. It wasn't a big deal, but it had to be dealt with first, otherwise she would burst into tears on the spot, let alone go shopping. The incident was Zhang Peishi's engorged breasts. During the month after giving birth, Zhang Peishi's milk supply successfully caught up after a period of food supplements and milk-boosting massages by Li Yang. From not being able to feed one baby at a time at first, she is now able to satisfy the appetites of both her baby brother and sister. For Zhang Peishi, who was worried about not being able to feed her babies enough breast milk, this is undoubtedly a huge piece of good news. But despite the joy, a problem has arisen. That is, from time to time, Zhang Peishi would feel her breast milk overflow. There was so much breast milk that if she didn't feed Yi and Yaya for a period of time, it would leak out, not to mention that her underwear would get wet, and it was also particularly uncomfortable when it was wet. This happened right now, and if the excess breast milk was not sucked out in time, Zhang Peishi would feel extremely uncomfortable. That's why after stopping the car, she asked Li Yang to help her unbutton her bra so she could use the breast pump to express the milk. Fortunately, the window film on the car windows was of the best quality, so it was impossible to see inside from the outside. What's more, the car was parked in an underground parking lot, so visibility was even worse. Otherwise, the main character in a certain erotic manga wouldn't have been so impatient to have sex in an underground parking lot. Recovering from his thoughts, Li Yang handed over the breast pump after assembling it. Zhang Peishi, who had been biting her thin lips to hold back the pain, took it and hurriedly started pumping. In an instant, breast milk spurted out. After that, it also flowed down in streams into the bottle. Seeing this, Li Yang couldn't help but tease. Cow. Humph. I'm not. Zhang Peishi pouted cutely and then flirtatiously rolled her eyes. At this moment, only Li Yang knew how devastating her expression was. And they were still in the car. And it was still in the dim, low-lit parking lot. There was still a touch of the erotic in front of them. Li Yang really felt like he couldn't hold back. Time, place, and event all matched up, and it was hard not to feel excited. Ahem, daughter-in-law. Ha? What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just bursting too. You're bursting too? Zhang Peishi repeated in puzzlement before she realized what it meant, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. What about you, can I help you, honey? Puff. Li Yang almost choked on his words. He never expected Zhang Peishi to say such a thing. Help. How can I help? If I can, then I must. Zhang Peishi, on the contrary, was like a little lamb, and said very seriously. Honey, you wait until I'm done breastfeeding. Okay. Li Yang nodded silently, a little looking forward to it, and also feeling very excited. Zhang Peishi had just given birth, so of course Li Yang would not have sex, as it was very harmful to the body. So, he looked up and looked at Zhang Peishi's rosy, flabby lips. After 10 minutes, Zhang Peishi finished breastfeeding and the feeling of emptying her breasts was really liberating. 40 minutes later, the two got out of the car hand in hand and went shopping, neither of them saying a word about their relieved state. Walking into the Wanyua shopping mall, Zhang Peishi stopped in front of the navigation sign and looked at it. Unlike other girls when they go shopping, her way of shopping is more like a guy's. Ordinary girls go shopping and visit every store, not sure if they will buy anything, but they must visit every store, otherwise how can they say they are shopping? But Zhang Peishi is not like that, she prefers to go straight to the destination, buy what she needs and go home, it's more convenient. Not going from the first floor? Li Yang asked curiously, he was already mentally prepared to carry his wife's shopping bags. But Zhang Peishi shook her head, and pointed a slender, pink finger at the third floor. No, let's go straight to the third floor. I want to look at underwear. To be honest, because of the breast milk overflow, it feels a bit damp now, and it's very uncomfortable. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh after hearing Zhang Peishi's way of shopping. Daughter-in-law, your way of shopping is the same as a guy's. Shouldn't a girl shop from beginning to end? But that's so tiring. Zhang Peishi pouted, took Li Yang's arm, and added in her heart, the more you shop, the more you spend. Ding dong. Limited time benefits, only 9.8 yuan, take the benefits home. The system has implanted an ad? Curious, Li Yang spent 9.8 yuan to purchase this limited time benefit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200% consumer rebate card 3 hours 1. After use, for a limited time, the system will rebate the host's purchases. There is no doubt that the system just couldn't stand Zhang Peishi saving money, because that would be a slap in the face for a system. Therefore, it issued a limited time reward for the host to take Zhang Peishi shopping, to go shopping and spend money. Li Yang didn't hesitate, took Zhang Peishi's hand and walked forward, but instead of going directly to the third floor, they had to start from the first floor. Fortunately, Zhang Peishi's health had recovered a lot and was not too bad, otherwise even if Li Yang had a shopping rebate card, he would not have taken his lover's health for a joke and gone shopping for money. As Li Yang pulled her along, Zhang Peishi blinked suspiciously. Didn't they agree to go to the third floor to buy underwear? Hubby, we're going to the third floor. No, let's start from the first floor and shop around. Buy whatever you like, don't save money for me. But it will be tiring. If you get tired, I'll carry you on my back, or on my shoulders if you like. Li Yang said boldly, but he didn't notice that Zhang Peishi's face had turned red again. Because Zhang Peishi remembered when the two of them had first had sex. His legs had been carried over. Like that? But it seems like there's been a misunderstanding. Fortunately, Zhang Peishi was just thinking stupidly in her heart, and if Li Yang found out, he would probably stumble and fall. After all, a girl's thoughts are so dull, it shouldn't be like this. The first floor store of Wanyua Mall does not have as many floors as the upper floors, but it covers a large enough area. The types of goods sold are also not many, only 4 types: gold, watches, cosmetics, and bags. But, unsurprisingly, except for cosmetics, the other 3 are all high-end counters. Zhang Peishi just glanced at them and shook her head, wanting to drag Li Yang to the 3rd floor. What's wrong? Nothing you like? No, honey, let's go to the 3rd floor to buy underwear. Li Yang laughed. This idiot, why is he only thinking about buying underwear and saving money like that? Be good, buy whatever you like, your husband and I have a bit of money. Bullshit, Zhang Peishi muttered. Li Yang didn't waste any words, and pulled her small, smooth hand and walked directly into the gold shop next door. Honey! Where are you going? I can't see you have any jewelry, how is that going to work? A beauty needs jewelry to go with it, let's go buy some. Without waiting for Zhang Peishi to react, the two of them had already walked into the gold shop, where a staff member in a black suit and work clothes came up to them enthusiastically. What would you like to see? Metalware. 5. Metalware? The salesperson was confused and thought that Li Yan wanted to buy saws, screw door handles and other products sold in hardware stores. Cough, I made a mistake, 3 kinds of gold, the 3 kinds of gold for marriage. Li Yang corrected with a light cough. But isn't hardware okay? Gold earrings, gold bracelets, gold necklaces, gold rings, gold pendants, isn't that just hardware? Li Yang was saying. Zhang Peishi was getting anxious. Just buy the 3 gold items, why do you need to buy hardware too? No. What's the point of buying the 3 gold items, it's such a waste of little money. Chapter 40. Zhang Peishi, no. Li Yang, not trying it on? Honey, why buy it? Zhang Peishi gently tugged Li Yang's arm and whispered that they weren't buying it. Li Yang's response was even more decisive and direct, and he laughed directly without being afraid of having other people around. If you don't buy it, I'm going to sit down and act like a spoiled child. We'll go out when you buy it. Honey, you really don't need to. Watch the flirtatiously almost quarrelsome dialogue between the two. The sales assistants in the store couldn't help but laugh, because they had seen people dislike buying small ones, dislike buying less, and dislike this and that, but they had never seen a girl actively refuse to buy. Of course, they had never seen a guy who threw a tantrum and wanted to sit on the floor. Finally, Zhang Peishi could not resist Li Yang and obediently took his arm as they wandered around the store looking for gold jewelry to buy. In order not to leave Zhang Peishi with any escape routes, Li Yang also asked the staff to bring the jewelry storage boxes. Once the gift box is opened, no refund is given, which means that Zhang Peishi has to buy it if she wants to, and she has to take the box even if she doesn't want to buy it. After looking around, Zhang Peishi couldn't find any jewelry she liked. The main reason was that it was too expensive. Li Yang, who noticed that her gaze was always scanning the price list of the jewelry, sighed helplessly. This fool is really a gentle and virtuous little fool. Hello, let's pick a bracelet first. It should be heavy, if it's too light, you won't even notice if you lose it. Li Yang's wit made several saleswomen laugh out loud, and then they caught a sweet, sticky smell. Ah, it's love. Zhang Peishi wanted to refuse, but the bracelets that were cheaper were over there, and Li Yang directly blacked them out for her, forbidding her to go over there and look. She could only choose from the rows of counters in front of her. The cheapest ones actually cost 33,333. Such a high price made Zhang Peishi's heart jump. She figured that she would have to shoot 3 months of TikTok videos to afford such a bracelet. Silly, pick one. If you don't pick, I'll let the big sister help you pick the heaviest one. Following Li Yang's pointing, Zhang Peishi saw a bracelet priced at a whopping 188,888. The next second, she shook her head. It wasn't because it was expensive, but because she didn't feel it was worth it. No matter how she looked at it, the bracelet didn't have the same weight as the cheaper ones, which meant it had less grams. The saleswoman was kind-hearted, and after looking at the monitor in the corner, she whispered a reminder. That bracelet for 180,000 yuan is not suitable. It has less grams and is expensive, but the main reason it is expensive is because of the processing fee. It is not worth buying. Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but admire the saleswoman. Although she was an outsider, Li Yang knew that the more expensive the jewelry, the higher the commission for the salespeople. But this saleswoman was actually thinking of them, which made her impression of her improve dramatically. Thank you, saleswoman, can you get the bracelet with the number 99,999 for me? Okay. Without waiting for Zhang Peishi to say anything, the saleswoman took out the bracelet that was 100,000 yuan short. This bracelet has a unique pattern that is pleasing to the eye, and there are scriptures engraved on it by a specialist. After the saleswoman finished speaking, Zhang Peishi smiled bitterly to herself. It is pleasing to the eye, but the price is there for everyone to see. Very good, not bad, come, try it on. Li Yang took Zhang Peishi's hand and offered to try it on. The saleswoman quickly brought some hand cream and squeezed it 3 times onto Zhang Peishi's delicate hands, then helped to spread it evenly. Seeing this, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but think to herself, wearing a bracelet is actually such a hassle? If it's such a hassle to wear every day, why buy it? The saleswoman is a professional and quickly helped Zhang Peishi put it on. The gold-colored bracelet, which feels heavy, looks luxurious and expensive on her fair wrist. At the same time, it also takes a lot of energy to wear it every day for no reason. Zhang Peishi was thinking this while also pondering how to convince Li Yang not to buy it. The saleswoman was also thinking about how to convince the young lady to buy it. Fortunately, Li Yang was there, and the problem they were both having was solved. Saleswoman, take it off, please. Zhang Peishi, I'm not buying it. Saleswoman, you're not buying it? Put it in the storage box and let's go pick something else. With that, Li Yang took Zhang Peishi's hand and walked towards the necklace counter not far away. The 3 sales assistants were stunned by his actions, and after they recovered, they hurriedly stuffed the bracelet into the storage box. At the same time, they felt that this handsome, young man in front of them was very handsome. Honey. 90,000 yuan. Ha? The necklace is also 90,000 yuan? No. No try? It's okay, his sister, just get the 99,999 necklace for me for a moment, eh? This one also needs to be matched with a pendant, right? Go pick out pendants, we'll each pick one, I'll pick the necklace, and you pick the pendant. I can't let my husband be the only one with a headache. Zhang Peishi's beautiful eyes filled with tears at the sound, but she was pushed and shoved to the counter with the pendants. The saleswomen were ecstatic, and Zhang Peishi's heart was pounding. How much will this trip cost? In this way, under Li Yang's playing the fool and distracting the enemy, the hardware was picked out. Zhang Peishi looked at the full jewelry organizer and clenched her thin lips. 30,000 yuan for a pair of gold earrings, more than 90,000 yuan for a gold bracelet, more than 90,000 yuan for a gold necklace, more than 60,000 yuan for a gold ring, and more than 20,000 yuan for a gold pendant. Together with the cheapest one she picked herself. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price on the computer in her hand. Young man, after discount 368,888. We'll give you the highest discount price, without contacting the store manager. If he doesn't agree, we'll quit. This is nonsense, how could he possibly disagree? It's close to 370,000 in sales, the store manager should invite the 3 of them to drink milk tea for a month. Okay, sister, swipe your card. It wasn't until Li Yang swiped his card that the 3 sisters' hearts sank back into their stomachs. After all, only in this way would their commission be secured. After all, even if Li Yang didn't buy in the end and told them to put the jewelry away and just buy a box, they couldn't say they weren't happy. Wait. Sister, get me another bracelet, the other one that also costs 99,999. Before leaving, Li Yang suddenly said, I want to buy it again. Honey? It's for our mom. She's had a hard time this month. Buy it. Honey, I'll consider this money a loan, and I'll pay you back later. This bracelet is a gift for mom. Zhang Peishi said. But Li Yang raised his hand and gently pinched her cheek. We're family, and you're still talking about a loan?